Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, a mechanic repair that goes down in history. Fire? Facing the charging Ji Xinghe, the first reaction of the Lone Duke class Imperial mech was to fire. Its mech is equipped with a powerful firepower weapon system. But if it accidentally kills Ji Xinghe by firing, then its own family. Fight. The Duke class Imperial mech made the decision, not because it felt it could beat Ji Xinghe, but because it felt it could hold on until the other two Dukes arrived for support. The distance was actually not far, and it firmly believed it could hold on. But what it didn't expect was that it thought it couldn't beat Ji Xinghe, and the other two Imperial Dukes thought so too. Their pace in chasing Ji Xinghe suddenly slowed down significantly. Ji Xinghe's mech didn't have much energy left, which was a fact they could all be sure of. How long could Ji Xinghe hold on when it could crash at any time? Maybe during the fight, Ji Xinghe's mech would become like the three Marcus-class mechs, unable to move. That would be the real opportunity. Anyway, the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps has already launched a charge on the Vulture Mountain battlefield. The ring that was born on the battlefield because of Ji Xinghe's challenge no longer has the existence of federal mechs. There are only the three of them and Ji Xinghe. In this case, why not let the Lone Duke level Imperial mech make a final test on Ji Xinghe to consume Ji Xinghe's last energy? The credit for capturing Ji Xinghe alive? It can't escape the hands of the three Dukes. It was said that it was too late. Ji Xinghe's charge was unstoppable. The Duke-level Imperial mech facing Ji Xinghe alone did not find changes that could change its fate. It must go all out. Relying on the powerful defense brought by the mech made of tungsten steel alloy, it chose to exchange injuries with Ji Xinghe, who had no protective armor. A sure win battle method will inevitably bring victory. This is indeed the case. Ji Xinghe, who was charging fiercely, gave up the initiative to attack when he was close to the Duke-level Imperial mech, standing still and responding to changes. Maneuver sideways. After avoiding the fierce attack of the Duke of the Empire, his footsteps were as agile as a butterfly flying through flowers, and he circled behind the Duke-class Imperial mech. The Duke-class Imperial mech, which had been prepared for a long time, had already prepared for sideways maneuvers while attacking, and relied on the performance of the mech to complete the turn in a very short time. The two sides faced each other again. But Xinghe, who was more agile, had a faster attack speed in overclocking mode, and the two 8-cut knives took the opportunity to complete an attack. Very shallow scars appeared on the arm of the Duke-class Imperial mech. The defensive tungsten steel alloy was so strong that it could be directly ignored to a certain extent even when facing weapons made of tungsten steel gold. At this time, Ji Xinghe was not holding a spear, and he had no time to complete the real power accumulation. It seemed that he could not break the defense of this Duke-class Imperial mech at all. But he did not give up the fight because of this. In the process of the Duke-class Imperial mech completing the turn maneuver, he took the initiative. The heavy sword of the mech that chopped at Xinghe's head was avoided by the short body. Compared to the Imperial mecha, Xinghe's knees were like springs, and they bounced up the moment he ducked to avoid the attack. Two more slashes. The sound of the Duke-class Imperial mecha being slashed became one. But the damage was still very shallow, just like a flower knife was being slashed on the Duke-class Imperial mecha. Only on the surface. But the Imperial Duke didn't think so. He remembered all the information about Ji Xinghe very clearly, so he knew that Ji Xinghe was a professional mechanic, and his understanding of both Federal and Imperial mechas far exceeded his. The three Marcus-class Imperial mechas that were not damaged on a large scale but could not move were the best evidence. It didn't dare to bear too much of the attack that was like boiling a frog in warm water. Retreat. The Duke-class Imperial mecha stepped back. The mecha heavy sword in its hand had a super distance of 3 meters. Only by keeping a distance could it play the advantage of the length of the weapon. There were two Duke-class Imperial mechas behind it. It felt that Ji Xinghe didn't dare to get too close to it. It always had to leave enough distance to turn around and run away, right? But Ji Xinghe continued to approach abnormally, completely ignoring the two Duke-class Imperial mechas. The more he did this, the slower the two Duke-class Imperial mechas came. People are greedy, and so are gorillas. The heart-slashing knife has the bonus of 500 Imperial mechas, the bonus of 5 Marcus-class mechas, and the bonus of 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas. It is stronger than ever. Clang. 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 One after another, the short Xinghe stuck to the Duke-class Imperial Mecha, and the double knives in his hands kept slashing. The Duke-class Imperial Mecha had to change from holding the sword with both hands to holding the sword with one hand. While holding the sword and slashing at Ji Xinghe, the other hand directly grabbed Ji Xinghe's Mecha. No matter which of these two attacks hits, Ji Xinghe will completely lose the ability to fight. In a split second, Xinghe took a sideways step under Ji Xinghe's driving, and then the body twisted 360 degrees, and appeared on the side of the Duke-class Imperial Mecha with great agility. While avoiding the attack of the Duke-class Imperial Mecha, it took advantage of the situation to slash several times. Then it took another step sideways and slashed again. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. The Duke-class Imperial Mecha, which was stabbed several times, suddenly found that at such a distance, it could not catch the extremely flexible Xinghe. Even if it used its hands and feet, punched and kicked, and slashed continuously with a tungsten steel gold mecha heavy sword, it just couldn't hit the Xinghe driven by Ji Xinghe. It could only be slashed by Ji Xinghe. Why? The only one who could answer this question was Xinghe, who had 12 arms and legs, and 7 gears of speed. The highest gear theoretically far exceeded the limit of human body's reaction. But Xinghe never hit Ji Xinghe, but was interrupted by Ji Xinghe again and again. Ji Xinghe, who had been fighting wooden men for decades, was best at this kind of close combat. He was invincible with his bare hands, let alone Ji Xinghe with 2 swords in his hands. 5 seconds, the countdown reading of the overclocking time limit was getting more and more urgent. But Ji Xinghe fought calmly, as if he didn't hear the voice of Xinghe constantly reminding him. How many swords? Just in terms of the speed of slashing with a sword, Ji Xinghe, who was driving Xinghe in overclocking mode, was far faster than him when he took off his armor, even if he already had the power of Qi. With all his strength, Ji Xinghe didn't know how many swords he had slashed in less than 10 seconds. The Duke-class Imperial mech that was constantly slashed also didn't know. But it finally reacted and realized that it couldn't fight like this anymore. Gritting its teeth, the foot that had just retreated suddenly stepped forward and hit directly. Such a powerful Ji Xinghe, even if the mecha had no protective armor, would not be killed by a collision, right? When thinking about this in his heart, the Duke of the Empire was suddenly shocked. Its mecha, which was supposed to be as fast as flying, suddenly became very slow. So, it could only watch Ji Xinghe stab its side armor with a knife, where there were 2 wounds that crossed each other and looked like an X. When the blade sank in, a cold piercing sensation came. The last consciousness of the Duke-level Imperial mech could only see Ji Xinghe turn around and run wildly in astonishment. 3 seconds, it couldn't hear Xinghe's countdown, so it regretted it very much. Why did it choose to attack the ace mecha warriors of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps? If there was no such choice, how could Ji Xinghe have a chance? What it didn't know was that if it wasn't for this opportunity, Ji Xinghe wouldn't have given the order in the last few seconds before Sichuan was about to die. How could he not know what those people in the Xinghe team were willing to do for him? So he didn't want the lives of those people in the Xinghe team, as long as they were not afraid of death, to give him a chance. Ji Xinghe, the Imperial Duke, who had been stabbed, looked at Ji Xinghe with a blackened sight, but he died with his eyes open. Why is Ji Xinghe so good at fighting? Why didn't the other 2 Imperial Dukes come to support it? When it finally saw 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas passing by it from both sides at the same time, it was even more unwilling to close its eyes. Its own life actually brought them immortal merit? 2 seconds, Ji Xinghe, who turned around to escape, was chased by 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas. He suddenly swung his knife back and slashed it himself. He still had a knife in the body of an Imperial Duke, so he only had 1 knife left in his hand. This knife slashed 3 times in a second, and all 3 times were slashed at himself. To be more precise, it should be slashed at Xinghe. Even if she trusted Ji Xinghe infinitely, Xinghe had an idea at this time. My lord wants to share life and death with me? What about Xinghe? Poor Xinghe. The 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe suddenly slowed down significantly, and they almost couldn't help but brake urgently. They watched with their own eyes the knife in Ji Xinghe's hand, under Ji Xinghe's own control, backhanded and slashed the rear bulkhead of the cockpit where he was. If it weren't for the fact that this change was too fast and there was no time, they would definitely shout out at this time, spare his life. Ji Xinghe knew that he had the golden medal of immunity from death granted by His Majesty the Emperor. So, he wanted to die with him in this way? The two imperial dukes were shocked and had no time to think about why Ji Xinghe did this. They saw Xinghe, who was charging, suddenly bend down and pick up something from the ground. Then he suddenly jumped up. This was a real leap. Not for crossing many obstacles, but for the height of the leap. It was like a high jump competition on the blue star. 1 second, Xinghe's countdown sounded. At the last second, after Ji Xinghe took her knife and chopped her 3 times, she actually felt very happy. The last energy was all used in this leaping maneuver. Xinghe, who had gained acceleration due to running, leaped up and drew an arc like a rainbow in the air. The highest point was tens of meters above the ground. Then, due to the low-gravity environment of the alien planet, it began to land at a much slower speed than the blue planet. Will Ji Xinghe, who is in it, fall to death? This is a problem, but it is no longer a problem that Xinghe can care about. After completing the leap, she has entered a dormant state. This is not a problem that the two imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe need to care about, because they can clearly see that when Xinghe began to leap, it is more appropriate to describe it as soaring. A hand suddenly stretched out from the rear wall of Xinghe's cockpit. It was Ji Xinghe. He punched open the cockpit wall that had been stabbed twice, and appeared in the side of the two imperial dukes in his true form. He flew higher and higher with Xinghe. But he did not fall from Xinghe's cockpit. The design of driving Xinghe in a sitting position allowed him to maintain a good balance at this moment. The design of Xinghe is more than that. Xinghe, which was born during the period when Ji Xinghe was suppressed, once shouldered an idea of Ji Xinghe: if you lack something, you can rob it; if you kill, you can rob it; if you rob it, you can repair it, and then continue to kill and continue to rob. Based on this design idea, at this time, he stretched out his hands from the cockpit and stretched them to 2 positions with great stability. One position was the third knife he had just slashed at Xinghe. His hands grabbed a broken metal and tore it hard. One of the important parts of the mecha was exposed. One position was the right hand that Xinghe put behind his back when he was leaping. There was no knife in this hand, but an important part of the mecha that he picked up from the ground when he was running away. Ji Xinghe's hands held these 2 parts that looked exactly the same at the same time and pulled them into his hands. Nuclear fuel cell. It was a nuclear fuel cell. When the 2 imperial dukes were shocked, they saw a nuclear fuel cell leave Xinghe's body, and the other nuclear fuel cell had been stuffed into Xinghe's body by Ji Xinghe. At this time, Xinghe finally leaped to the highest point and began to fall to the land of the alien planet. Mechanic. Ji Xinghe is a mechanic. Energy. Ji Xinghe's mecha has energy again. And it is more energy than when they participated in the war. The 2 imperial dukes began to break at the same time, and it was an emergency forced break. The 4 giant metal feet plowed a land on the alien planet and brought out 4 gullies. When the dust was flying, they stared at the falling Xinghe. To be more precise, it was the 2 eyes behind Xinghe's head. At this time, the 2 eyes were dim and looked no different from ordinary cameras, but the shape was a little narrow and looked like human eyes. This means that Xinghe was already in the off state. 20 meters, when Xinghe was still 20 meters away from the ground, Ji Xinghe, who stretched out his arm from the cockpit, finally stopped all movements and retracted his arm. 10 meters. The 2 imperial mechas that successfully braked finally saw the scene they didn't want to see. The pair of eyes lit up. Scarlet. The dust exploded, and Xinghe landed successfully. It seemed that because it was turned on too suddenly, its landing posture was not stable. It staggered and fell to one knee on the ground, and had to use its arms to support itself so that it would not fall to the ground. This somewhat embarrassing scene was like a muffled thunder, exploding in the hearts of the 2 Duke gorillas. It was also like they heard the violent sound of Xinghe hitting the ground, which they could not hear. Boom. In the cockpits of the 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas, the Imperial Dukes who were in a high position in the Empire and had powerful military force trembled unconsciously. Because of fear. But they still did not give up, and stared at the dust that was smashed up by Xinghe and then submerged Xinghe. The dust was not big in size and could only barely cover the body of a mecha. In the hearts of the 2 Imperial Dukes, it was like an alien dust storm that could cover tens of thousands of square kilometers and connect the sky and the earth. It was just temporarily compressed into a small ball by the incredible power of the gods. But the power is even more unimaginable. At any time, it is possible that due to the anger of the gods, it will spread again in a very short time like a stellar storm, enough to sweep across the alien world and drown everything. The dust storm did not spread, but began to dissipate, and the obscured area began to become clear. A mecha walked slowly through the dust storm before it dissipated. It looks like a skeleton. The body looks a little tattered and dirty, like a scrap mecha picked up from a garbage dump, which has been abandoned for many years without anyone paying attention. But its eyes are scarlet, and there is a knife in its hand. It is like a peerless evil ghost that has come to the world from the 18 levels of hell. It did not crawl out, it must have killed its way out. Because the one driving it is Ji Xinghe. Federation, Ji Xinghe. The voice of Ji Xinghe emerged in the minds of the two imperial dukes. That was what Ji Xinghe said to Bill Rossi IV when he launched his first battle challenge to the Empire. They have heard it many times. They once said with a smile that Bill Rossi is really a waste. But they just said to Ji Xinghe, if we rush in all at once, you may not be able to kill all of us before your energy runs out. Then, they did rush in all at once, and Ji Xinghe did not kill all of them before his energy ran out. They were all right, but they were also all wrong. They thought they had thought highly of Ji Xinghe, but they did not expect that they had underestimated Ji Xinghe after all. Ji Xinghe's energy turned out to be endless. How can a mechanic be a mecha warrior? This is not fair. When the two imperial dukes thought about this, they turned around and ran. Chapter 402, Cutting Down Vulture Mountain with One Blade. Seeing the two Duke-class imperial mechas turn around and run, Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. But in order to avoid being discovered that he was at the end of his strength, he drove Xinghe to chase after them. This made the two Duke-class imperial mechas run faster. They didn't even mean to trouble Sichuan and other ace mecha warriors, and rushed straight to the location of the two imperial space battleships. Compared with military exploits, surviving is the most important thing. Ji Xinghe's pursuit stopped beside the three Marcus-class imperial mechas. He started to make up for it and still look very powerful. But his finishing blow did not break the cockpits of the three Marcus-class imperial mechas, but directly stuck them. Without the right tools, the cockpit door could not be opened, and the three Marcus guerrillas became trapped beasts. It was not because of mercy, but because Ji Xinghe needed prisoners and needed to do some guerrilla experiments. These actions were clearly seen by the Imperial engineer vehicle that was still parked on the edge of the ring. Unfortunately, it has no combat power. The conventional firearms owned by the Imperial orangutans cannot cause effective damage to the intact cockpit of Xinghe. The most important thing is that Ada King will not let them attack Ji Xinghe. You can't fight anymore, right? Ada King's voice sounded, and there was no regret or loss in his voice, but this only shows that his emotional management is very good. Ji Xinghe couldn't respond. Xinghe's speaker system had been scattered on the battlefield with the overclocking mode turned on. He didn't want to respond, but looked up at the sky. You have even lost the ability to escape, Ada King's voice continued to sound. Your replacement of the nuclear fuel cell in the air looks incredible, but it is only used to scare them. It is not enough to give your mecha the previous mobility. The two of them were scared away by you, even though they knew very well that there was a high probability that you could no longer fight, but they didn't dare to gamble, so you were able to survive. Ji Xinghe, you only have one chance to use this fighting method, and now you have used it, is that so? Ji Xinghe saw what he wanted to see, so he turned his gaze back to Ada King, the Imperial engineer vehicle. Ada King, who noticed this scene, finally reacted. Are you unable to speak anymore? After your mecha has removed all the protective armor and a large number of parts, only the most basic mobility is left. So, you can't speak. You actually have a lot to say to me, right? It doesn't matter. I can wait here for you to repair your mecha. Aren't you a mechanic? Pick up all the parts you removed and reinstall them on your mecha. Why don't you leave your cockpit? Is it because your physical fitness has reached its limit? I have to say that your physical fitness is far beyond my expectations. Even the dukes killed by you would find it difficult to fight for 3 hours like you. Of course, the premise is that you are driving a mecha with the same performance as yours to fight. So, are you really a human? Ji Xinghe, do you still have a layer of flesh armor, and there is a nuclear reactor hidden inside, or, you actually have our blood, and your father is not a human, but a chosen one like me? Don't be angry, I'm really not scolding you, I really think so, there's only this possibility. What is the name of your mecha mode of unloading loads? I have never seen it before. Is it the latest invention of the Federation? All Federation mechas can do this, or is it your latest invention? In addition to being a mechanic, you are also an inventor. At this point, The people who could hear Dakang's voice through the stars and the moon finally confirmed that it was not Ji Xinghe who had a lot to say to Dakang, but a Dakang who had a lot to say to Ji Xinghe and a lot of questions to ask. What does this show? Its heart was in turmoil. Ji Xinghe, come down and repair your mecha. Or, I'll let the engineers on this car help you. Don't worry, they won't attack you. Your life represents at least the title of a Grand Duke, which they don't deserve. You're not coming down because you care about your soldiers? Are you watching them fight? Are you watching them being killed by my soldiers? They all abandoned you, why should you care about them? If it were me, I would kill them all after this battle, no matter what kind of credit they can get in today's battle. Abandoning the commander-in-chief is tantamount to treason, and should be a felony in the Federation, right? However, I don't think you have a chance to kill them. The number of mechas I have on this mountain far exceeds yours. Your Federation no longer has enough strength to support you with more mechas. So even if your soldiers help you win this battle today, they will be wiped out. Oh, by the way, Dakang's tone suddenly became happy. I just told the two dukes that you can't fight. They haven't returned through the jump gate yet and are watching you from a distance. When they are sure that you are no longer able to participate in the battle, they will kill all your soldiers on the mountain. With them around, you can't attack this mountain. I will have enough strength to send enough mechas to directly attack your base. When I find the exact location of your base, Ji Xinghe, guess how much firepower I will invest, using your favorite calculation method of the Federation. Do you think that the 100 billion firepower I will throw at it will be enough? If not, then 500 billion or 1 trillion, don't you believe it? The power I have and the resources I can mobilize are far beyond your imagination and the imagination of your superior. Even your great Marshal Li Anbang can't be compared with me in this regard. Your superior? My name is Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan listened to Dakang's words with a blank expression. If Ji Xinghe had not been near the Imperial engineer vehicle and the mecha had no protective armor, he would definitely have ordered the destruction of the engineer vehicle immediately. Fortunately, the things he gave to Ji Xinghe were finally in place. Dong! A muffled sound interrupted Dakang's words. It couldn't actually hear the sound of the airdrop pod hitting the ground, but it could clearly see the very high airdrop pod. It could also see that inside the automatically extended cabin wall was a brand new mecha. It was not sprayed with gold stars, and there was not even enough time to spray the special paint for anti-radar detection and camouflage. The original metallic luster made it look abnormally cold. Xinghe, who had been silent, finally moved. It walked behind the brand new Zanshin-class mecha and turned its back. The cockpit door of the Zanshin-class mecha opened automatically, and there was no one inside. Ji Xinghe jumped directly into Xinghe's cockpit and connected the sensor helmet. The oxygen supply device indicator light, which was about to turn red, was able to remain green, representing safety. When the hatch closed, the mecha walked towards the Imperial engineer vehicle. Xinghe, who looked like a skeleton, walked into the empty cabin and began to grope around inside. Can you still fight? You can still fight. Dakang's tone suddenly turned into shock. He really couldn't understand why Ji Xinghe could still fight. This is not a problem with the mecha, but a problem of physical fitness. Even if Ji Xinghe mastered the power of Qi, he couldn't have the ability to drive a mecha to fight at this time. This is unreasonable. But is this the reason why its emperor was willing to sacrifice huge resources, including thousands of mechas and 6 space battleships to capture Ji Xinghe alive? As for those nobles who died, Ji Xinghe was right. Dakang didn't care about their lives, and even wanted to let more of them die. What did his half-brother know? How did Ji Xinghe get enough Qi to support him to continue fighting in such a short time? While Dakang was extremely shocked, he suddenly thought of a possibility: nuclear bomb baptism. Ji Xinghe was bombed twice but did not die. His half-brother, the Emperor of the Empire, knew about this, and the order to capture Ji Xinghe alive came after Ji Xinghe was bombed for the first time. Moreover, after Ji Xinghe was bombed for the second time, he had a higher authority to capture Ji Xinghe alive. Dakang, whose thoughts kept flashing through his mind, finally found the truth. But this truth was so outrageous that it was completely incomprehensible. It was very appropriate to describe it with the words of the chief disciple of the president of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, its highest technical advisor. This is unscientific. Noisy. Dakang finally heard Ji Xinghe's voice, only 2 words, and it was a word it learned today, learned when Ji Xinghe said it twice today. When the voice fell, its side of the Vulture Mountain battlefield disappeared, and the camera on the engineer vehicle was smashed by Ji Xinghe's punch. and the force was so great that the entire engineer vehicle vibrated and retreated backwards. The speaker is still there, and the communication is still connected. Ada Kang's unwilling voice sounded again. Even if you can still fight, you can't kill all the mechas on that mountain. Do you really want to watch all your soldiers die in battle? Ada Kang grasped a weakness of Ji Xinghe, not Ji Rongzin of base number 5, but Ji Xinghe's kindness. We still have a jump gate and 2 Duke-class mechas. I can still send them out. Bang! Another loud noise. Ada Kang's voice disappeared completely, and the gorillas and monkeys in the engineer vehicle were all squeezed to death under Ji Xinghe's punch. The completely deformed engineer vehicle was already in a state of blood and flesh turned into mud. So no one knew, not even the gorilla. Ada Kang really wanted to say to Ji Xinghe, "Don't fight, go back and rest. There are not so many gold stars on your mecha, and my soldiers can't recognize you. What if you are physically exhausted in the chaotic battlefield and can't avoid the attacks of artillery fire and mechas, and are killed on the spot? Then how can I get your secret?" It can be said that the gorilla who most does not want Ji Xinghe to die in the entire universe must be Ada Kang. It is more afraid of Ji Xinghe being beaten to death than the emperor of the empire. And what it said makes sense. No gorilla can recognize Ji Xinghe without Venus on his mecha. The 2 Duke-class imperial mechas that were on the sidelines did not see the scene of Ji Xinghe changing his armor. Only then did they have the opportunity to look down at Ji Xinghe's position with the help of observation devices in the space battleship. 2 mechas? The mecha driven by Ji Xinghe is spraying Venus on another new mecha? This is another incredible and unexpected scene. Which mecha in the Federation is worthy of Ji Xinghe spraying Venus on it personally? Moreover, when the fierce battle on the Vulture Mountain battlefield was in full swing, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, which was relatively small in number, was not at a disadvantage at this time. They had the ability to take the initiative to advance when charging up the mountain. But this ability is because of the morale that Ji Xinghe brought to them, and because Ji Xinghe silenced the 150,000 Imperial troops on Vulture Mountain, which was called a strategic level heart-slashing knife. Such an independent Galaxy Mech Corps will not last long before it falls into the quagmire of the Imperial forces, and then the whole army is annihilated. In this case, how can the Federation Ji Xinghe have time to spray Venus on a mech without Venus, that is, a mech that has never participated in the war? Ji Xinghe can't fight anymore? Can only rely on a newcomer? The incredible scene brought incredible ideas, and the 2 Imperial Dukes fell into entanglement again. Of course, rushing down to capture Ji Xinghe alive is not possible, but killing a few ace mech warriors of the Federation before leaving seems to be no problem. 5. There are 5 Federal ace mech warriors on the Vulture Mountain battlefield, and from the intelligence, they are all Ji Xinghe's personal soldiers, just like the 12 Duke-level mech guards that Ada Kang originally had. But the 5 Federal ace mecha warriors on the battlefield, although they were Ji Xinghe's personal soldiers, did not have Duke-level mechas. There were only Marcus-level mechas, and the 2 of them could kill them all. Should they kill them? When they were hesitating and tangled, they saw 3 white flowers falling from the sky and approaching Vulture Mountain. Those were the parachutes of the Federal Orbital Airborne Mecha Kit. Just separated from the 3 parachutes, and began to accelerate the landing of 3 Federal ace mechas covered with the gold stars. Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, Jackson. Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, Yuran. Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, Hanli. The voices of the 3 of them rang in the communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and rang over Vulture Mountain. But it did not make the 2 Imperial Dukes completely give up their ideas, nor did it make the Imperial forces on Vulture Mountain afraid of it. To be honest, their 3 names are not that loud. Although they have many Venus, they are just ace mecha warriors. With 5 already on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain, it is not a timely help. The huge difference in military strength is enough to offset the help they bring. If 10 can't kill them, then there will be 100. The number of mechas on Vulture Mountain is more than enough for the Empire, and they also have a jump gate. Do you really think you are all Ji Xinghe? Just then, Xinghe, who was holding a special spray gun, finally stopped. She sprayed Venus on Ji Xinghe very quickly. There was the convenience of the special spray gun and the talent of being an artificial intelligence life. There was also a reason why she did not spray the number of Venus that Ji Xinghe should have. 1,308 Venus. Even if Xinghe's computing power was strong enough and she sprayed it by hand, it would be impossible to spray so many Venus in terms of the surface area of Xianshan, not to mention Ji Xinghe's iconic paint, which is a small sun representing 2 nuclear bomb baptisms. There was no time. There were only 12 large Venus and 2 suns surrounded by them. Enough. Although it took some time to spray these paints, it was worth it because these paints represent that this mecha is driven by Ji Xinghe. This is also very important for the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, who can know this through the communication channel. They know that Ji Xinghe can still fight alongside them, but those Imperial mechas on Vulture Mountain and those regular Imperial forces cannot know. And now, they know. When Ji Xinghe drove the newly acquired Hanshin, pulled out the spear he had lost again, and rushed to Vulture Mountain alone. They all knew. Federation, Ji Xinghe. He is here. Before a person in a piece of armor arrived, the brilliant sword light appeared in the world. It is like thunder connecting the sky and the earth, and it is as vast as the Milky Way for billions of miles. Ji Xinghe, who was driving this Hanshin, had no sword in his hand, but he cut a mountain with one sword while running. The morale of the 362 federal mechas on Vulture Mountain was soaring, as if assisted by God. The 150,000 Imperial soldiers, more than 800 Imperial mechas, and 2 space battleships on Vulture Mountain that were killed were all terrified. The jump gate that was killed was closed. The 2 Imperial dukes who had not yet entered were very angry. The gate was closed. Chapter 403, Above the Duke, a Cottage Dog. It was dark, it was dawn, it was dark again, it was dawn again. The gunfire on Vulture Mountain finally stopped, and all the surviving Federal Mecha warriors, along with their mechas, gathered at the Federal position under Vulture Mountain. Report to the commander. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, the 1st Mecha Battalion, should have 155 people, but 57 people have arrived. Report to the commander. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, the 2nd Mecha Battalion, should have 161 people, but 51 people have arrived. Report to the commander. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, the 3rd Mecha Battalion, should have 23 people, but 17 people have arrived. Report to the commander. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, the Orbital Airborne Tactical Mecha Squad, should have 3 people, but 3 people have arrived. Report to the commander. The Aquarium Carrier-based Mecha Battalion, should have 96 people, but 61 people have arrived. Listening to the reports ringing in his ears and looking at the mechas in front of him that had no time to be fully repaired, Ji Xinghe was in a bad mood. Even though they successfully annihilated nearly 150,000 troops of the Empire, 832 Imperial mechas, and captured 2 Imperial space battleships, they won a great victory in the defense battle of the No. 5 base war zone, which was enough to make the entire Federation cheer. But the 249 brave Federal Mecha warriors never had the chance to return to the Azure Star. They didn't even see the final victory of this battle, nor did they hear the full army announcement for them. They were all very young. Not only the sacrifice of Mecha warriors, but in the middle of this battle, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps successfully destroyed a large number of the Empire's anti-missile weapon systems, and the Federal firepower was able to cause effective damage to Vulture Mountain. The 7,000 conventional troops from Base No. 5 finally arrived at the battlefield, brought logistical support to the Mecha warriors participating in the battle, and began to cooperate with the Mecha warriors to launch the final clearing battle against Vulture Mountain under the cover of Federal firepower. They were still clearing the battlefield at this time and did not report the number of casualties to Ji Xinghe, the Corps commander. From the perspective of the command sequence, they don't need to report to Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe has seen their casualty statistics. 1,394 people died and 42 people were injured. On the battlefield on the alien planet, being injured is basically equivalent to death. These are the reasons why Ji Xinghe was depressed after the great victory. After all, he is not a professional soldier. When Base No. 5 sent conventional troops to participate in the war, Ji Xinghe, who was resting at the time, had an argument with Tu Yuan, who was commanding the battle. Ji Xinghe believes that conventional forces should be mainly logistics troops, and as long as the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps is given enough time, they will be able to complete the annihilation. Tu Yuan believes that conventional forces can reduce the damage rate of Federal mechas, especially in relatively low significance clearing battles. Some damage is not worth it. Tu Yuan, who has been led by Ji Xinghe these days, finally lost his temper because of Ji Xinghe's argument with him on this point. Ji Xinghe, do you think that we have 300,000 Mecha warriors but only 50,000 active mechas? So Mecha warriors are worthless? The investment in training 100 soldiers is not as great as the investment in training one Mecha warrior. Just because we don't have so many mechas now doesn't mean we won't have so many mechas in the future. I'll listen to you in this battle. After the battle, how many mechas will we have left? You are a mechanic, you can repair mechas. We are all mechanics, can we repair mechas? Without mechas, if the Empire sends a large-scale force to attack base number 5 again, what can we do to stop it? Do you want to launch another Ji Xinghe challenge? Ji Xinghe, wake up. Your Ji Xinghe challenge cannot determine the real outcome. When they were defending Vulture Mountain, you couldn't kill them all by yourself. We still had to pay with our lives. Your Mecha Corps has lost 136 mechas, and the carrier-based mechas of the ape have all joined the battle. If you don't let them go, do you really want all our mechas to be destroyed? A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. When you say this, you act like you are the only one who is sober while everyone else is drunk. Only you, Ji Xinghe, don't want anyone to sacrifice. All of us want to use the lives of thousands of soldiers in exchange for our own achievements as generals. You are 66 years old, Ji Xinghe, can you stop thinking of yourself as a naive boy? Facing Tu Yuan's outburst, Ji Xinghe was rarely silent. Perhaps it was because Ji Xinghe understood one truth from beginning to end: in war, there are always deaths. Tu Yuan, who felt that he had spoken out of turn, or perhaps because he felt the strange eyes of the people around him, softened his tone. Many years ago, there was a war. A general, with no food and no reinforcements, led 7,000 troops to block hundreds of thousands of troops for nearly 9 months, ensuring the peace of millions of people and fighting for the country. Therefore, he was posthumously named Duke after his death in battle. Ji Xinghe, do you know how he fought? Ji Xinghe did not answer, because he knew. Tu Yuan also knew that Ji Xinghe knew about it. When he first met Ji Xinghe used words from the Analects to make him stuck. If it weren't for the reminder from Liu Mian, the staff officer beside him, he, a civilian general at the time, would most likely be said to be unqualified. In fact, the civilian duties of civilian generals are not all cultural-related functions, similar to professional and technical ranks, and those who can get the rank of general in the professional and technical category are certainly not professionals such as our troops. Tu Yuan was able to get the rank of general because he mainly studied war-related. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe, who likes to read and has read for more than 50 years, may have a higher cultural level than Tu Yuan. But Tu Yuan was not convinced. What he was not convinced of was that Ji Xinghe knew these things and these principles, but he always looked at the federal soldiers in this war with a compassionate attitude. So he asked when Ji Xinghe was silent. Let me tell you how he fought. He killed his concubines and servants, and forced his officers and soldiers to eat meat. After the commander's servants had eaten all the meat, he ate the old, the weak, women and children in the city. The city he defended had a population of 40,000 before the war, but when the city was broken, only 400 people were left alive. Ji Xinghe, tell me, did he deserve credit or guilt? Tu Yuan continued without waiting for Ji Xinghe to answer. Some people say that his merits are in the present, but his crimes will last for generations, while others say that his crimes are in the present, but his merits will last for generations. Why is there a debate? Because he protects people, fights people, eats people, and they are all people. What about us? Ji Xinghe, you are actually doing very well. You treat the Empire as cruelly and ruthlessly as a severe winter, and treat our people as warmly as spring, but you are not doing well enough. You can't command an army with kindness. You can be kind to everyone, but in this war, your command cannot be kind. If you are kind, you don't deserve to be the commander of the corps. If you want to be the same as before, always returning victorious when leading the team to fight, and no one around you can die, Ji Xinghe, I will turn your Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps into the previous Galaxy Squad. Now, I want to order conventional troops to join the war. Ji Xinghe, do you have any objections? Ji Xinghe said nothing. After a short rest, he ran to Vulture Mountain again. Until the battle was really over, he never questioned any of Tu Yuan's orders again. At this time, he looked at the 189 federal Mecha warriors who were able to be saved because of Tu Yuan's order and the sacrifice of more than 1,000 people, as well as the mechas that had been fighting with them for nearly 2 days. He knew very well that without the sacrifice of those people, there might be less than 100 Mecha warriors standing in front of him. This annihilation war with fewer enemies could not be completed now. So, was the sacrifice of those people worth it? Ji Xinghe couldn't calculate, and he didn't want to calculate. Because this is war, a ruthless and unrighteous war, a war that can't be settled. Salute, Ji Xinghe had already driven the mecha towards Vulture Mountain when he spoke in a somewhat unruly way in the communication channel. Salute. The 189 federal mecha warriors then made the same movements as him in unison. Salute. Ji Xinghe maintained this action for 3 minutes. What no one saw was that he, who was in the cockpit of the mecha, also made a salute gesture. What no one could see was that there were many mecha warriors in the cockpit, saluting with their mechas towards Vulture Mountain. Because that was where their comrades were buried. Let's go home. When Ji Xinghe spoke, he drove his mecha towards the direction of base number 5. He did not take the space battleship, and neither did his soldiers. Even though they were extremely tired, they could not waste limited transportation resources. A large number of imperial mechas and other weapons were seized in this battle, and they all needed to be transported to base number 5 as soon as possible. It was impossible to build a temporary base or repair area on Vulture Mountain. The shortage of various equipment, tools and personnel was one reason. Another reason was that the coordinates of Vulture Mountain were very accurate for the Empire. When the battle on Vulture Mountain was over, they were very likely to carry out a long-range strike with firepower coverage. The Federation could defend it, but there was no need to. The Federation, which won a great victory in this battle, still did not have the ability to compete with the Empire in firepower. The only anti-missile weapon systems on Vulture Mountain were the 2 largely intact Imperial space battleships. Their repair work would be carried out when it was confirmed that the Empire had stopped bombarding. Whether or not they can stay here depends on luck. Most of the mecha warriors of the Federation mechas who are not going home but are on their way home have fallen asleep. In the case of good communication and no enemy situation, their mechas can be controlled by the automatic driving program to run. But some people can't sleep. They can't sleep if they have to take on the task of vigilance. Old Ji Xinghe heard Jackson's voice and was pulled into a temporary communication channel. This communication channel is full of members of the Galaxy team. Including the Galaxy team that had 26 people before Ji Xinghe, there are only 23 people left after Jackson, Yuren and Han Li joined. In the Battle of Vulture Mountain, 6 people from the Galaxy team died. Their sacrifice, as well as the sacrifice of a large number of mecha warriors of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, were all because of the 2 Imperial Dukes who failed to leave through the jump gate. In other words, it was all because of Ado Kang. It used the lives of the 2 Dukes to exchange for the lives of at least 30 Federation mecha warriors. If it weren't for the support of Han Li and the other 3, the number of mecha warriors who died would be even greater. Ji Xinghe is very strong, but there are too many Imperial troops and mechas on Vulture Mountain. They want to survive, turning the Vulture Mountain battlefield into a quagmire. Even Ji Xinghe can hardly get rid of the 2 Imperial Dukes who are fighting separately in the first place. General Tu Yuan said those words. Jackson hesitated for a moment, thinking about Han Li's explanation, and gritted his teeth and said, "Actually, it's an explanation to you, because of his previous order to kill you, I know." Ji Xinghe's response was very calm. This made Jackson more courageous, and he continued, "Actually, I think what he said makes sense." Ji Xinghe did not respond. Su Chuanian jumped out, "Lao Ji, you really disappoint me, really." The blind man followed closely and said, "Let's talk about it after our comprehensive review of this operation, but what I want to say now is, Lao Ji, why don't you let us help you?" The lame man, "I know you think we can't do it, we can't beat the Duke of the Empire or the Marquis of the Empire, but you don't let us fight. How do you know we can't do it?" Kintong, "I looked at the data from Xingayu's combat recorder, Lao Ji, you almost died. Did you know, Harris, Xingayu, which has replaced the nuclear fuel cell, can no longer fight. If the 2 Duke guerrillas hadn't been scared away by you, we would have rushed to Vulture Mountain again. Lao Ji, this time, you made a mistake, a big mistake." Left hand, "Lao Ji, okay." Ji Xinghe interrupted Zhuo Xiao's words, and also interrupted what the other members of the Xing team were going to say. This made Zhuo Xiao feel very aggrieved, and he recalled the words Ji Xinghe said to him in the Sanlu Grand Canyon when he fought side by side with Ji Xinghe for the first time. "I am here, so don't use your brain anymore. I know you want to divert my attention, and don't want me to be sad, upset, or blame myself." Ji Xinghe continued in a calm tone, "But it's really not necessary. I'm fine, really fine. Don't forget that I have walked more bridges than you have walked. With so many people sacrificed, how could the other members of the Xing team be in a good mood?" They actually didn't have the idea of chatting, but for Ji Xinghe, they wanted to say something. In their opinion, This was the first time that Ji Xinghe faced the sacrifice of his comrades, and after achieving an incredible victory in the battle, he had to face the sacrifice of so many comrades. In contrast, they who have fought on alien planets for many years are more accustomed to facing the sacrifice of their comrades than Ji Xinghe. The lame man's leg was not lame when he fought alone. The blind man's eyes were not blinded when he was fighting alone. Su Chuanyan and Andre were the remnants of the Empire and went to base number 6. Han Li was even more. Before today, Ji Xinghe seemed to have only experienced the sacrifice of his comrades in the battle he participated in once. So they were very worried about Ji Xinghe. At this time, listening to Ji Xinghe's calm tone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chuanyan was still a little unwilling and said, "We are speaking from the heart, Lao Ji. If you continue to distrust us, sooner or later one day it will lead to a big mistake." Ji Xinghe asked back, "Then do you trust me?" "Of course we trust you." Su Chuanyan had no idea about Xingayu's previous experience, and said confidently, "But what General Li Yuanba said is that below the Duke, everyone is an ant. You were facing the Duke of the Empire at that time, and it was not the time for Ji Xinghe to challenge. In that case, below the Duke were not ants, as long as you are already an ace mecha warrior, and you can communicate directly with General Li Yuanba." Ji Xinghe interrupted Su Chuanyan and said, "Contact him now and ask him what the Duke means to me." "Okay, I'll ask." The bold Su Chuanyan sent a message to Li Yuanba without hesitation. He had wanted to contact Li Yuanba for a long time, but there was no suitable opportunity. The communication channel was quiet, and everyone was waiting. Li Yuanba didn't know what he was doing, but he replied very quickly. Su Chuanyan was so excited when he saw the reply. "He replied to me," General Li Yuanba replied to me, "and he asked me why I asked that." Others urged, "Then you should reply to him quickly." "Oh." After a moment, Su Chuanyan's voice sounded again. "General Li Yuanba replied to me again, and he only replied with 4 words, chickens and dogs." The blind man immediately connected the 2 sentences and added his exaggerated modification. "Below the Duke, they are all ants, and above the Duke, chickens and dogs." The communication channel of the Xinghe team fell silent again. It turned out that their trust in Ji Xinghe was not as good as Li Yuanba, who had never really met Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe said calmly, "Su Chuanyan, you don't say anything because you believe in Li Yuanba. So, you don't actually believe me." Su Chuanyan, who finally felt the crisis, chose to play dead. But Ji Xinghe had no intention of letting him go, and asked, "Qin Tong, did you not make it in time for the thing I asked you to arrange before?" "Yes." Qin Tong only answered with 1 word, but everyone could hear his gloating tone. "Continue to execute it after you go back." "Yes." Everyone in the Xinghe team was truly relieved. Such Ji Xinghe was obviously not affected, but gave people a feeling of growth. The 66-year-old Ji Xinghe was so strong that it was unscientific, and he was still growing. It was great. Chapter 404. Xinghe was a girl. Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren, 3 ace mecha warriors who came to support in the name of the Galaxy team, left after arriving at base number 5. There was no farewell ceremony, not even a farewell. This is the normal state of people getting along on alien planets. People who are close to each other rarely meet, and people who are unwilling to separate have to separate for various reasons. It really fits the poem, "It is hard to meet and hard to leave." Ji Xinghe did not act like a child's love. The first time he returned to base number 5, he wanted to go straight to the machine repair area, but he was begged by the medical staff to go to his isolation ward. Among them, Ji Xinghe's attitude played a major role. "There is no problem with the body function, the radiation value has completely disappeared, this is too unscientific." The exclamations of the medical staff were a little weak. These days, they have been amazed by Ji Xinghe too many times, so this miracle that should have kept them awake at night seems a little normal inexplicably. Ji Xinghe, who got the physical report, finally had a free body. This time, he did not listen to Ji Xinghe's words to go back and rest, but went to the machine repair area again. Ji Xinghe followed closely beside him, holding his hand and unwilling to let go. She hadn't held Ji Xinghe's hand like this for a long time, because Ji Xinghe had to wear anti-radiation clothing before, and now the radiation values have all disappeared, and the radiation in Ji Xinghe's body can no longer affect her. "No one can make me let go of Grandpa's hand." Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe took the initiative to let go of her hand when Ji Xinghe took her to Xingayu's side. Xingayu, who was transported back, was standing quietly in Ji Xinghe's number 66 machine repair area. She looked much better than her last scene on the battlefield. The dust on her body had been cleaned up, and some exposed parts had been temporarily treated. But because of Ji Xinghe's explanation, the mechanics in the number 66 machine repair area did not do more processing, and did not even conduct a comprehensive inspection of Xinghe. This explanation is not surprising. As a professional mechanic and the person in charge of the number 66 machine repair area, Ji Xinghe has an absolute reason to repair his mecha by himself. Xinghe still looks like a skeleton, but it no longer feels shabby. It is somewhat primitive, but it is also the high-tech crystallization of mechanical engineering. One word to describe it is cyberpunk. Grandpa, can Xinghe be repaired? Ji Xinghe asked a question that she shouldn't have asked, not because she didn't believe in Ji Xinghe's mechanical repairability, but because she cared too much about Xinghe. Of course, Ji Xinghe's tone was very sure. Xinghe can not only be repaired, but also stronger than before. That's great, Grandpa. If you are not tired, then hurry up and repair Xinghe. Is this still the good granddaughter who almost cried just now in order to let herself go back to rest? If Xinghe hadn't saved Ji Xinghe's life and saved the lives of many people, Ji Xinghe might have delayed the time to repair Xinghe. It's just maybe, and the possibility is extremely low. The importance of Xinghe is far greater than him in Ji Xinghe's view, especially in the defense of the number 5 base war zone. What Xinghe can do is far beyond what Ji Xinghe can do. The so-called Ji Xinghe challenge. If it was just Ji Xinghe himself, although he could do it, but after completing the Ji Xinghe challenge, he definitely had no spare energy to participate in the battle on Vulture Mountain. At most, he would be a mascot and a flag. Then more people would be sacrificed, and the battle on Vulture Mountain would change as a result, and it would be almost impossible for the Federation to win. Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren, 3 active ace mecha warriors who have the hope of becoming galaxy-class mecha warriors, came to support the Vulture Mountain battlefield regardless of their own war zones and battlefields. They can be described as being ordered in danger. What they are afraid of is that Ji Xinghe can't fight anymore, and what they are afraid of is that the 2 Duke-class imperial mechas will force Ji Xinghe to kill him, or like Ji Xinghe slaughtered the conventional imperial mechas, slaughter the Federation mecha warriors on Vulture Mountain. What they are also afraid of is the jump gate that was closed in advance and destroyed for the most part. If Ji Xinghe can't fight anymore, there will definitely be new Duke-class mechas appearing on the Vulture Mountain battlefield, and even Ada King will come to the Vulture Mountain battlefield in person. Even if they didn't come, and only sent a double-digit number of Marcus level and Earl level mechas, the results of the battle in Vulture Mountain would be very different. So Ji Xinghe had to repair Xinghe as soon as possible for both emotional and logical reasons. He didn't even have time to hold a post-war meeting to accept commendations for his meritorious service. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the war has not been completely settled, the relevant statistical reports have not been integrated, and a large number of combatants need to rest. There is no need to repair Xinghe's body anymore. Ji Xinghe touched Ji Xinghe's head and said softly, Grandpa will use tungsten steel alloy to build a full body for Xinghe, and then Xinghe will be brand new. Ji Xinghe looked surprised. Tungsten steel alloy? Do we have more tungsten steel alloy? Yes, Grandpa now has tungsten steel alloy, which can build 4 mechas. 4 of the 5 Duke-level Imperial mechas that appeared on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, and 1 was destroyed by Yu Ren. Yu Ren, a genius mecha warrior who was promoted to an ace mecha warrior faster than Ji Xinghe, became the 7th mecha warrior of the Federation who defeated the Duke-level Imperial mecha after Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe, Han Li, Caitlin, Ravich, and Jackson. It is worth mentioning that Caitlin and Ravich were able to defeat the Duke-level Imperial mecha because of Ji Xinghe's challenge on the alien battlefield. Although the Ji Xinghe challenge they initiated was rejected by the Empire, the challenge they initiated before was not rejected. Therefore, 4 of the 5 Duke-level Imperial mechas seized belonged to Ji Xinghe. That's a lot. Grandpa is really amazing. After Ji Xinghe praised, his expression became a little hesitant. What's wrong, Xinghe? Grandpa, can you fix Xinghe's body? I don't want to see her like this. Okay, then Grandpa will fix Xinghe's body as well. Ji Xinghe immediately began to check Xinghe's body. At this time, the mechanics who had been quiet for a while began to help at Ji Xinghe's request. The professional mechanic who was in charge of the No. 66 mechanic repair area when Ji Xinghe left base number 5, recuperated, and participated in the war could not help but remind him. Master, Many of the parts that were blown away when Xinghe was overclocked have not been found, and some are completely unusable. If we want to completely repair it, we need to rebuild those parts. This made Ji Xinghe hesitate. Xinghe is a special model. In this case, if you want to repair it as soon as possible, you need to occupy some mechanic resources. Now the mechanic resources of base number 5 are actually very scarce. There are less than 200 mechas left, and some of them are carrier-based aircraft. It is impossible to stay at base number 5 all the time. The repair of damaged mechas, the manufacture of new mechas, the transformation of a large number of imperial mechas, and the comprehensive repair of Xinghe, which will no longer participate in the war, means that base number 5 will have 3 or 4 fewer mechas. This account is easy to calculate, it is not cost-effective. Then don't repair it. Ji Xinghe was a little reluctant, but she was really sensible. Actually, it can be transported back to Azure Star for repair. In the number 66 machine repair area, Suhi, who looked like a robot, suddenly spoke. He was still wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, even if Ji Xinghe was there. The people in the propaganda department mentioned to me before that they wanted to send back some things related to Lao Ji and with commemorative significance for publicity, such as the mecha that Lao Ji had driven. But Lao Ji was too good at fighting, and his mecha was not damaged to the point where it needed to be transported back to Azure Star. Sui pondered for a moment and continued, I asked, and Champion Marcus can be repaired and is worth repairing, so if you just don't want to see Xinghe like this, it can be sent back to Azure Star for repair. Ji Xinghe immediately looked at Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe also looked at Ji Xinghe. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other and understood each other's meaning, and then Ji Xinghe looked at her bracelet and nodded to Ji Xinghe implicitly. Okay, then send Xinghe back for repair. Xinghe's real body is its intelligent core, and the body is just an external object, just like the wooden man when Ji Xinghe was sparring with him before. The intelligent core does not need to be repaired or upgraded, so it must be removed and installed on Xinghe's new body. Where are the knives? Suhi asked again. Then the 4 knives should not be suitable for the new Xinghe. Others should not be able to use them either. Xinghe's 4 knives are all short knives, only more than 1 meter long, more like cold weapons suitable for human use. For a relatively large mecha, only Ji Xinghe can use them well. Not suitable, the new Xinghe will use some of the general armor's design, and the short knife is no longer suitable. Moreover, the performance of tungsten steel gold will decay as the number of times it is recycled increases. Ji Xinghe said the reasons he could say, but he was thinking about the fact that the war situation on the alien planet was not optimistic and some contradictions within the Federation. Send Xinghe and the knife back together. Okay, Suhi responded and then suggested, Old Ji, you have seized a lot of tungsten steel gold this time. The body of Xinghe in the overclocked state is not very large. Why not divide some of it and send it back to the Azure Star so that they can use it to build the overclocked form of Xinghe? Hearing this, Ji Xinghe looked at Suhi. Another eye signal. They both understood what the other party meant. Suhi had the same worries as Ji Xinghe, and when it was confirmed that Ji Xinghe would take Ji Xinghe back to the Azure Star, a Xinghe built with tungsten steel gold in an overclocked form was very necessary. Moreover, the overclocked form of Xinghe is more suitable for the gravity environment of the Azure Star than the normal mecha. But no, the tungsten steel alloy will be left on the alien planet and used on the alien planet. Ji Xinghe added, take the time to talk to Shen Mu and let him contact a mechanic on the Azure Star to use any good materials for Xinghe. Okay, when Suhi responded, he sighed in his heart, this old Ji. The matter of Xinghe was settled. When Xinghe's current body did not need to be repaired, Ji Xinghe began to design a brand new Xinghe and prepared to start building it as soon as possible. This time, he did not ask Shen Mu, who was very busy, for help, but chose to connect to the Federal Academy of Sciences on the Azure Star to seek technical support. If you have the authority but don't use it, and don't look for professionals, then you will really become a fool. The Federal Academy of Sciences brings together the most talented people in the entire Federation. All the exclusive mechas of the Ace Mecha Warriors are designed by them. Every generation of standard mechas of the Federation are almost born in the Federal Academy of Sciences. During the communication delay caused by the distance, Ji Xinghe received a message that surprised him very much. It was a mecha design drawing, and the sender was Xinghe. Ji Xinghe frowned at the first sight, because the appearance of this mecha looked too bloated, just like the previous Xinghe. It was inconvenient to talk, so I typed the reply. Where did it come from? Xinghe and I designed it together, referring to the 139 new general armor designs designed for you by the Academy of Sciences, as well as the exclusive mecha designs of Li Yuanba, Lu Oiki, K. Dillon, Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren. Is Xinghe now able to participate in the design of mechas? Ji Xinghe did not take Xingayu's words seriously, thinking that it might be a child's suggestion on the color of the mecha, and Xingayu regarded it as a joint design. He believed in Xingayu's design ability. At least more than 100 design plans and detailed drawings that Xingayu chose to refer to were all visible to him with his authority, and had extremely high reference value. This may also be one of the reasons why Tu Yuan would rather kill him than let him be captured alive. His authority is too high, and he likes to read books and study, and he knows too much. He was just a little strange. Why do you still need the settings of regular form and overclocked form? The reason we designed this for you is because we lacked resources and had no choice. Xingayu typed a reply, which was obviously text, but gave Ji Xinghe a tone of course. Because you look so handsome when you overclock, Lord. Because I look so beautiful when I overclock. When Ji Xinghe was speechless, Ji Xinghe, who was leaning over to remind him quietly, Grandpa, Xingayu is a girl. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405 The Glory of Humanity. Because the main purpose of Xingayu's birth is to help Ji Xinghe take care of Ji Xinghe, so her gender setting is female, which is very reasonable. But now it seems. Lord, do you think that this design is a waste of resources? Xingayu asked proactively. She knows Ji Xinghe very well, and there is no need to mention the past. Just say that Ji Xinghe obviously has the need and the ability to send some tungsten steel alloy back to the Blue Star to have people repair and upgrade her previous body. But for the rational use of resources, Ji Xinghe refused. Ji Xinghe is actually thinking about the gender setting of Xingayu. Pursuing beauty is a natural thing, but it is not very suitable for the battlefield. Obviously, you can just go on a killing spree, why add an overclocking link? So he replied casually, Lord, my new body shell does not need to be made of tungsten steel alloy, ordinary materials will do. It would be better if it can be made of the same material as Zanshin. And, Xingayu actually typed an ellipsis and made a paragraph. It seems to be for emphasis, and it seems that the tone is a little hesitant. I destroyed a lot of imperial mechas, so you can deduct it from my share. Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows. What's your share? Xingayu paused for 3 seconds before replying, my and Xinghe's share, of course, is in the name of the Lord, and you are in full control of it. Ji Xinghe had no way to deal with Xingayu. This guy was bolder when he was not talking to him directly. But Xingayu was right, this was indeed what she deserved. And when she turned her head, she could see Ji Xinghe's expectant and somewhat pleading eyes, and Ji Xinghe really couldn't refuse. Xingayu was right. She and Ji Xinghe both thought that Ji Xinghe looked very handsome when he was overclocked, and they both thought that Xingayu looked very beautiful when she was overclocked. Ji Xinghe is also a girl. Okay, then continue to use the previous design ideas. After getting a positive answer, Ji Xinghe cheered, hugged Ji Xinghe's shoulders, sat aside, leaned on Ji Xinghe and looked at her own bracelet. Without asking, you know that she must be chatting with Xingayu. The other mechanics in the number 66 mechanical repair area have begun to repair Champion Hao without repairing Xingayu's body. Champion Hao, whose limbs were cut off, looked much worse than Xingayu, but the difficulty of repair was much easier in comparison. At that time, in order to capture Ji Xinghe alive, the Imperial mecha did not make more complicated damage to Champion Hao's body. After the repair is completed, this mecha will be assigned to the spare mecha sequence of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Core. When the Xinghe Mecha Independent Core belongs to the number 5 base war zone, it is also the spare mecha of the number 5 base. Ji Xinghe no longer needs to drive Champion Hao. The Zanshin class he later drove in the Battle of Vulture Mountain has undoubtedly become his temporary mecha. When the new Xingayu is built, he will not drive it. Xingayu will become his spare mecha and continue to perform the task of taking care of and protecting Ji Xinghe. His main mecha is the new general armor that is expected to be completed at the same time as the new Xingayu, that is, the 3rd generation of Xingayu. But before that, Ji Xinghe still had to finalize the design plan for the third-generation Xinghe. He carefully looked at the design drawings provided by Xinghe, and with Xinghe's consent, he sent them to the Federal Academy of Sciences for technical support. Of course, the signature must be Ji Xinghe. It is precisely because of this that when Ji Xinghe was looking at the design drawings, he felt more and more uneasy. Because this design drawing of Xinghe is simply perfect. It is not the most advanced federal mecha, nor is it the most powerful federal mecha, but it is definitely the most suitable federal mecha for Xinghe, Ji Xinghe, and Ji Rongzhenyu. Many times, the most suitable is the best. Xinghe's understanding of mechas and Ji Xinghe's understanding far exceeded Ji Xinghe's own expectations. During the careful study, Ji Xinghe received 2 messages from the Blue Star Federal Academy of Sciences. Colonel Ji Xinghe, please rest assured that we will do our best. We will call the best mecha experts in the academy now. You don't have to worry about the time difference. Although it is 3 o'clock in the morning, they will jump out of bed when they hear your call, Colonel Ji Xinghe. Please wait for a moment. We will confirm the design ideas and the first draft of the design as soon as possible and send it to you for review. A colonel is naturally unworthy of such an attitude of an institution like the Federal Academy of Sciences, but he is Ji Xinghe, so this attitude is not excessive. The person in charge of sending the message was even a little uneasy after sending the message, thinking hard about whether there was anything wrong with what he said. The facts are no different from what he said. After learning that Ji Xinghe was going to redesign and build Xinghe, the academicians of the Federal Academy of Sciences, whether they were academicians of scientific disciplines or academicians of engineering, as long as they were professional academicians related to mechas, most of them jumped out of bed and called their team members as soon as possible. There was also a small number of academicians who did not rest at 3 o'clock in the morning and were conducting various research with their professional teams. After receiving the news, they immediately stopped their ongoing research work and participated in a seminar with their own wisdom, knowledge and research results. The name of the seminar is Ji Xinghe Challenge. The news about Ji Xinghe's challenge and the battle situation had been transmitted to the Blue Star just after it ended. Because of concerns about the war, the alien planet has not been notified to the entire army. But the Blue Star side didn't care. They were not on the alien planet, so it was difficult for most people to empathize with the crisis on the alien planet. The Battle of Vulture Mountain has not yet ended, and all official media of the Federation have already reported extensively on Ji Xinghe's challenge. The full battle video of Ji Xinghe's challenge, starting from when Ji Xinghe shouted that sentence in the face of the Empire's 150,000 troops, 1,320 mechas, and 2 space battleships, ended with Ji Xinghe's third noise. It was released by the official without any deletions. I'm Ji Xinghe, I'm here, I'll give you 3 hours, if you want to die, line up, come one by one, shut up, shut up, shut up. Some of the sounds were muted, such as the heart-slashing knife that Ada Kang used on Ji Xinghe, and some of the heart-slashing knives that Ji Xinghe used on Ada Kang. This is a propaganda act to boost the morale of the entire Federation, and it cannot bring fear to people. But what was not muted was the orders that Ji Xinghe issued to Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren in front of the battle, and the active communications of Ravich, Kadilin, and Li Yuanba. Of course, there were also the 6 "We Refuse" voices that excited the entire Federation when the Empire faced the challenge of Ji Xinghe from the 6 Federal Ace Mecha warriors. On the Azure Star, there is no need to mention the scene of universal celebration, and the words of praise are not very meaningful. It is worth mentioning that on the night after Ji Xinghe's challenge was made public, and in the early morning of the next day, and many, many days afterwards, many people on the Azure Star, regardless of the hard work of a day, started running at night and in the morning. Their goal is to run 10 kilometers within 35 minutes. This is a prerequisite for joining the army and being able to go to the alien planet. Among those who started running, there are teenagers, young people in their 20s, middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s, and many old people like Ji Xinghe. There are men and women. They know that they may never achieve this goal. Unscientific running training may even damage their bodies. Even if they achieve the goal, they may not be able to join the army or go to the alien planet because of inappropriate professional skills. But they just can't help wanting to run, and they don't want to stop when they run. There are also many people who don't listen to music when running. Those exciting music are completely abandoned by them. What they hear is in the name of Xinghe, invincible, one after another. Some are shouted by the living, and some are shouted by the sacrificed. Some are shouted by Ji Xinghe, Some are shouted by Han Li, and some are shouted by those whose names they can't even remember. But they remember the voices of those people, and remember the voices shouted by those people. In the name of Xing, we are invincible. Under this premise, it is only natural for the Federal Academy of Sciences to name the design seminar on the third generation Xinghe as the Ji Xinghe Challenge. The president of the Federal Academy of Sciences woke up in the middle of the night and had no time to tidy up. Before the online seminar officially started, he gave an opening speech to all the online academicians with a serious expression. I believe everyone has read the reports about Colonel Ji Xinghe and this special program, The Birth Diary of Xinghe, filmed by reporter Su, who is on the front line. It is a mecha piece together from a warehouse of abandoned parts. Just like Colonel Ji Xinghe, an old man like us, he should not have appeared on the front line of this war in the way of Ji Xinghe Challenge, but it participated in the war. Colonel Ji Xinghe drove it and created a miracle that made me so excited that I needed to take quick-acting heart-saving pills. As a person who believes in science as the highest belief, I am willing to use the word myth to describe it. Everyone present knows much more about the form of this war than the general public, so I will not go into details. I just want to say, if it really comes to the last moment, I believe Colonel Ji Xinghe will be willing to stand up and drive Xinghe to launch another Ji Xinghe challenge to the Empire. That will represent the glory of our human race and will give the survivors hope for the future and victory. Therefore, we cannot let Colonel Ji Xinghe lose. The only way we can help him is to go all out to complete the design of the third generation Xinghe. Many people say that Colonel Ji Xinghe is the pinnacle of our human mind and body skills, and many people say that our group of people is the pinnacle of human mind. Now, as the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences, I accept the challenge of Colonel Ji Xinghe on behalf of us. This is the peak collision of our human mind and body skills. This is not a seminar, it is a war. We are participating in this war, and we have been participating in this war. So we can't lose, we shouldn't lose. When the academicians were extremely excited, an old academician finally couldn't help but speak out. Are you fucking done? You say so much nonsense, and you know how to say it? It seems that you are the president? Can you hold a meeting? If you can't hold this president, then don't be the president. The president of the Federal Academy of Sciences blushed instantly and explained awkwardly, "Teacher, I am mobilizing everyone's emotions. This is necessary, and shut up." The teacher of the current president of the Federal Academy of Sciences, the previous president of the Federal Academy of Sciences, and the three-time winner of the Federal Highest Science and Technology Contribution Award. Without giving his students any face, he said in an imperative tone after scolding them, "Meeting, start immediately. Anyone who says another word that has nothing to do with the design of Xinghe will be kicked out of the channel." The seminar finally officially began, but the heated discussion suddenly stopped. Report: we received a design drawing of the third generation Xinghe. There are too many design drawings. I have 100 of them. Do you want to interrupt our discussion report for such a thing? Kick him out of the channel. But this design drawing was sent by Colonel Ji Xinghe. He designed it. The communication technician who spoke felt aggrieved. Kick me? And ignore Colonel Ji Xinghe? The channel is blown up for you. Colonel Ji Xinghe? What the hell does he know about mecha design? I don't mean to insult Colonel Ji Xinghe. He is an 8th level fitter and is really good at tools like hammers and files, but mecha design is not mecha manufacturing. Correction, the reason why Colonel Ji Xinghe is an 8th level fitter is because the highest level of fitters is 8th. I propose to restore the fitter level examination, with the highest level set at 9th, and use Colonel Ji Xinghe's hands-on ability as the assessment standard. It's like the front line said that the upper limit of the Mecha Warrior level should be increased, and a Galaxy level Mecha Warrior should be added above the Ace Mecha Warrior. Let's take a look first. Colonel Ji Xinghe participated in the design of the first and second generations of Xinghe, as well as the standard model of Xianshan and the general armor. Moreover, he is the user, and we must respect his ideas and driving habits. So the pinnacles of human mind looked at the design drawings. While looking at it, they also used artificial intelligence programs to conduct simulation tests, including tests on feasibility and performance scores. Afterwards, Ji Xinghe, who was on a foreign planet, received a second message from the Academy of Sciences of the Azure Star Federation, and the content seemed to have nothing to do with Xinghe's design plan. Colonel Ji Xinghe, our dean asked you if you are interested in becoming an academician of the Academy. Of course, it will be when you come back. Moreover, our Academy of Sciences has one of the best Mecha Warrior training institutions in the Federation, which will not affect your training of Ace Mecha Warriors for the Federation. Ji Xinghe suddenly felt that Xingayu's design drawing must have many excellent features that he could not see. So, has the Federation's best mecha warrior been replaced? Then I will be the Federation's best mechanic. Chapter 406, a new chapter in evolutionary history. The design of the third generation Xinghe was finalized much faster than Ji Xinghe expected, and far exceeded the expectations of the Federal Academy of Sciences. It was planned to hold a seminar for 3 to 5 days and 7 or 8 times, but it ended in just 2 hours. The Federal Academy of Sciences did not even make too many improvements. It can be seen that Xingayu can really be an academician of the Federal Academy of Sciences. The final design plan is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is designed with the resources owned by base number 5, and strives to complete the manufacturing of the third generation Xingayu as quickly as possible. The second stage requires the use of relevant resources transported from the Azure Star to the Alien Star, which can be regarded as an upgrade plan for the third generation Xingayu. There is a small debate that some people think that the Xingayu completed in the first stage is the third generation, and the Xingayu completed in the second stage is the fourth generation, while some people think that both stages are the third generation of Xingayu. Ji Xinghe did not participate in this debate, so the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences made the decision and determined it as the third generation Xingayu and the fourth generation Xingayu, and sent Ji Xinghe an explanation. Colonel Ji Xinghe, it's like this. The general public won't care about the complicated details. They will only think that the fourth generation must be much stronger than the third generation, and will be excited because you have a stronger mecha. This is very important for boosting our morale. Just like we divide the standard mecha into 36 generations, blah blah. By the way, regarding your work arrangements after returning to the Azure Star, my suggestion is, blah blah. Ji Xinghe ignored the so-called work arrangements. He knew very well that he was not capable of being an academician of the Federal Academy of Sciences. Among the people he was familiar with, only Shen Mu had hope. But Ji Xinghe actually had some dissatisfaction with the final design plan. The professionals of the Federal Academy of Sciences actually acquiesced that Xingayu should have an overclocking mode. No one stood up to say that this was flashy, a waste of resources, and taking off pants to fart. Is it because they all think that the overclocked Xingayu is handsome and beautiful? It seems that this group of people who claim to represent the pinnacle of human mind are not very professional. They don't even understand a principle that Chen Sun adheres to: make the best use of things and people. Standing behind Ji Xinghe, Suhi, who still looked like a robot, suddenly spoke out. Are you wondering why they didn't stop you? Did you let Xingayu keep the overclocking mode? He had just gone to see Shen Mu and told him Ji Xinghe's request and some concerns that he couldn't tell others. After getting Shen Mu's guarantee about the repair of the second generation Xingayu body, he came back to Ji Xinghe. So he didn't know that the first draft of the design plan came from Xingayu, and he thought it was Ji Xinghe's own design. But he could see Ji Xinghe's doubts, as if he had evolved into a roundworm in Ji Xinghe's stomach. After this incident, Suhi, who was said by Tu Yuan and others to be acting like a child playing house, has grown significantly. A little bit. Ji Xinghe nodded slightly. He pursued pragmatism more. And he felt that Xingayu, who needed to turn on the overclocking mode to exert its full combat power, might waste time when it was necessary to protect Ji Rongzinayu. Your battle video of Ji Xinghe challenge has been made public on the Blue Star. In the past 2 days, countless people on the Blue Star have imitated you and shouted countless times, Xingayu, overclock, Sui said, and put his bracelet in front of Ji Xinghe, on which a video had already started playing. Ji Rongzinayu, who was chatting with Xingayu, also came over, but from her uncurious and only happy look, she had already seen the video before this moment. The scene was a primary school, where a group of children were running on the playground. They didn't know how to maintain their physical strength, nor did they know how to pace when running, they just kept running. The childish voice was captured in the video. It was one after another, from the shouts of the children. Xingayu, overclocking, I want to turn on the overclocking mode, Xingayu, overclocking, Xinyan, overclocking, Xinyan, you called me wrong, it's Xingayu, overclocking, I don't have Xingayu. I want to overclock, my name is Xinyan, that is Xinyan, overclocking. When Ji Xinghe was surprised, the scene switched to a classroom, where middle school students sat upright and asked a question to the teacher in the classroom. Teacher, what does overclocking mean? The teacher on the podium answered seriously. Overclocking originally meant increasing the clock speed of an electronic component to a speed higher than the speed set by the manufacturer, thereby improving performance, but this may lead to a decrease in the stability and life of the component. Teacher, then can Grandpa Ji Xinghe be repaired? It is said on the internet that Grandpa Ji Xinghe also overclocked at that time. Did Grandpa Ji Xinghe's body also suffer damage? No, of course Xinghe can be repaired. The teacher shook his head and said, moreover, Colonel Ji Xinghe's overclocking means surpassing the limit. It is our human indomitable will that breaks the limits of the human body in our inherent cognition. It will not cause any damage, but will only make Colonel Ji Xinghe stronger and make us humans stronger. Looking at the curious students, the teacher began to lecture as if he was teaching a normal class. In the documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, Colonel Ji Xinghe said something. He said, don't believe in limits. As long as you don't believe in them, they don't exist. Before Ji Xinghe's challenge, this sentence was not recognized by most people, because in the eyes of many people, there is a huge gap in physical fitness between us humans and the gorillas of the empire. But after Ji Xinghe's challenge, Colonel Ji Xinghe let everyone see that the limits of us humans are no worse than those of the gorillas of the empire. What the gorillas of the empire can't do, we humans can do, and what we humans can do is enough to scare the gorillas of the empire. In the final desperate situation, Colonel Ji Xinghe shouted for overclocking, so he broke the limits of the human body and single-handedly destroyed 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas and 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas, causing the 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas to regard Colonel Ji Xinghe as a god and flee without looking back. From that moment on, many people believed what Ji Xinghe said. And they firmly believe that the limit of our human beings is not limited to this. It is waiting for Colonel Ji Xinghe to break it again, waiting for more people like Colonel Ji Xinghe to break it, and waiting for you to break it. The middle school students were excited, but they did not have enough confidence. They were not like those elementary school students, who would shout out without scruples while running even if they did not know the meaning of overclocking. Being more sensible means being more bound by inherent cognition. The teacher saw this, he smiled, and his tone became relaxed. Colonel Ji Xinghe is not the only one who has broken the limit. There are countless such people throughout history, as we all know. In the track and field events of the Federal Games, we Longzhou people always win gold medals. But what many people have forgotten is that many years ago, it was difficult for us Longzhou people to even enter the finals in track and field events. 84 years ago, the whole world, including us Longzhou people ourselves, believed that it was impossible for us to run under 12.91 seconds in the 110-meter hurdles in track and field events. But someone ran this historic result in a highly anticipated event and won the first world championship for us Longzhou in this event. Many people say that 12.91 seconds is the limit for us Longzhou people. But 82 years ago, that man ran a result of 12.88 seconds. When people said that this was the limit and it was impossible to break through it, that man ran a result of 12.87 seconds, once again won the world championship, once again broke the limit for us Longzhou people, and broke the limit for all mankind. Now, the results created by that man have been broken countless times. The result of 12.87 seconds is only enough to enter the finals of this event in the Federal Games. But if he had not created history and broken the limit, how could these latecomers believe that they could break the limit? Some people would say that without that man, someone else would have created this history. This is of course beyond doubt, but no matter who it is, there must be someone who truly breaks the limit in order to make people believe that the limit can be broken, and more people will be able to break the limit and make the past limit no longer a limit, just like what Colonel Ji Xinghe did. If after witnessing the history created by Colonel Ji Xinghe, you still think that it is beyond your limit and that it is something that only Colonel Ji Xinghe can do, then what is the meaning of his overclocking? A temporary victory is not a victory. Everyone wins, and victory for all generations is a complete victory. Okay, today's Chinese class has been changed to physical education class. Go find your physical education teacher. Play around or exercise, it's your choice. Teacher, we want to learn Ji family boxing. The physical education teacher said he would teach us. Teacher Wang knows Ji family boxing. He said he's learning it, then I'll learn it too. Well, let's see. The video switched to another scene, showing a group of adults running by the river. Before they shouted something like in the name of Xing, invincible, Xinghe, overclocking, Ji Xinghe pushed Suhi's hand away. Then he looked at Suhi with strange eyes. I said, don't make me too mythical. Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe through the protective mask, not knowing if he was looking directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes. You also said that you are dust and don't want to be taken to a height that doesn't belong to you by the wind. But you didn't say that you, a dust, have wings and can swim to the sky, fly to a height that no one can fly to, and fly to a height that the wind can't take you. Ji Xinghe has never been speechless as many times as today in his life. He sighed. Take off your mask and talk to me. I won't. He rarely showed his toughness in front of Ji Xinghe. Anyway, Ji Xinghe was watching from the side. How could Ji Xinghe dare to lose his temper? He continued. I am not making you a myth. It's what you have done that makes many people regard you as a real myth. Since you are the myth itself, what's wrong with you being a myth, old Ji? The overclocking shouted by these children does not seem to have any practical impact on all mankind. They are still too young. They may just be in a momentary mood and forget it after a few days, but in the long run, they will always grow up. There will always be some people who can remember them and work as hard as you do for them. When that day comes, under the pressure of Ji Xinghe's eyes, He finally took off his mask, looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes, and continued. To describe it in a very cliched way, it is, the wheel of history rolls forward, the pace of the times never stops, and the history of human evolution opened a new chapter when Colonel Ji Xinghe challenged the Empire. The name of this page is Overclocking, called, There is no limit to human beings, pa pa pa. Ji Xinghe suddenly clapped her hands, and her hands gradually turned red because she clapped too hard. What Ji Xinghe was about to say was blocked by the applause. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Do you really believe what I said? He was stunned for a moment. Which sentence? Don't believe in limits. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. He was shocked. You don't believe it? I do. He was stunned. Then why do you ask that? I believe it, so I can do it, but I don't think you all really believe this sentence. His expression became firm. Then you have the responsibility and obligation to make everyone truly believe what you said. Responsibility and obligation? Ji Xinghe, who had remained calm the whole time, pondered for a moment and then asked, Tell me, if I challenge the Empire again, will they accept it? Probably not. Below the Duke, they are all ants, and above the Duke, they are just chickens and dogs. Ada Kang will not fight with you. They can't transfer a few more princes, or the crown prince of the royal family. Ever since General Li Yuanba killed an ape who was suspected to be the crown prince of the Empire, no royal member of the Empire has come to the alien planet. What if it is a battle without armor? Shocked He turned his head and looked at Ji Xinghe, who was also shocked. Zixin, take your grandpa to the medical area quickly. Grandpa. Ji Xinghe panicked, and the little hand that had just clapped red was pressed on Ji Xinghe's forehead. I'm fine. Ji Xinghe did not stop Ji Xinghe's actions, gave Ji Xinghe a reassuring look, and then glanced at He. He asked seriously, Didn't you say that I have the responsibility and obligation to make everyone believe what I said? But if I take off my armor and fight, you are willing to defy me. But you are unwilling to believe me. Now it was He's turn to be speechless. Chapter 407 My Galaxy Mecha Independent Core. Ji Xinghe hasn't lost his temper yet. Yes, he hasn't lost his temper yet. What did he do after returning to base number 5? He first went to the medical area, and after the physical examination, he went to the machine repair area, and connected to the Academy of Sciences in his number 66 operating area. Tell me about his health first. Hearing Kentvis's question, Tang Qiao was a little confused. Ji Xinghe's physical examination report had been uploaded, and he had read it. How could Kentvis not have read it? But on second thought, Tang Qiao understood Kentvis's concerns. He must be worried that base number 5, which belongs to Long Zhao, would do something in this regard. I'm sure there is nothing wrong with his body, otherwise he wouldn't be able to work in the machine repair area for 7 consecutive hours. After resting for 5 hours, he returned to the machine repair area to work for an hour, and then went to the training area again. That's good. You continue. Kentvis was inexplicably relieved. Okay. Tang Qiao, who had been at base number 5 for less than 24 hours, had all his eyes on Ji Xinghe, so he spoke in great detail. He connected with the Academy of Sciences in the number 66 operating range and obtained technical support, and determined the design plans for the 3rd generation Xinghe and the 4th generation Xinghe. Moreover, he made the first draft of the design plan himself. Judging from the time when the Academy of Sciences confirmed the design plan, Ji Xinghe's talent and ability in mecha design surpassed Shen Mu, and he was well prepared. Kentvis also got the news and had some doubts. He asked, Is it possible that Shen Mu helped Ji Xinghe complete the design plan for the 3rd generation Xinghe, or that the Longzhou Academy of Sciences helped complete it, it's unlikely. Shenmue didn't have time. I can be sure of this. Even the creation of the third generation Xinghe was led by Ji Xinghe himself. In the past, Shenmue was also very busy. He worked an average of 17 hours a day and was forcibly sent to the medical area many times. Tang Qiao looked at Kentvis on the screen in front of him, and after a brief pause, he continued. As for Longzhou, they ignored Xinghe just like us before. They valued Ji Xinghe's new general armor more. The changes in the number 5 base war zone were too sudden. Even we didn't think that Xinghe would be damaged and would be in the current situation. They could never have imagined it, so it is unlikely that they will prepare a design plan for the third generation Xinghe. Kentvis nodded and motioned Tang Qiao to continue. After the plan was finalized, Ji Xinghe began to lead the creation of the third generation Xinghe and the repair of Champion Marcus. The overclocked form of the third generation Xinghe, that is, the main structure is made of tungsten steel alloy, and the outer layer is made of the same grade material as Zanshin. The core engine used is the 12th generation. There is no nuclear fusion reactor, and nuclear fuel cells are still used as energy. After working for 7 hours, Ji Xinghe went back to rest for 5 hours, and then returned to the machine repair area to work for an hour, and then went to the training area. The mecha warriors who participated in the Battle of Vulture Mountain have only really recovered at this time. Tang Qiao's tone was hesitant, which made Kentvis frown and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji Xinghe fought in a dust storm for the first time and destroyed 9 imperial mechas alone. When he returned to the base, he was exhausted, Tang Qiao said, but this time, he fought for 2.5 days in a row and destroyed nearly 600 imperial mechas alone, but he didn't lose strength. This is unreasonable, unscientific. Ji Xinghe, unreasonable and unscientific. Kentvis didn't care about this. He said, I have read the relevant intelligence on that day. Did Sichuan from the Xing team raise a possibility at that time? He said that Ji Xinghe's exhaustion was fake in order to get more money. Tang Qiao insisted, I think there's a problem here. What's the problem? Kentvis frowned and said, Li Yuanba said he could do it, so he must be able to do it. It's not something that only Ji Xinghe can do. What's the problem? Moreover, the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe at that time was not as good as Xinghe. He had just been on the alien planet for a short time and had no combat experience. It was not a one-on-one duel like Ji Xinghe's challenge, and it was in a dust storm with a complex combat environment. Didn't Jackson say that Ji Xinghe had 4 epiphanies, and it was normal for him to become stronger? Is that right? Since following Kentvis, Tang Qiao felt convinced for the first time. He instinctively thought that there were some problems in this, but he was really completely confused. This is normal. Whether it is Qi or the awakening of Xinghe, they are things that transcend the inherent cognition of humans. No one could have imagined that the Qi that had been mastered by no apes or monkeys in the Empire for nearly 300 years was mastered by Ji Xinghe, a human who had only been on the alien planet for less than 2 years. No one could have imagined that the artificial intelligence technology that had not made any progress in the Federation for many years suddenly had an epoch-making change in the hands of Ji Xinghe. Yes, Ji Xinghe needed money at that time, but he doesn't need it now, so he doesn't pretend anymore. Tang Qiao could only explain what he thought was unreasonable in this way. Kentvis shook his head. No, he needs money more than before. The establishment of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps will be full before he leaves the alien planet, and he definitely doesn't want the soldiers he selected to sacrifice. In this Vulture Mountain battle, those who sacrificed were members of the Galaxy team who did not have Mountain Slang class mechas. He would want to equip the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps with enough Mountain Slang class mechas. I know, I'll talk to him about this. Then how long are you going to wait? Kentvis reminded, I can't hold back the official military notification for too long. After the military notification, your conversation with him will cost a greater price. I want to wait for him to lose his temper first, Tang Qiao explained. Ada Kang has said so much information. Based on my understanding of Ji Xinghe, it is impossible for him not to lose his temper. But he hasn't lost his temper until now, which is unreasonable. It seems that you don't know Ji Xinghe that well. I'm a human being. How can I really understand a god? When you talk to him, you can't treat him as a god. I must treat him as a god. Otherwise the negotiation will not work out. The resources you give me should be enough to impress this god. Well said, do it as soon as possible. Yes. After saying a few more things, the encrypted communication was hung up. Tang Qiao hesitated for a moment, then stood up and went to the training area of base number 5. It was very lively here because Ji Xinghe was present and was selecting mecha warriors for the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. The number of active mecha warriors in the Federation far exceeded the number of active mechas, so although there were less than 200 mechas left in base number 5, the number of mecha warriors exceeded 2,000. Some of them came in the past few days to support base number 5. In the absence of mechas, these mecha warriors were used as regular troops. But this obviously could not bring out their true value, and it was also a shame for the resources invested by the Federation to train them and send them to alien planets and raise them on alien planets. So they all wanted mechas, and the Federation also wanted to equip them with mechas. However, with a shortage of resources, their greatest hope for obtaining mechas now is to join the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Of course, being able to become Ji Xinghe's soldier has become the dream of all of them. Many people were worried that Ji Xinghe would continue to stick to his previous idea and only select people from the residual company sequence. But when the selection began, their worries disappeared and they were happy about it. But what they didn't know was that Ji Xinghe's change made many people, such as Tu Yuan and Tang Qiao, feel worried. Ji Xinghe, who didn't get mad because of Ada Kang's heart-cutting knives, seemed to be accumulating enough power to support his real madness by any means. This time, it may not be just talk. So the official military notification did not come out more than a day after the real battle of the Vulture Mountain campaign ended. The external explanation is that the operation to clear the battlefield has not been completed. The real reason is that they are waiting for Ji Xinghe to express his position. Since it is a selection, there must be an examiner. The Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, which needs to select 281 mech warriors, has only one examiner, Su Chuanian. Shouldn't all the 9 ace mecha warriors of the Galaxy team, except Ji Xinghe, be sent out and then be assessed at the same time to save time? In the Battle of Vulture Mountain, in addition to Qintong, Harris, the Blind Man, the Lame Man, and Sichuanian, 4 more people of the Galaxy team got 100 gold stars, namely Andre, the Left Hand, the Deaf Man, and the Lame Man. So far, all the first-generation members of the Galaxy team have been promoted to ace mecha warriors. Such an independent corps of Galaxy Mecha expanded by the Galaxy team is naturally worthy of being fanatically pursued by everyone. What's even more strange is that Ji Xinghe has never said what the criteria for passing the selection are, but just let people take turns to challenge Sichuanian. Sichuanian, stand up, yes. When Ji Xinghe, who was standing on the sidelines, spoke indifferently, Sichuanian, who was knocked down on the training ground, gritted his teeth and climbed up. And after standing up straight, he roared. Next, a mecha warrior who lined up to enter the training ground ring looked at Sichuanian with an expression that was somewhat unbearable. Such expressions were everywhere around the training ground. They all saw Sichuanian being knocked down again and again, and then, under the command of Ji Xinghe, he got up again and again to continue fighting. From the first 35 victories, to the 52 battles that followed, he was knocked down 29 times. Everyone knew that it was not that Sichuanian, the 5th ace mecha warrior of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, could not fight, but that his physical fitness had reached its limit. But Ji Xinghe still asked him to stand up and continue fighting. While people felt a little distressed, they finally felt the stern side of Ji Xinghe, the old father of the 300,000 mecha warriors of the Federation, like all fathers. What's that look in your eyes? Sichuanian looked at the mecha warrior in front of him, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on his face. Look down on me, come on, hit me, why don't you do it, Sergeant, this is an order. After saying this, the young mecha warrior who felt sorry for Sichuanian had to go up. The federal 3rd level mecha warrior with a rank of sergeant only used 3 punches and 2 kicks to knock down an ace mecha warrior with a rank of colonel, but he didn't feel proud at all. He even felt a little humiliated, because it was not glorious at all. Sichuanian, stand up, Ji Xinghe's cold voice sounded again, making people's hearts tighten, and then suddenly became hot. Because Sichuanian really stood up, he stood firm again, his back straight, and roared again. Next, the next one came up, 3 punches and 2 kicks, and Sichuanian fell to the ground. Sichuanian, stand up, yes, Sichuanian, stand up, yes, Sichuanian, stand up, yes, Sichuanian, stand up, yes. This time, Sichuanian failed to stand up. He climbed up and fell down again. The mecha warrior who was still standing in front of him and had just defeated him wanted to step forward to help him, but was stopped by Ji Xinghe. Don't touch him, The Mecha warrior paused, and his outstretched hand stopped moving forward. He kept this posture, looked at Ji Xinghe who was walking towards the training ground with a stunned expression, and then stood at attention and saluted. After Ji Xinghe saluted in response, he stood beside Su Chuanayan, silently watching Su Chuanayan who was trying to get up but fell to the ground again. Time and time again, Su Chuanayan finally stood up slowly, his body slowly straightened, and slowly looked at Ji Xinghe standing in front of him. He didn't have the strength to wipe the sweat, his eyes were stung and his vision was a little blurred, but he recognized the man standing in front of him at a glance. The facial expression that had been out of control once again bloomed into a smile, but because he couldn't control his facial muscles, the smile looked a little ugly. In fact, Su Chuanayan's smile was not ugly at all. Corps Commander, he panted and tried his best to calm his breathing rhythm, using the physical energy that everyone thought had been exhausted, and made a loud voice. Next, is it you? Ji Xinghe's expression was calm and indifferent. He asked, can you still fight? Yes, hit me, yes. Su Chuanayan punched Ji Xinghe without hesitation. But his punch was more hesitant than ever before, like a slow motion in a movie, or like a snail trying to climb the Tower of Babel. No one would worry about Ji Xinghe. They could all see that Su Chuanayan's punch was weak and powerless. Even Ji Rongzhen couldn't hit such a punch. But this punch hit. Ji Xinghe, who was hot in the chest, didn't move at all. Su Chuanayan, who threw this punch, tried to keep his fist on Ji Xinghe's chest, and his whole body was shaking. Then, he retracted his fist and punched again. Bang! It was not the sound of the fist hitting, but the sound of Su Chuanayan falling to the ground after the punch hit. Ji Xinghe didn't support him, but just put his feet under Su Chuanayan's head. Then waved. Andre and Zuo Shou rushed up with a stretcher, lifted up the unconscious Su Chuanayan and rushed to the medical area of base number 5. Ji Xinghe's voice rang out in the quiet training area. You all want to know what the selection criteria are for my Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps? Now, I can tell you, it's very simple, just like Su Chuanayan, very simple. While people were silent because of Ji Xinghe's criteria, Tang Qiao, who was watching this special selection, was shocked. He noticed that Ji Xinghe was talking about, my Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Ji Xinghe expressed his stance. He really changed. Chapter 408 When will you lose your temper? The recruitment process for the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps officially began, and it was just as simple as Ji Xinghe said. There was not even an examiner present. I am Wang Kang, and I am launching the Galaxy Challenge. A young federal second-level mech warrior stood in the center of the training ground and shouted to the mech warriors around him. He was right, it was the Galaxy Challenge, a challenge launched with a goal of joining the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps. I'll do it, the mech warriors responded and walked towards him, and then started fighting directly. Wang Kang, who was the first to launch the Galaxy Challenge, was surprisingly knocked to the ground, but he did not end his challenge, but shouted again after losing. Next, I'll do it, next, I'll do it, next, I'll do it, being knocked to the ground again and again, and standing up again and again. Wang Kang's challenge winning rate is far lower than Su Chuanayan before, but in the eyes of the people around him, he really looks like Su Chuanayan. This guy will definitely become a member of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, and may even become a member of the Galaxy Squad. The difference between the two is very big for the more than 2,000 Mecha warriors in the training area of base number 5. The very simple organizational structure of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps has been made public by Chen Sun. Unlike the 3 Mecha battalions that were temporarily formed during the Battle of Vulture Mountain, the Galaxy Mecha Corps actually has only 10 squads, each with 30 Mecha warriors. Of course, Ji Xinghe, the Corps commander, is not included in the organization of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. In addition to Chief of Staff Chen Sun, the ace Mecha warriors of the original Galaxy Squad all became team captains. Captain Qin Tong of Team 1, Captain Harris of Team 2, Captain Li Lin, blind, of Team 3, Captain Wang Jiyue, crippled, of Team 4. Su Chuanayan, Andre, the deaf, the lame, and the left hand. The Mecha squad led by 9 ace Mecha warriors should have been the one that everyone was scrambling to join. But because the 10th team of the Xinghe team, or the only team with a name, is the Xinghe team led by the regiment commander Ji Xinghe himself, so the real goal of the people is obvious. I am Kwikele, I challenge the Xinghe team, another Mecha warrior shouted and marked out a ring, so people lined up one by one and rushed towards him. I'm Xiao's Handy, and I'm launching the Galaxy Challenge, Wait a minute, Lao Zhao, you're not a mecha warrior, you're a scout. Don't make trouble here, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun is watching. My synchronization rate test is 88%. As long as there is a mecha with a cockpit that uses neural link technology, I can become a mecha warrior. That thing is very scarce right now, and I can't get it for the time being. Don't make trouble, but I want to join Colonel Ji Xinghe's Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. This hit me, Zhao Zhendi said angrily. I don't like you guys all the time. Do you really think you are so good at fighting? I'm going to tell you today that the most capable soldier is the scout. Fuck, if you say that, I'm going to beat you up. Come on, the fight started on this side, and the fight started on the other side too. I'm Luki, I'm launching the Galaxy Challenge. Luki, don't make trouble, your mechanical leg has just been installed, don't break it. Are you afraid of my mechanical leg? I don't use it, are you serious? I'm serious, come on, come on. One after another, Mecha Warriors, or elite soldiers of non-Mecha Warriors, launched the Galaxy Challenge in the training area of base number 5. This scene made Wang Wei, the person in charge of base number 5, feel distressed, because these people were really fighting, which was more real than the usual actual combat training. Old Chen, is it really meaningful for you to do this? Wang Wei came to the side of Chen Sun and Suhi. There were only 2 of them in the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, watching people's spontaneous selection in the training area. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, which is about to have 300 Mecha Warriors, certainly cannot have only 300 Mecha Warriors. Even as a rapid response tactical Mecha team, some of the necessary organizations should be matched. Because of Ji Xinghe, Suhi also got a formal organization and was named a communications officer. It is hard to say whether it is good or bad, but what is certain is that any activities carried out by Suhi in base number 5 or other places in the future will be attributed to Ji Xinghe. This can be regarded as a shackle imposed on Ji Xinghe by the senior military officials after seeing Ji Xinghe's statement. It can be simply understood as a reminder, it is okay to make trouble, but you must know when to stop. From a certain perspective, this is a great improvement. In the past, when the senior officials knew that Ji Xinghe was going to make trouble, they would suppress him more or less. Of course, it makes sense, Chen Sun responded expressionlessly, can't you see it? I can see it. You need the strongest willpower. Wang Wei looked at the challengers who were knocked to the ground one after another on the training ground, and grimaced in pain, but in fact, there are many ways to test their willpower, and who can come to the alien planet and become a Mecha warrior without a strong willpower? If you do this, many people will get hurt, let them get hurt. The instructor said something to me on my first day in the army. Chen Sun looked at the training ground and said, more sweat in peacetime, less blood in war. I would rather they get hurt in training than die on the battlefield, Suhi added. This level of injury is completely fine with our medical level. I have consulted, then who will be responsible for the extra expenditure of medical resources? Wang Wei wanted to ask this question, but he didn't dare to ask. The 2 people in front of him, one always had a blank expression, as if everyone owed him money. The other held a pen in his hand, and he always said that there were 3 billion people watching behind me. He didn't dare to ask when 300 million people were watching, so how could he dare to ask now that there are 3 billion people? But strong willpower alone is not enough, Wang Wei said again, look at the guy named Wen Kang. I admit that his willpower is very strong, and ranks among the best among those I have ever met. But he fought 23 games and lost 16. Yes, you selected Mecha Warriors to fight through armor, but the question is this level of combat awareness really enough? Why not? Chen Sun asked back, and continued to ask without waiting for Wang Wei to answer. Last year, did you think that the blind man, the lame man, Sichuan, Andre and others could become ace Mecha Warriors? Wang Wei was stunned by the question. And he wanted to answer, I hadn't even heard of their names last year, so how could I know if they could do it? Wang Kang, Kui Clay, Zhao Zhendi, Luki, Sui said, these people are very similar to the blind man and the lame man before. They are all unknown. But as you said just now, those who can become Mecha Warriors are all the elite among the elite. Well, Zhao Zhendi, the scout, is also the elite among the elite. So, all they lack is an opportunity. Opportunity, Wang Wei frowned and said, they all had opportunities, but they didn't seize them. Luki's legs became mechanical legs. You want to take Lao Ji's army and give them opportunities that may be completely meaningless. I only agree with 5 words of your words, Suhi explained. The opportunity I said is different from the opportunity you said. Wang Wei thought for a while, then asked, what you mean, old leading new? Yes, old leading new. Veterans can bring a lot of help to recruits, so our mecha warriors will spray gold stars on their mechas to attract more firepower and give recruits a chance to grow. Sui pondered for a moment and continued, when it comes to old people leading new people, no one is better than Lao Ji, not even General Li Yuanba. Chen soon added, morale, confidence, and victory, with these, they can grow up. Of course, there is also Lao Ji's special training. Wang Wei was still a little worried. I believe in Lao Ji, but except for the Xing team, aren't the other teams led by Qin Tong and others? We can't follow Lao Ji. What if we can't lead them out? Qin Tong and the others must have learned something from following Lao Ji for such a long time. As for whether they can lead them out or not, Chen soon looked at those people on the training ground, his eyes calm to the point of indifference. If anyone is sacrificed, we will replenish them. Sooner or later, they will be able to lead them out. Wang Wei was silent, and after a long while he asked again. Is it really good that Lao Ji has become like this? Su He frowned and asked back, didn't you always want Lao Ji to understand that there will be casualties in war? Now that he understands it, you think it's inappropriate. What do you mean by you and us? Comrades Io Su, there is a big problem with your thinking, Wang Wei criticized and reminded him, and then said, Lao Ji has actually always understood this truth, but he was unwilling to do so before, so many people call him the old father of 300,000 federal mecha warriors. If he changes, you are wrong, Chen soon responded on behalf of Sui, looked at Wang Wei and said seriously, Lao Ji has not actually changed. He will do the same thing as he did before. What you think is a change is actually the inevitable change brought about by the growth of the Galaxy team. What do you mean? Qin Tong and the others can no longer make any progress following Lao Ji. They must stand on their own. Their current strength has reached the point where they must stand on their own, otherwise it would be a waste of resources. Chen soon calmly stated the principles he has always adhered to. Since the Galaxy Squad has become the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, Lao Ji will not be able to keep all his soldiers. The sacrifices in the Battle of Vulture Mountain will continue to appear in the future. Unless we stop fighting, but this is impossible. Therefore, Qin Tong and his team must go one step further. The Galaxy Mech Independent Corps must have more people grow up. Su He added, the sacrifices now are to reduce the sacrifices in the future, so that we don't have to sacrifice again after victory. Whether Lao Ji changes or not, he has always known this truth. After listening to the explanation, Wang Wei understood some of it, but there were still some questions he didn't understand. After hesitating for a while, he simply asked directly. It's not that important whether it changes or not. Just tell me directly, when is Lao Ji going to get mad? Chen Sun and Sui said in unison, I don't know, really, I really don't know. Otherwise, why don't you ask Lao Ji directly? If you don't dare to ask Lao Ji directly, you can try to ask Xinghe. She is a child. If she knows, she might tell you without restraint. Wang Wei was angry. I won't ask any more. You can get mad or not, but you can't get mad at me anyway. Wang Wei didn't dare to ask directly, but someone dared to ask directly, and it was a person who even Ji Xinghe felt surprised. In the medical area of base number 5, Ji Xinghe was waiting for all members of the Xing team to complete the brain-computer interface installation surgery. If it weren't for Ada Kang's desperate gamble, they should have started training to use new technologies to drive mechas now. It's a little late, but not too late. Colonel Ji Xinghe, Tang Qiao walked up to Ji Xinghe's back and asked softly, why haven't you done the synchronization rate test yet? Are you worried that the test results will not be satisfactory, or do you think you don't need new technology? Ji Xinghe, who was holding Ji Rongzhenayu's hand, didn't even turn his head. He knew it the moment Tang Qiao arrived at base number 5. Wang Wei even asked him if he wanted to drive Tang Qiao away directly, but he refused. I will test it today, you can watch from the side, thank you. Tang Qiao looked at Ji Rongzhenayu who was staring at him, showed a smile that he thought was full of kindness, and then looked at the back of Ji Xinghe's head. Colonel Ji Xinghe, there are some things I want to tell you alone, okay? Ji Xinghe still didn't turn around. He was looking at the brain-computer interfaces installed on the back of Qin Tong and others' heads through the window very seriously, as well as the reactions of Qin Tong and others after the installation was completed. If my granddaughter can listen to it, just say it directly. If my granddaughter can't listen to it, there's no need to say it. Tang Qiao suddenly smiled bitterly. I suspect that you just want to find an opportunity to beat me to death. For example, I said something wrong, you think too highly of yourself and the people behind you, Kenthus, I, and those people, don't deserve to be beaten to death by you personally? Yes, beating us to death without direct evidence is illegal and it's really not worth it. Tang Qiao took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked directly. Colonel Ji Xinghe, when are you going to lose your temper? P.S. I'm not taking the college entrance examination, but I'm adding more chapters for the bug friends in the group who are taking the college entrance examination this year. I have the final say. I wish you all academic success. Chapter 409. 4 years later, you become marshal. When Ji Xinghe looked at Ji Xinghe with curious and worried eyes, Ji Xinghe knew that he should answer this question. When the dust storm ends, hearing this answer, Tang Qiao frowned and thought, and then gave his analysis. Do you want to wait until the crisis of base number 5 is completely resolved? According to the analysis of the General Staff, the Empire will launch another attack on base number 5 during the dust storm, and it is very likely that only the Mecha Corps will be sent. Ji Xinghe did not respond and continued to look at the other side of the window. Tang Qiao spoke to himself. The dust storm is expected to appear in a month. During this period, the Empire is likely to launch an attack in advance because they know very well how strong your combat effectiveness is in the dust storm. Moreover, with an extra month, base number 5 can repair many mechas and transform many imperial mechas suitable for our mecha warriors, so, I don't think we should be optimistic. The Empire's military strength far exceeds that of our Federation. Just relying on the analysis of the Empire's recent military losses, we cannot make an accurate assessment of the military strength of the Empire that possesses the jump gates technology. And Ada Kang, he is actually a lunatic, you should know this very well. Also, this large-scale dust storm will last for at least a month. We in Longzhou have a saying that the longer the night, the more dreams you have. In the 2 months before and after, there are too many possible changes. Tang Qiao hesitated and continued, especially the marshal, he will step down during the dust storm. If you lose your temper after the dust storm, I don't think you can achieve the effect you want. Ji Xinghe finally turned around directly. His body stood straight. If Ji Xinghe's height had not exceeded 1.3 meters, he really couldn't maintain this military posture while holding Ji Xinghe's hand. He lowered his head slightly and looked down at Tang Qiao, and asked, what do you think? What effect do I want to achieve? Tang Qiao looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were obvious, but his eyes were extremely clear and bright, like reflected light, and it seemed that these eyes were glowing. Tang Qiao's eyes were stung and a little painful. Inexplicably, Tang Qiao thought of Ji Xinghe's name, and a literary saying suddenly flashed through his mind, the Milky Way flows in the sky. When you look at it from a distance, it is quiet and refreshing. When you look closely, you will know that it is the violence of infinite stars. He blinked and said, it's better to hit with one punch to avoid 100 punches. I think you will really punch out this time. The calm voice sounded again. Then how many people do you think I can kill with this punch? Tang Qiao's body began to tremble slightly, and he forced himself to stabilize his tone. 7. Is it important? It's important to most people. They are high above and unattainable, but for you, it's not that important. Are you one of them? In a trance, a thunder suddenly exploded. Ji Xinghe's soft whisper made Tang Qiao's whole body tremble obviously, as if he had an epileptic seizure, but he finally stood still and answered. It depends on your mood. Just 4 words. Tang Qiao's back was already sweating profusely, but the expected questions did not follow, and he heard Ji Xinghe's calm voice again. What if, I want to throw a few more punches? Tang Qiao kept taking deep breaths, the frequency was so fast that it seemed like he was panting. 10 seconds after hearing the question, he finally regained control of his body. Although you are the first galaxy-level mecha warrior in the Federation and the first recipient of the Galaxy Medal, unfortunately, you only have the opportunity to throw one punch. Really? Yes. Ji Xinghe was silent for a while. The sudden silence made Tang Qiao's body tremble again, as if he had returned to the time when he asked the question just now, are you one of them? But the voice that finally rang out made Tang Qiao feel relieved again. I know Galaxy level. What is the Galaxy Medal? As the name suggests, the Medal of Honor named after you surpasses the honors of Special Merit and Special Combat Hero, and is at the same level as the Azure Medal, the highest level of military medal in the Federation. Moreover, it is the first military medal named after a person in the history of the Federation. Tang Qiao's trembling body began to return to normal, but his sudden long-winded words showed that he was not completely relaxed. His nerves were highly tense and then suddenly relaxed, tense again and relaxed again. He was about to collapse, and when Ji Xinghe was silent, he forced himself to find words and began to explain what even Ji Xinghe knew. The Azure Medal was posthumously awarded to the Marshal's eldest son, General Li Yi, after the battle that determined the air supremacy over the alien planet. After that battle, we had the final say in the sky over the alien planet. But it was not named after General Li Yi, nor was it named after the fleet he commanded or the ship he was on. Some people say that it's because his name is inappropriate, but in fact, it's just because he is the Marshal's son, just like General Li Yuanba. His record is actually better than yours, but just because he is the Marshal's son, he can't get the honor he deserves. General Li Yi's name, like General Li Yuanba's, was changed later. Because General Li Yuanba was formerly called Li Yuan, he changed his name to Li Yi. It is said that he wanted to come to the alien planet to reinforce. Later, he died, and General Li Yuan changed his name to Li Yuanba. However, the Galaxy Medal is just a proposal now, and it has not been confirmed that it will be awarded to you. After Tang Qiao had been talking a lot, he finally found his confidence. After regaining his composure, he did not dare to look into Ji Xinghe's eyes, but looked directly at Ji Xinghe's chin. He revealed a trump card. The person I sent here can help you get the Xinghe Medal. Ji Xinghe's expression did not change at all. The moment his lips opened and closed, Tang Qiao felt as if he had lost his temper and his body was about to fall to the ground. Can a dead man take over the position of Marshal? Tang Qiao's expression was extremely stunned, and then he became extremely shocked, and then he even smiled inexplicably. Ha ha ha, of course not. While speaking, Tang Qiao simply squatted down. He wanted to squat on the ground like the people of Longzhou, so as not to fall to the ground in embarrassment, but the Longzhou squat was still too difficult for the people of Yingzhou. So Tang Qiao sat down directly on the ground. This action suddenly made him relax. It was already like this, so what was there to be nervous about? Before today, he had never thought that when he saw Ji Xinghe again, he would be able to feel the aura and pressure that he had only seen in novels. They were both colonels, so why was there such a big difference? Because of Ji Xinghe's challenge? Because of his Galaxy Mecha Independence Corps? Because he had 9 ace mecha warriors under his command, and 3 ace mecha warriors who were not under his control in name, but would accept his orders without hesitation, which many people regarded as suicide orders? Those 3 almost became the first generation of Galaxy-class mecha warriors in the Federation. Ji Xinghe, who killed Vulture Mountain with 1 sword, also killed many people like Tang Qiao with 1 sword, didn't he? But, Tang Qiao, who had given up everything, sat on the ground with his hands on the ground, looking up at Ji Xinghe from a lower angle, and also looking up at Ji Xinghe. His language function was fully restored. You just said that it's not worth it. Ji Xinghe looked down at Tang Qiao. You should have heard a saying, you must first stabilize the country before you can resist foreign aggression. I've heard of it, but I don't think you are that kind of person. What kind of person am I? As long as you can destroy the empire, you will unite all the forces that can be united, including you, including us. We are also willing to be united by you. Do you want me to let bygones be bygones? No, I will give the explanation I promised before. This is just to allow the Marshal to step down smoothly. That is an explanation to the Marshal. Before, we never thought about giving you an explanation, and now, we will give you an explanation that will satisfy you. For example, Galaxy Medal. Tang Qiao took out the trump card he had just revealed without sincerity, but added an explanation to reveal the true face of this trump card. The Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior is indeed named after you, but it only involves Mecha Warriors. How many Mecha Warriors are there in the Federation? If this war only had Mecha Warriors, we would have lost long ago. But the Galaxy Medal is different. It will become the highest level military medal in the Federation, the most precious military medal, and all branches of the military will be proud to obtain it. Including those generals. The Azure Medal is limited to the space fleet, but the Galaxy Medal will not have any limitations. Colonel Ji Xinghe, you should know a saying, an ordinary man can be a teacher for hundreds of generations, and a single word can be a law for the world. Before, people targeted ace mecha warriors, special merits, and special combat heroes. Afterwards, people will target you. You are the pioneer of honor, and there will be countless people willing to follow you just because of your name. Tang Qiao did not see the expectant expression on Ji Xinghe's face, so he flipped over another trump card and pushed it out. Such a Galaxy Medal is worthy of a general rank. Of course, The first Galaxy-class Mecha warrior is also worthy of a general rank, but there is a gap between generals and generals. Ji Xinghe, who had listened for a long time, spoke again with a calm tone, as if what he heard had nothing to do with him. He asked, "They said they would give me a major general rank, so you are going to give me a lieutenant general?" "A lieutenant general with real power," Tang Qiao emphasized, thinking of the resources that Kentwis had given him. And his confidence continued to increase. "You have always wanted a space battleship. For the space battleship, you saved 17 fewer Mecha warriors in the Battle of Vulture Mountain. Of course, from my point of view and the point of view of almost everyone else, your choice was not wrong at all, but very wise. But will the 2 Imperial space battleships you seized really be given to you? The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps at that time was not your Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. You should know the difference better than me. I can. The people who let me come can guarantee that you can get one of the space battleships, and your Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps will become the first Mecha Corps in history to have a space battleship." "Corps Commander, Captain, this is not all the real power of the Lieutenant General." Tang Qiao still did not see Ji Xinghe's moved expression, so he continued to reveal his trump card. As he said to Kentvis, the resources Kentvis gave him were enough to move even the gods. 300 neural link technology mecha kits, 100 Xianshan-class mechas, plus the spoils of this battle. You can gather 300 Xianshan-class mechas with neural link cockpits. If you need crew members, we can give you the best people in the entire Federation. Please rest assured that they will obey you. I believe that with your leadership charm, even if there are our people in it, they will become your people. Isn't it enough?" Tang Qiao, who was sitting on the ground, slowly stood up. He finally had the courage to stand in front of Ji Xinghe and look directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes. "So, Colonel Ji Xinghe, do you want to be a marshal?" Ji Xinghe's pupils shrank slightly. Tang Qiao noticed this, he laughed in his heart, and continued to explain the cards he had revealed. "If General Tu Yuan takes over as marshal, the next marshal will definitely not be from Longzhou. In comparison, although the 70-year-old marshal has exceeded the retirement age by 5 years, with your physical condition and the military exploits you will achieve in the next 4 years, there is really no problem. Colonel Ji Xinghe, please don't belittle yourself. You actually have a strategic level thinking. The heart-slaying knife is a strategic level swordsmanship. How can you not have strategic level ability to create such a swordsmanship? And it is not as difficult as you think to coordinate the overall situation." Tang Qiao paused slightly and said directly, "Just like Kent Weiss, in my opinion, he is far inferior to you in many aspects. There is no need to say much about his personal combat power. In terms of leadership charisma, I can say this to you about him. You should be able to understand that he actually has no leadership charisma. But he is now a 3-star admiral, and he is a strong contender for the next marshal. Why? 4 words, know people and use them well. I heard a saying the day before yesterday, wherever the galaxy goes, victory will follow. The galaxy is your galaxy, Ji Xinghe. You can completely regard yourself as a banner. You only need to point in a direction, and countless people will bring you victory at all costs. But the premise of all this is that you must become a powerful lieutenant general this year. And, don't go back to the Blue Star." Tang Qiao looked down at Ji Rongzhenyu, then looked up at Ji Xinghe. "They didn't ask me to say the last sentence, I want to say it myself. I personally think this is very important. It may turn this big pie into pie in the sky." Ji Xinghe also lowered his head, looked at Ji Rongzhenyu, and held Ji Rongzhenyu's hand with a little force. "Go back to the Blue Star to accompany my granddaughter for a few years, or use a few years to lay an important foundation for myself to become a federal marshal? This should not be a problem for anyone. For Ji Xinghe, this is certainly not a problem." He asked softly, "Tang Qiao, do you want to die?" "I don't want to, but I don't have to die, unless you kill me now, but this is really not worth it for you. Including the 7 people I mentioned, they don't have to die, but it's more painful than death." "Then let me ask it another way, do you want to leave this war?" Tang Qiao hesitated, and then his tone was firm. "No. Not bad, then you don't have to die." Ji Xinghe seemed not to hear Tang Qiao's emphasis just now. He continued to ask, "Then do you know how you can stay in this war and play your due role?" "I know. It depends on whether you are willing to become a powerful lieutenant general." "No." Ji Xinghe looked into Tang Qiao's eyes. "There is another way." Tang Qiao was silent. He did know another way. Chapter 410 The second 100% synchronization rate. Why did you join the army? Tang Qiao stood in front of Ji Xinghe, lost in memories. When he was a child, he thought people in military uniforms were very handsome, and he also wanted to be handsome. When he grew up, he felt that being a soldier would give him endless bullets, unlike the guns in his home, where he could never shoot to his heart's content. When he went to college, he had given up the idea of joining the army, because the alien war had already begun, and many people had sacrificed their lives on the alien battlefield. In the reports he read on the Blue Star, the imperial guerrillas were described as a scourge. He was afraid. Anyway, there was a tall man in front of him, and the imperial guerrillas could not hit the Blue Star, so he just had to seize the time and live well. But he joined the army before graduation. Why? Tang Qiao remembered a funeral. There was no body, only photos of his classmates, and brand new military uniforms neatly stacked in the coffin. He took that photo, and that brand new military uniform was one his classmate had never worn, but the military medals on the uniform were personally won by his classmate. After that funeral, he and many of his classmates gave up graduation. The young people's uncooled passion made them resolutely choose to join the army. But after arriving on the alien planet, many of them regretted it. This war was harder to fight than they expected. In the era when the Federation had not yet gained air supremacy on the alien planet, human life was worthless. He was afraid again, so he worked hard to become a staff officer, and a staff officer who did not have to go to the battlefield. But for more than 10 years, he has never really left the battlefield, and he doesn't want to leave the battlefield. Because of that funeral? Because the classmates who joined the army with him have all died and there is no funeral? Or because he has seen too many sacrifices with his own eyes, and his heart has been stained by the blood that cannot stain his clothes and body? Or maybe it is to expand the pattern to explain, for the Federation and for all mankind, he should not leave this war. I'll give you some time to think about it. Ji Xinghe looked at Tang Qiao, who was in deep thought, and said, I said that I will go crazy when the dust storm is over, so, you didn't listen to what I said just now? Tang Qiao suddenly became angry. He thought he had the resources that would move even the gods, but he didn't expect the gods to be dismissive. Ji Xinghe, this time he didn't add the colonel, just like when he questioned and ordered Ji Xinghe before, his tone rose. Do you really think that as long as you lose your temper when the marshal leaves office, Tu Yuan will be able to take over as marshal? It's not important, Ji Xinghe said softly. The important thing is that as long as I don't lose my temper, you will all be afraid of my anger. Haha. Tang Qiao seemed to have truly returned to normal. He sneered at Ji Xinghe twice and said, you think your anger is a nuclear weapon. If it doesn't explode, everyone will be afraid. It's just a nuclear weapon. It didn't kill me twice, but if I lose my temper, someone will definitely die. You are really a little cow sitting on the power grid. Tang Qiao, who had truly recovered, did not say this sentence. Whether before or now, he didn't dare to say such words in front of Ji Xinghe. In addition, with the presence of the child Ji Rongzhenyu, he couldn't say it even more. I've said before, no one will die because of your rage. They will just lose the resources they have now. Besides, they are not that important. Perhaps, you all don't know how I'm going to rage. Take your Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and attack the South Heaven Gate? Sorry, you can't lead the troops up. Or ask Anakin for some evidence that it must have kept? Sorry, no one will admit it. There will only be a war of words that will last for several years. Or, surrender to the Empire and become King Ji? I have to say, this is the stupidest. What if I go up alone? Ha ha ha. Tang Qiao laughed out loud. You think you are the Monkey King? That's the South Heaven Gate. The Monkey King can't hit the South Heaven Gate without the Rui Jingu Bang, and you can enter the South Heaven Gate without the Mecha, so what's the harm? Ji Xinghe also wanted to laugh, but he didn't laugh, just looked at Tang Qiao quietly. Tang Qiao felt Ji Xinghe's confidence, but he couldn't figure out where this confidence came from. Within 7 steps, people are faster than guns? Let's not talk about whether some people will appear within 7 steps of Ji Xinghe. Even if they do, so what? The power of individual exoskeleton armor is not something that mortals can contend with. Even if you can do it, a dead person can't become a marshal, but do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Not only your consequences, but there are more consequences that you and Tu Yuan can't bear, so I'm going to go crazy after the dust storm. Will you be able to bear it by then? You can wait until then to make a decision, but unfortunately, I can wait, but you can't. Tang Qiao was silent. He never thought that he, who came to persuade Ji Xinghe, would be persuaded by Ji Xinghe. After a long while, Tang Qiao looked into Ji Xinghe's eyes and asked, are you willing to believe me, You said that I would unite all the forces that can be united. I was just flattering you and guiding you with words. Is it possible that you actually guessed it right, but you are not willing to unite them? That means they cannot be united and are not worthy of being united, so the final right of interpretation belongs to you. In that case, will I die ugly? It depends on you. After another conversation, Tang Qiao was silent again. He understood that the key to the problem was not whether Ji Xinghe was willing to believe him, but whether he was willing to believe Ji Xinghe. It had nothing to do with how Ji Xinghe would treat him, but to what extent Ji Xinghe could do it. The real victory seemed too far away no matter how you looked at it. How long could Ji Xinghe's strength last? When will you test the synchronization rate? Now. Yeah, the topic was suddenly diverted, and the two people ended it as if what they had just said was nonsense, as if there was no conclusion. Ji Rong, Xinhou and Xingyu, the only two who were able to sit in on the meeting, were a little confused. The world of adults is so complicated. The news that Ji Xinghe was going to test the synchronization rate attracted a lot of attention. When the neural link technology had already shown its incredible power, some people had already called for a revolution in mecha warriors. Yu Ren, who became an ace mecha warrior in just a few months, didn't even have the chance to become a mecha warrior before. But now, he has become the third-ranked ace mecha warrior in the unofficial combat power of the entire Federation. The ranking is based on what they said about the time limit of Ji Xinghe's challenge. Ji Xinghe Li Yuanba are in their own class, followed by Han Li Caitlin, and Luo Wiki Jackson Yu Ren. The rest of the ace mecha warriors, including Qin Tong, Harris, and other veteran ace mecha warriors, are not as good as them. Because it involves issues related to mecha performance and mecha driving methods, this ranking is unofficial. Yu Ren initially drove a mecha of the same level as Zhan Shan, and now it has been upgraded to an exclusive mecha for ace fighters, and all use neural link technology. Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, the cripple and others, however, still have not been able to get their exclusive mechas for ace fighters, nor have they used neural link technology. But in any case, it has become a recognized fact that mecha fighters that use neural link technology are generally stronger than mecha fighters that use the previous generation of driving technology. It is only a matter of time before they are replaced. Will Ji Xinghe be replaced? In base number 5, people who are queuing up for synchronization tests or undergoing brain-computer interface implantation surgery began to discuss it first. I've looked at the synchronization rankings of the current tests. The first is General Li Yuanba, who has reached a maximum of 100%. He is currently the only one who can achieve a 100% synchronization rate. The average score is also around 98%. The test results of Colonel Ravich and Colonel Caitlin both reached a maximum of 99%, with an average score of 96%. They are worthy of being men with nuclear-powered reactor mechas. Colonel Han Li's highest score is also 99%, with an average of 96%. I guess his mecha will soon have a nuclear-powered reactor, that's for sure. Colonel Yu Ren's highest score is only 96%, and his average synchronization rate can only be stabilized at 93%, but he is still so powerful. If Colonel Han Li uses neural link technology, he will definitely be even more powerful. Do you think that after using the new technology, can Colonel Han Li and his men beat Colonel Ji Xinghe? No way. Colonel Yu Ren will definitely not be able to beat Colonel Ji Xinghe. Colonel Han Li and his men have only increased their synchronization rate by 2%. Is the combat effectiveness so exaggeratedly improved? But many people say that Colonel Han Li and his men have stronger combat awareness than Colonel Yu Ren. The combination of the two should be about the same. What are you talking about? Colonel Ji Xinghe can also use new technology. Their combat effectiveness can be improved, and Colonel Ji Xinghe will naturally improve as well, but Colonel Ji Xinghe is already 66 years old. What's wrong with being 66 years old? Can you beat Colonel Ji Xinghe? If 100 of you come at me together, can you beat him? I can't beat him, but the aging and degeneration of the nervous system is irreversible. If Colonel Ji Xinghe's nervous system has aged and degenerated, why can't 100 of you beat him? Our bodies are controlled by our consciousness through the nervous system. If the nervous system is not working, why is Colonel Ji Xinghe so fast? And so explosive? What you said makes sense. But in addition to the synchronization rate, there is another key factor in using neural link driving technology. What key factor? Stress resistance. It's the load pressure that our nervous system can withstand when driving a mecha. Why haven't I measured it? Don't talk nonsense, because we are all young, we don't need to be tested, and we are all at normal levels. But Colonel Ji Xinghe wants to be tested. People's discussions have nothing to do with the test itself. In the test area, Ji Xinghe was surrounded by a group of people, including members of the Xing team, Wang Wei, Tang Qiao, and some other people. They all gathered together as if they had nothing to do. It was because of them that Ji Xinghe's synchronization test became the focus of everyone's attention. This is indeed something worthy of everyone's attention. The difference is that under normal circumstances, people only need to get the results and do not need to participate in the process. The test begins. Ji Xinghe, who entered the test equipment, felt a little uncomfortable when he felt the probe entering his body. His body suddenly seemed to be out of control. But he did not panic. These are all normal situations. Everyone will have this feeling during the test. It's just that he will feel it more clearly, because before, he can achieve almost complete control over his body. Colonel Ji Xinghe, can you see the image clearly? Yes. Ji Xinghe, who had his eyes closed, saw training ground with a mecha standing in front of him. Please follow the mecha in your sight and make corresponding movements. Yes, the mecha began to move slowly, and Ji Xinghe tried to control his body to imitate it. But in fact, his body did not make these movements completely, and it was like a weird beast. This was because part of his intention to make those movements in his mind was intercepted by the probe and transmitted to the test system. The real-time synchronization rate results were displayed in front of everyone through the screen outside the test equipment. 23%. Ji Xinghe's expression became worried. The blind man next to him whispered, "It's always like this. They're all very low at the beginning. When I tested it, it was said that the synchronization rate was only 16% at the beginning. Don't brag, I saw it very clearly at the time. It was only 12%. Mine was 16%. Xinghe, don't play with your blind uncle, he loves to lie." Sichuan, I think you haven't been beaten enough. I really haven't been beaten enough. To be honest, my strength has improved greatly after the last fight. When I am fully recovered tomorrow, I will fight another game, no, 100 games, then let me help you, just you, I'm not mocking you. What can you do if you come together? Do you really think I'm an ox or horse? I'm the oxen and horse general. You wait, all of you wait. As he spoke, Ji Xinghe suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, 56%, no hurry, this is just the beginning. I'm going to say this, Lao Ji's synchronization rate will definitely reach 100%. Anyone want to bet? The betting will be closed in 3 minutes. Xinghe, let's be partners, and I'll buy you chocolates with all the money we make, Sichuan said, and really opened the bracelet screen, as if he was going to make a record. I bet 100, I bet 100 too. The people from the Xing team actually started betting, but from the amount they bet and the fact that they didn't even ask Sichuan about the odds, it was clear that they just wanted to buy chocolates for Ji Xinghe. When the 3 minutes were up, Sichuan actually earned 53,200 contribution points. Xinghe, I'll buy you chocolate now, but the test isn't over yet, it's already 89%, there are still 5 minutes left, buy it early and eat it early. The two of us will eat it with your grandfather, not for them. Uncle Sue, you're not doing this right. What's wrong? You're cheating money. Ha ha ha. There were more and more laughs, and people were all smiling, because Ji Xinghe's synchronization rate had reached 97%. This is already a 1 in a million result. Even the Galaxy team, which has 9 ace mecha warriors, had never achieved this result before. The best results were Qin Tong and Harris, with the highest synchronization rate of 96%. The best results of the blind and the lamia were only 95%. Whether it can be improved or not is no longer important. Ji Xinghe is still the strongest of the Galaxy team, which is enough for the Galaxy team. They still need Ji Xinghe to stand in front of them, but they firmly believe that one day they will be able to stand in front of Ji Xinghe. However, Ji Xinghe's test results are still improving. 100%, I know it. When the synchronization rate test was over, Sichuan shouted, and he even wanted to stop the technicians from stopping the test. Don't stop, let Lao Ji show you what a synchronization rate that exceeds the limit is. Colonel Sichuan, what you said is not scientific at all. You want to use science to explain the unscientific. Ji Xinghe, but our test instrument has a maximum reading of 100%, then you should change it quickly. The test was not over, but the synchronization rate test was indeed over. Sichuan's suggestion was not adopted because it was just a test and not a real application of neural link driving technology. The next test was the stress resistance value. The smiles on the faces of those who had just seen the best results gradually converged. They all knew that the most critical thing for Ji Xinghe was not the synchronization rate test, but the stress resistance value. This test determines the stable range of Ji Xinghe's synchronization rate and the time he can use the neural link driving technology. In addition, the damage to his nervous system after using this technology many times. Ji Xinghe also knew this, so he was hesitating. Should I use Qi? Chapter 411 Tang Qiao's Choice. There was a muffled bang. Ji Xinghe was instantly blocked by a group of ace mecha warriors behind him. It was really a group. Old Ji, captain of the Corps guards. The sudden chaos did not last even for a moment because Ji Xinghe stood up from the instrument intact. It's okay, it's the compression test instrument that's broken, the technician explained in a panic. Colonel Ji Xinghe is fine, it won't affect Colonel Ji Xinghe. What's the situation? Su Chuanian strode forward, his expression was actually a little surprised. Is it really off the charts? Well, it can be considered off the charts, but the specific reason is not clear yet. The technician seemed a little nervous and checked next to the instrument for detecting the compression value. It would have been better if he hadn't checked it. As soon as he checked it, a wisp of green smoke came out of the instrument. Someone next to him immediately picked up a fire extinguisher and was ready to spray it. Fortunately, there was only a wisp of green smoke, which soon dissipated. On the circuit board exposed inside the opened instrument, there was a trace of inconspicuous scorch marks, which was the damage of the circuit components. Fuck, how strong is your ability to withstand pressure, Lao Ji? You can even make the testing equipment explode. You are worthy of being my master. Su Chuanian was amazed, and did not notice the embarrassment in Ji Xinghe's eyes. Because Tang Qiao was present, this test was related to the confidence of many people. To exaggerate a little, it was related to the morale of many people. So Ji Xinghe finally decided to try to cheat, that is, to mobilize the power of Qi. But the obedient Qi did not reach the realm of doing whatever he wanted, and accidentally detonated the testing equipment. Fortunately, the amount of Qi he used was not high, just a little bit, and it did not cause any greater chaos. Why? Ji Xinghe concealed the embarrassment that no one could see, and looked at the technician in charge of the test with a calm expression, as if all this really had nothing to do with him. It really had nothing to do, because he would never admit it. Others also looked at the technician. So far, they have not been able to see any test results. There was a problem at the beginning of the test, which made their curiosity reach the extreme. It may be because we have never conducted such tests before, so some problems of the relevant detection modules were not discovered when they left the factory, and the problem occurred when they were used. Fortunately, you, Colonel Ji Xinghe, were not hurt. The technicians were still in shock, and they had never thought that this accident was directly related to Ji Xinghe. This is a misconception. No one could have imagined that there was a power that could be called extraordinary in Ji Xinghe's body. How long will it take to repair it? Tang Qiao suddenly asked, causing others to look at him strangely, and there was a lot of undisguised disgust in these looks. If it can't be repaired, a detection module must be sent from base number 9, the technician said, and we never thought of the need for such tests before, so there are very few detection modules for the pressure resistance value. Now there is a problem with one, and the others have to be retested. In case Colonel Ji Xinghe is hurt. We can't afford it, Tang Qiao frowned. Base number 9 and base number 5 are far apart. And there is no direct transportation route for the exchange of resources. The only neural link technology mecha kit that needs to be transported will not be sent to base number 5 before Ji Xinghe makes a decision. So what should I choose? Then there is no need for testing, the blind man said. Lao Ji is so good at fighting. We can't bear the overload when driving the mecha. He has strong resistance to blows. Su Chuanian can be hit by a hammer without any problem. His stress resistance must be very strong. Yes, Lao Ji's stress resistance must be higher than ours. The highest synchronization rate is 100%. Even with new technology, Lao Ji is still the invincible Lao Ji. Same as always, Lao Ji is invincible. We can do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. You can't do whatever you want in the future. Don't waste time after becoming the captain. I'm not a captain, I can do whatever I want. The members of the Xinghe team didn't care about Ji Xinghe's test results, and they were all in high spirits. The 100% highest synchronization rate was beyond their expectations, but within reason, which made them very satisfied. But the technicians couldn't help but start pouring cold water on him. The stress resistance value is indeed similar to the ability of mecha warriors to withstand overloads. As for the synchronization rate, it is similar to the Mecha warrior's ability to control mechas in the previous generation of mecha driving technology, which can be simply summarized as physical and technical. However, there is an essential difference between the stress resistance value and the ability of the body to withstand overloads. When we are under overloads, our muscles and bones can help us. Colonel Ji Xinghe said in the Ji family boxing teaching that he has reached the realm of Gangjin and can control the muscles, bones, and even breath, blood, internal organs, etc. of the whole body to help him burst out stronger power and speed, and withstand higher overloads. This is based on scientific theory, so Colonel Ji Xinghe can withstand overloads that young people cannot withstand at his current age. But Neuralink technology does not use our body's muscles, bones, ki and blood, internal organs, etc. This is not accurate enough, because the central nervous system is composed of the brain and spinal cord, and Colonel Ji Xinghe said that when you reach Gangjin, you can call on the power of the spinal cord. But the general meaning is this: the stress resistance value only tests the ability of our central nervous system to withstand pressure. In other words, Colonel Ji Xinghe's Gangjin realm cannot bring him much help beyond his age in this regard. The technician was unable to finish his words, because Sichuan strode in front of him and asked with a sense of oppression, "You mean, Lao Ji can't do it?" No, that's not what I mean," the technician hurriedly denied. Colonel Ji Xinghe's strength is unquestionable. Even without Neuralink driving technology, Colonel Ji Xinghe can be called one of the strongest mecha warriors. With this technology, Colonel Ji Xinghe is also one of the only two people with a 100% highest synchronization rate. I just want to say, before determining the stress resistance value, Colonel Ji Xinghe should not use new technology to drive the mecha for a long time. So, you mean that Lao Ji is not good enough? Sichuan continued to ask with a sense of pressure. You said my master is not good enough. My corps commander is not good enough. Have you asked for my opinion? Sichuan: Yes, go to the training ground. Master, I haven't recovered yet. I see that you have recovered very well, Ji Xinghe said with a cold face. Do you want me to repeat it again? No, I'll go now. Sichuan turned and left. Ji Xinghe said coldly from behind, Run forward. Yes, Sichuan started running. Judging from the sudden burst of speed and running posture, he has indeed recovered very well. The test area fell silent again. Wang Wei asked, based on your professional level, how long can Lao Ji endure? I'm sorry, we can't judge because he is Colonel Ji Xinghe. The technician didn't know whether it was from the bottom of his heart, but he complimented him and said, but according to our tests on the Blue Star, Colonel Ji Xinghe can only withstand about 5 minutes at his age. Of course, it is a state of high-intensity combat. Similar to Xingyu's overclocking mode. Wang Wei frowned. What about Qin Tong and the others? In overclocking mode, they can withstand at least half an hour of combat. For normal intensity combat, the time limit is not much different from the mecha driving technology used before. What will happen if this time limit is exceeded? It will cause irreversible damage to the central nervous system. At least with current technology, it is irreversible. Then, for the vast majority of mecha warriors, high-intensity combat, that is, their overclocking mode, is it considered high-intensity combat for Colonel Ji Xinghe? This, Wang Wei suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Qiao, who was frowning, and chuckled twice. Nothing, what do you know? Tang Qiao didn't want to argue with Wang Wei. He was in a state of great entanglement. Wang Wei clapped his hands. Let's go. The highest synchronization rate of Lao Ji is 100%. When testing the pressure resistance value, the test instrument was blown up. That's it, the highest person in charge of base number 5 said so, and the others could only make it public. As for what the technician said, it really didn't make much sense before Ji Xinghe's real pressure resistance value was tested. Because he is Ji Xinghe. The synchronization rate test ended like this, and when the crowd dispersed, a new question arose. So, Colonel Ji Xinghe, do you want to implant a brain-computer interface? Only by implanting a brain-computer interface can you really use neural connection technology to drive a mecha. If you don't implant it, all the data such as the synchronization rate tested will be meaningless. Wait a minute, no hurry. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly and refused. Before he could completely master the key in his body, he didn't dare to implant any brain-computer interface casually. What if he couldn't control it and burn the brain-computer interface? How would the collateral damage be calculated? Okay, you really don't need to implant a brain-computer interface now. It won't be too late for you to implant it after we test your stress resistance and the technology of the brain-computer interface is more mature. Everyone believes in Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness. Below the Duke, everyone is an ant, and above the Duke, everyone is a chicken and a dog. Ji Xinghe, whose combat power can be described as invincible in a single fight, is also supplementing the establishment of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Unlike others, he does not urgently need to use the new generation of mecha driving technology to improve combat effectiveness. People really began to disperse, and the members of the Galaxy team also went to the training area. Their mechas are all equipped with neural link technology driving kits, which are completely different from the previous driving methods. They must be proficient before they can be used in actual combat. Tang Qiao is right. When the defense of base number 5 is weak, the Empire may launch another attack on base number 5 at any time. They must have stronger combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Grandpa, can I test the synchronization rate? Ji Xinghe's mind is not on the chocolate that Sichuan cheated but on the testing equipment. Let me ask, Ji Xinghe is not omniscient, but there are professionals on the scene. The technician who is regarded as a mulberry tree by Wang Wei and said nothing, although he was from Yingzhou from base number 9, maintained the greatest respect for Ji Xinghe. Not yet, the technician replied. At least you have to wait until you are 12 years old before you can implant a brain-computer interface. 12 years old, Ji Xinghe asked in surprise, but 12 years old is not yet an adult, and the body development has not stopped. If it is implanted at this time, will there be any negative effects? From the current research results, there will be no effect. Appropriate pressure stimulation will make our human central nervous system stronger. Of course, this is only a theoretical result at present and remains to be verified, the technician explained. However, if you must be fully developed to use the neural connection technology, then no one of us can use this technology, because even if you are over 90 years old, there are still developing neurons in our bodies, that is, neuronal cells, which are the most basic structural and functional units of the nervous system. Can it still develop in your 90s? Ji Xinghe's expression was a little surprised. Even if he didn't believe in limits, this was beyond his previous cognition. Although it's not very accurate, but, yes, it can still develop in the 90s, the technician was conducting normal popular science, completely unaware of the impact his words would have on the world. In Suhi's words, a new chapter has been opened in the history of human evolution. Our human brain does not mature quickly, but is a slow, gradual process, and eventually reaches adulthood around the 30s. Relevant studies have shown that at the age of 18, our human brain is still undergoing tremendous changes, and after the age of 20, it is also very susceptible to mental disorders, and this problem will not be solved until around the age of 30, so, the golden age of around 30 is the most suitable age to use the new generation of mecha driving technology. General Li Yuanba, Colonel Katalin, Colonel Ravich and others are all around 30 years old. However, some people believe that 14 or 15 is the most suitable age to use new technologies. At this age, the body is not fully developed, and the dependence on the body or the body's constraints on the central nervous system will be lower, and the consciousness is purer. Tang Qiao, who was listening while struggling, looked at Ji Xinghe who was asking questions for Ji Xinghe. His eyes suddenly brightened as he listened to the technician's popular science. He couldn't wait to interrupt the technician and asked, Ji Xinghe, how tall are you now? Ji Xinghe turned his head and looked at him, noticing a certain light in his eyes. After a slight hesitation, he replied, 1.96 meters, 1.96 meters, 1.96 meters. Tang Qiao's mind was like a thunderbolt bursting. He clearly remembered that Ji Xinghe's height was 192 centimeters, 193 cm. 192 centimeters was the physical test data when Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, and 193 centimeters was the physical test data when Ji Xinghe was young. The error of 1 centimeter is due to the normal changes in the body after aging. Compared with most people of the same age, Ji Xinghe's height has only decreased by 1 centimeter, which is amazing enough. What is even more amazing is that this change disappeared after coming to the alien planet, and Ji Xinghe returned to a height of 1.93 meters. Tang Qiao, who had been in base number 6 for a while, remembered clearly that Ji Xinghe's height at that time had probably grown to 1.94 meters. But before, no one cared about this. It was normal to have some errors when measuring height in the morning and at night. Moreover, people who have been on alien planets for a long time will grow taller more or less. But Ji Xinghe is already 66 years old. Not only has his height recovered, but he has also grown by 3 centimeters. Thinking about what the technician said just now, when a person is over 90 years old, his neurons can continue to develop. Let's talk, okay? This time Ji Xinghe did not refuse, and took Ji Rong's and Yu and Tang Qiao to a place where no one could eavesdrop. Just like the place where they were talking just now. Tang Qiao took a deep breath and said directly, the information about base number 5 and you was not revealed to Atakan by Kentvis and I. We didn't even know about it before it happened. But this matter is indeed related to us, because those people are the supporters behind Kentvis and me. They have a name, called the top of the tower of the pyramid. Tang Qiao chose another method mentioned by Ji Xinghe, but the reason for this choice was not entirely because of Ji Xinghe's height, which grew from 1.92 meters to 1.96 meters. There are many more that Tang Qiao didn't say, and he doesn't need to say it. P.S. An extra chapter for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 buses of Chunaianjin, 166. Yes, I am stubborn and I have to add 66 chapters. Anyway, I can pay it back slowly. Ha 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 ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Breaking Tu Yuan's Leg. Do you know the Pareto principle? Tang Qiao asked a question and prepared a long speech to demonstrate his value, just like he did in front of Kentvis before. I know, you should keep it short. Ji Xinghe didn't have that much time to talk to Tang Qiao. His time should be used to build and repair mechas, train new recruits for the Xing Mecha Independent Corps, and conduct the ape experiments he had longed for. Okay, Tang Qiao felt a little regretful. If it was Kentvis, he would definitely not mind wasting this time, but in an instant he felt a little happy. Time really shouldn't be wasted. Based on the 80-20 rule, many people believe that 80% of the resources in the Federation are in the hands of 20% of the people, and the remaining 80% of the people only control another 20% of the resources. But this is wrong. The fact is that 80% of the people in the Federation only control 10% of the resources, 20% of the people control 80% of the resources, and the remaining 10% of the resources are in the hands of the top organization. They are the people who truly stand at the top of the pyramid, so they call themselves the top organization, claiming to be an existence that transcends the Federation and is above everyone else. They should not be included in 100% of the people in the Federation. After a brief introduction, Tang Qiao asked, do you need me to explain how huge 10% of the resources in the Federation are? Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. No. Okay, Tang Qiao nodded and spoke again. The root cause of the matter is very simple and cliché. They are sick, old, and dying, but they don't want to die, so they want to get the power of Qi. So far, only the Empire has mastered the power of Qi, so the transaction happened naturally. This has something to do with you. If it weren't for your challenge before the battle to let them know that the Empire can actually communicate, the situation of selling intelligence might have appeared later. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. He thought Tang Qiao guessed that he had mastered the power of Qi, so he chose to surrender. But looking at Tang Qiao's eyes, he was completely sure that Tang Qiao did not guess this. Maybe, just because he felt that he had hope? How are they going to explain to me? Hearing this question, Tang Qiao was a little surprised. I thought you were going to ask me if I had any evidence. Ji Xinghe looked at Tang Qiao calmly without saying a word. Tang Qiao laughed. I've said before that they were not prepared to give an explanation to you before, only to the marshal. And the way of explanation was also very cliched. They found a few scapegoats who were powerful in the eyes of most people and gave up some of their interests, such as letting Tu Yuan take over the position of marshal, and the complete sharing of neural link technology with Long Zhao, etc. Now they don't want to give an explanation to you either. They just want to use you and let Kentvis take over the position of marshal. The explanations I told you before, that is, the resources they are going to give you, are not worth mentioning to them, just like they can make Kentvis a 3-star admiral, and the rest are just empty promises, all empty promises. They like to use empty promises to win people's hearts and tempt people to act according to their will. So I suggest that you don't go back to the Blue Star. After getting the resources they give, grow up as much as possible. Tang Qiao's eyes were serious and his tone was sincere. Yes, if you want me to ask for my advice, then I would suggest that you accept their conditions. Although it is to seek the skin of a tiger, I think you should not be afraid of the tiger. With my help, combined with your ability, influence, etc., let alone the tiger skin, you can even pull out the tiger bones to soak in wine. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and asked directly, I don't want Kentvis to be the marshal. I want to get the resources they give me. I also want to get angry. How can I do it? Tang Qiao was stunned. Are you serious? Yeah, but it's impossible to do it. They are not idiots. They will be fooled by you like a child. If you can't do it, what's the use of you? Hearing this, Tang Qiao's heart panicked, and his brain started to work quickly. Some sweat oozed out of his forehead. Even inside the base with a constant temperature system, it can be seen that he is in a tense state now. After a moment, Tang Qiao finally had an idea. I have 3 strategies. Which one do you want to listen to? Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. Don't play this trick on me. Oh, Tu Yuan can play this trick on you. Why can't I? Do you treat me as your own? Tang Qiao felt a little aggrieved inexplicably, but he really needed the opportunity given by Ji Xinghe and really needed to become Ji Xinghe's man. Otherwise, he would become a victim of Ji Xinghe's outburst and stay away from the battlefield. He was unwilling to leave. The simplest, most direct and most effective way is, Tang Qiao lowered his head and glanced at Ji Rongzhenyu, noticing that the expression of this child was as calm as Ji Xinghe's, and then he looked up and looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes. You go and break Tu Yuan's legs. In public, Tang Qiao, who was ready to be beaten after saying this, heard an unexpected response. Is it that simple? Simple. Tang Qiao was almost amused by his anger, and said angrily, Colonel Ji Xinghe, the first Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation, the founder of the Galaxy Medal, who initiated the challenge of Ji Xinghe, broke the leg of Lieutenant General Tu Yuan, who is known as his mentor, the commander of his command sequence, and one of the strong contenders for the next marshal, in public. How can this be simple? It's just a self-torture tactic. You said they are not children. Yes, it can indeed be a self-torture tactic. Tang Qiao, a native of Yingzhou, is more familiar with Longzhou culture than many Longzhou people. He asked by citing classics, sleeping on firewood and tasting gall, the dog is cooked after the rabbit dies, and the bull is hidden after the birds are gone. Everyone has heard of these 3 idioms, but how many people know that these 3 idioms are all about the same person? Ji Rongzhenyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. I know, Xinghe is so smart. Tang Qiao lowered his head and asked, then does Xinghe know why I said these 3 idioms? Sorry, you can't call me Xinghe now. My name is Ji Rongzhenyu. Ji Rongzhenyu still clearly remembered that Tang Qiao suppressed her grandfather and transferred her grandfather from the machine repair area to the regular repair area. However, she also knew that this conversation was very important to her grandfather, so after not giving face, she gave face again. You mean, people will change, adults have to save face. And the current self-torture tactics will turn into real hatred in the future. Tang Qiao smiled awkwardly and nodded. He really wanted to praise a few times, but he didn't know how to address Ji Rongzhenyu. Ji Xinghe lowered his head and gave Ji Rongzhenyu a praising look, then looked at Tang Qiao and asked, then what? Tang Qiao was shocked. Do you really want to break his legs? I'm very measured, and he doesn't need to use his legs. Tang Qiao, who proposed this idea, really didn't expect Ji Xinghe to agree, because this matter is really not that simple. He just wanted to use this method to let Ji Xinghe ask him other countermeasures. He had thought of the 3 strategies of upper, middle and lower, so how could he not say any of them? If he didn't say it, how could he show his value? But Ji Xinghe agreed, at least for now. Then, you can get the resources you want. Tang Qiao took a deep breath, calmed down and continued, when the dust storm happens, if you have the ability to give Tu Yuan a huge credit, then Kentvis won't be able to be the marshal. But, Tang Qiao changed the subject, but didn't see any change in Ji Xinghe's expression. He continued to speak while marveling at Ji Xinghe's strength and confidence again. You will definitely offend the Tower Top organization, and you will suffer more severe suppression than before. Moreover, Tu Yuan is not Marshal Li Anbang. Even if he becomes a marshal, he can only try his best to maintain the overall situation. He does not have so much energy to help you block it, and he cannot block it either. Also, they already have the ability to communicate with the Empire, and they have no bottom line at all. Let alone you, I can't guess to what extent they can do it. Once Tu Yuan takes over as marshal and directs this war with the idea of pro-war, they will do everything they can, so I still suggest that you try to get the skin of the tiger, so that you don't have to worry about Tu Yuan retaliating against you in the future. No, you are wrong. Ji Xinghe suddenly corrected, "They have a bottom line." "They have a bottom line?" "Ha ha ha," Tang Qiao laughed. When he was about to use some sensational facts to prove that those people had no bottom line, he heard a sentence that made him feel chilled to the bone. Ji Xinghe said, "Their bottom line is death. They are all afraid of death." This sentence made Tang Qiao's smile solidify, his laughter stuck, and he widened his eyes and looked at Ji Xinghe with horror. Ji Xinghe's expression was still calm. He asked, "Since it is an organization, they should hold meetings frequently. Online meetings are not safe enough. They should hold offline meetings. Can you go to the scene, go back and think about it first? You can still regret it before I break Tu Yuan's legs." Looking at the back of Ji Xinghe leading Ji Rongzhenyu away, Tang Qiao's body collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. He was really lying on his back, not looking like a federal colonel at all. He was very tired, very scared, very worried, very regretful, very. Thousands of words are not enough to describe his current mood. Before today, he always thought that Ji Xinghe was very courageous, which was also normal. Greater ability does not mean greater responsibility. Ji Xinghe has always been one of the best. Tang Qiao knows very well that Ji Xinghe has always been unwilling to take on greater responsibilities and obligations. He just wants revenge and just wants to take good care of Ji Rongzhenyu. This is also why Tang Qiao had many dissatisfactions with Ji Xinghe before, thinking that Ji Xinghe did not know how to take the overall situation into consideration. But the greater the ability, the greater the courage. Especially, these abilities were obtained through 56 years of unremitting efforts, not out of thin air. But he never thought that Ji Xinghe would be so bold. Do you really want to expose the truth? This old man is really an old man. In this era, he still wants to play the drama of a man getting angry and blood splattering 5 steps. Stupid. While cursing in his heart, Tang Qiao inexplicably had some expectations. He felt that this matter seemed very exciting, even great. Once the 10% of resources are released, the Empire only invested 1/20th of its troops in this war, and how could the Federation invest all of it? The 7 billion people on the Azure Star all live and work in peace and contentment. Xinghe, Ji Xinghe led Ji Rongzhenyu to the direction of the prison cell of base number 5, and asked, "Do you know why Grandpa wants you to listen to these words?" Grandpa wants Xinghe to know that the adult world is not that simple. Yes, Ji Xinghe nodded and said, "The adult world is very complicated. You are still young and don't understand it, so you should focus on growing up." And Xinghe, she is actually also a child, but she has a rich knowledge reserve, but there is still some gap in thinking ability with adults, and compared with adults like Tang Qiao, the gap is even greater. Xinghe, who listened to the whole process, did not want to refute. She already knew how impulsive her previous behavior was. The words spoken in the name of Ji Rongzhenyu, that is, Ji Rongzhenyu was only 7 years old. If she was a teenager, this matter would be really big. Ji Rongzhenyu actually wanted to refute. She felt that she understood a lot, but since Grandpa said that she didn't understand, she would just treat it as not understanding. Her mind was not on the conversation just now, but on the destination she was about to reach. Okay, Xinghe won't think about these messy things in the future, Ji Rongzhenyu asked worriedly, "But, Grandpa, do you really want to fight those dog gorillas without armor?" Haha, Ji Xinghe laughed. Xinghe is worried that Grandpa can't beat them. Of course Grandpa can beat them. No one can beat Grandpa. Grandpa is invincible. Ji Rongzhenyu firmly believes this, but still said worriedly, "But the problem is, even if Grandpa proves to others that you can beat those dog gorillas in a battle without armor, but they will not agree to your challenge to the Empire to take off the armor before the battle." Ji Xinghe asked, "Why won't they agree?" "Because they don't believe in those dog gorillas." Xinghe doesn't believe in those dog gorillas, Ji Rongzhenyu said seriously. "If Grandpa fights them without armor on the battlefield, I'm afraid they will shoot at you, Grandpa. Without the mecha, Grandpa will get hurt." Gun? Ji Xinghe had such worries before, but as the energy he mastered became stronger and stronger, he also became stronger and stronger. It's not that his body's defense is strong enough to ignore bullets, but his other ability. Chapter 413 Abuse of Leadership Charisma. The fact that Ji Xinghe was going to have a disarming battle with the gorilla did not alarm anyone. Even the people in Team Xinghe did not know what he was going to do for the time being. Strictly speaking, there were only 4 real bystanders: Wang Wei, Liu Yingzi, Ji Rongzhenyu, and Xinghe. Wang Wei was the person in charge of base number 5. The prisoners in the Battle of Vulture Mountain were under his control. Without his authorization, Ji Xinghe could not contact these prisoners, and the same was true for others. Except for the guards. Liu Yingzi was a translator. She was transferred to base number 5 because of Ji Xinghe. For things like communicating with a guerrilla, she needed to be present, and she had to be present. It was difficult for ordinary translators to get the rank of second lieutenant. The translators of the Federation on alien planets were also responsible for interrogation, confidentiality, and preventing collusion with foreign enemies. The only 4 spectators did not persuade Ji Xinghe too much, because they all knew that they could not persuade him. And although there were only 4 spectators, how could it be possible that only a few of them knew about what happened today? Old Ji is such a jerk. He was about to issue a notice to the whole army, but he fought back. If we can't win. Ha ha ha, Zixin, you didn't hear anything, right? Wang Wei was extremely embarrassed. He noticed that Ji Rongzinayu lowered her head to operate the bracelet, and said with some concern, Zixin, don't play with the bracelet all the time, it hurts your eyes. I'm not playing. After Ji Rongzinayu replied, she turned off the screen with a depressed expression. The 2 people next to her only thought that she was worried about Ji Xinghe. Liu Yingzi squatted beside Ji Rongzinayu and took out the chocolate she had prepared before. When she squatted, she found that Ji Rongzinayu was actually very tall. What she, Wang Wei, and everyone including Ji Xinghe didn't know was that Ji Rongzinayu was not only tall in height. When Ji Xinghe was doing the preparations before entering the cell, she quietly chatted with Xinghe. With Xinghe's ability as a guarantee, there was no need to worry about being discovered what she said, and Ji Xinghe would never know. Xinghe, after your second-generation body is sent to the Blue Star for repair, can you operate it remotely? You can try remote control, but there's a high communication delay and it is meaningless. Then can you go back to the Blue Star directly? You are an artificial intelligence life form, you can go back to the Blue Star directly through data, and then control your second-generation body. Yes, as long as there is a blank intelligent core in my second-generation body and it is connected to the internet, I can reach the Blue Star from the alien planet within half an hour, and it only takes half an hour to come back. That's great. Ji Rongzinayu was very envious of this. Then do you know who are the people in the Tower Top organization? I have checked, but I can't find it. There's only a rough list of 150 people. But I think they definitely don't have so many people, otherwise they wouldn't need to do it like they are now. They have the final say in the Federation. Moreover, there may be people outside the list, and not everyone's information will exist on the internet in the form of data. Is that so? Or should I arrest Tang Qiao and interrogate him? No, you will be exposed. The adult world is very complicated. Tang Qiao is Grandpa's enemy one moment and Grandpa's subordinate the next. Once you are exposed, he may become Grandpa's enemy again. He may also be more loyal to the Lord. Xinghe, the meaning of my existence is actually very important. It still can't be done. Grandpa won't let us do this. Now is not the time. Let's wait a little longer. If Tang Qiao can't do it, can you do that? Of course, leave it to me. Don't worry. Will you be in danger? As long as there is a network, I won't be in danger, but it requires a more appropriate time, because there can't be 2 of me at the same time. In other words, when I return to the Blue Star, I won't be able to be by your side to protect you. For at least an hour, I won't be able to receive your news in time. There can't be 2 of you at the same time? But doesn't the book say that artificial intelligence life can have countless consciousnesses at the same time? The people who wrote the book have never seen me, nor have they seen other AI life forms. They analyzed it themselves. Anyway, I can't. I think this may be the price that must be paid for evolving from an AI program to an AI life form. I can't have countless clones like Nuwa, but she is not as strong as me in many aspects, or in other words, not as smart as me. Xinghe is definitely the smartest. Ji Rongzinayu typed to agree. Then can Nuwa evolve into an AI life form? She can't, because she is too big. This is her advantage and her disadvantage. What about the Empire? Can they give birth to a life form like you? No, they are decades behind us in this regard, which is equivalent to our level around 2040, and we won't give them decades to develop. Yes, we won't give them decades. The conversation ended here. No one knew about this conversation except Ji Rongzinayu and Xinghe. No one knew that the situation in the Federation was almost changed by Ji Rongzinayu. After the help of Xinghe, this little girl already had the ability to influence the Federation. This is really terrifying. Fortunately, her family education is very good. Fortunately, her grandfather is still alive and well beside her. Ji Xinghe, who had no choice but to accept the chocolate, actually doesn't like eating chocolate anymore. What she likes is learning, training, and driving mechas. But another group of children who want to follow her all day like it very much, so almost all the gifts she got because of Ji Xinghe were distributed to that group of children. Like Ji Xinghe, they have a lot of ambition that many adults don't have, but they are all children after all, and they can't get as many gifts and snacks as Ji Xinghe. It's about to start. Because of the chocolate, Liu Yingzi successfully held Ji Xinghe's hand and could call Ji Xinghe by his nickname, Zixin. Don't worry, your grandfather is very strong. Yeah, Ji Xinghe looked at the screen in front of him, which showed a prison cell in base number 5. The 3 Imperial Marcus guerrillas who faced Ji Xinghe but luckily survived were finally able to meet after being captured. After being anesthetized, they were carried to this larger cell by guards wearing individual exoskeleton armor, and then they were locked in 3 cages and chained up. When they finally woke up, they saw their own kind, but before they had time to communicate, they saw Ji Xinghe, the culprit who had trapped them. To them, Ji Xinghe was of course the culprit, but to the guards around them, Ji Xinghe was a well-deserved hero. Salute. Colonel Ji Xinghe. The uniform voices of the guards made the eyes of the 3 Marcus guerrillas furious. Only then did they realize that the only human in the audience who was not wearing individual exoskeleton armor was Ji Xinghe, who had frightened them to the extreme before. Therefore, the real reason why they dared to look directly at Ji Xinghe with angry eyes was that Ji Xinghe was not wearing armor at this time. Ow how how, holy fakauki, woo, strange cries sounded one after another. Liu Yingzi was about to translate them, but was interrupted by Ji Xinghe's voice. Shut up, a familiar voice sounded, and the 3 Marcus guerrillas subconsciously shut their mouths. They suddenly remembered their current situation. Whether Ji Xinghe wore armor or not, they were fish on the chopping board. Ji Xinghe could wear armor at any time, but they could not. After anesthesia, their consciousness was completely clear. The 3 Marcus guerrillas, who had only roared a few times, suddenly turned into 3 quails with their necks shrunk. What frightened them even more was Ji Xinghe's eyes at this time. The look in his eyes when he looked at the 3 of them in turn was just like the way they looked at the slaves in the slave market. Picking the fattest and the thinnest. Ji Xinghe, I surrender too. I know a lot of intelligence, I know Kaisman. I know more intelligence than him. The 3 marquises spoke in turn, and their pronunciation was so standard that Liu Yingzi wanted to go in and tear their mouths apart. You all speak Longzhou dialect. What use does Colonel Ji Xinghe have for me? Ji Xinghe was not surprised by the reaction of the 3 Marcus guerrillas. When the time limit of Ji Xinghe's challenge just ended, he broke the mechas of the 3 guerrillas, but only broke the mechas. They actually had the opportunity to take off their armor and attack Ji Xinghe when Ji Xinghe changed his armor, or try to rush into the engineer vehicle to escape. But they never took off their armor, even when facing Ji Xinghe's finishing blows, they kept pretending to be dead. They won the bet. Ji Xinghe, who has the title of a killer in the Empire, actually likes to capture prisoners more for guerrillas of their level. At that time, Ji Xinghe, who finished the blows, did not kill them, but jammed their cockpit doors, so they survived until now. Surrender, Ji Xinghe frowned slightly and asked back, but I heard that you have been very uncooperative these 2 days. That's because you, Colonel Ji Xinghe, are not here. No, it's because you are not here. We will only surrender to you. They are indeed very proficient in Longzhou dialect. They can even distinguish between you and you. Tang Qiao is not as good as them in this regard. Okay, then let me see if you really want to surrender. Ji Xinghe shifted his gaze and looked at the 12 guards wearing individual exoskeleton armor around him, and whispered, throw the key to them, and then you all go out. The guards were all stunned. Wang Wei's angry voice had already sounded from the loudspeaker in the cell. Ji Xinghe, what are you going to do again? I want to try my ability. Ji Xinghe looked at the surveillance camera. I'll try to see if they really surrender sincerely. Take your life to try. Wang Wei was still angry. Don't say I don't give you face. Even if I agree, ask Xingxin if she agrees. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded afterwards. I agree. For a moment, Wang Wei and Liu Yingzi felt that Ji Xinghe might be possessed by an orangutan or a monkey. 3 imperial Marcus orangutans with a height of more than 2 meters and arms thicker than Ji Xinghe's thighs. Isn't this sending Ji Xinghe, who is not wearing armor and has no weapons in his hands, to his death? Wang Wei, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded after Ji Xinghe. Don't waste time, I was called by my name by Ji Xinghe just like Tu Yuan. Inexplicably, Wang Wei actually felt a little excited and proud, but he still disagreed. It's not me who is wasting time, it's you who is wasting time. Do you know that you make it very difficult for me to deal with it? Ji Xinghe was too lazy to talk to Wang Wei and looked directly at the guards next to him. These guards were not even part of Wang Wei and Tu Yuan's command sequence. Their only real duty was to keep an eye on all the prisoners captured by the Federation. Without permission, they were not allowed to even look at them. Not to mention Ji Xinghe's request. They should have refused at the first opportunity, but this was Colonel Ji Xinghe. When they hesitated, Ji Xinghe asked them a question. Do you believe me? The 12 guards were stunned on the spot. They had all expected this question before, but they had never had the chance. They thought they would never have the chance. When they heard Ji Xinghe ask them this question in person, they heard it. Believe, a guard answered and walked towards a cage. He had the key. Believe. They all chose to believe Ji Xinghe, and they were willing to sacrifice their duties and their future. What are you doing? Ji Xinghe, do you know what you are doing? You are going to destroy yourself, and you are going to destroy them. Wang Wei's roar rang out again. Ji Xinghe responded calmly, if I ruin their future, then I will give them a better future. If they are willing to be my soldiers. Upon hearing this, the 12 guards moved faster. How many people who can come to the alien planet to fight would hope to stay in the rear? They are indeed on the front line at this time, but they have no chance to participate in the war. There is no solution at all. Wang Wei was too lazy to rush over, but just ordered all his guards to go to the door of the cell and be ready to rush in to rescue at any time. He didn't dare to let his guards rush in directly, because he was afraid that his guards would disobey his orders in order to become Ji Xinghe's soldiers. That would be too embarrassing. I only abused my power before, Wang Wei sighed and said nervously, but I never thought that someone would abuse the charisma of a leader. Xinghe, you must not learn from your grandfather in the future. Ji Xinghe looked at Wang Wei and said seriously, Uncle Wang, you should believe in my grandfather. I believe in him, but you don't really believe in him. Ji Xinghe interrupted Wang Wei without hesitation and said with a wrinkled nose, you only believe in him who wears armor. Wang Wei was speechless and didn't have time to say anything more to Ji Xinghe, because the 3 Marcus guerrillas had already been freed. And the 12 guards all left the cell. The door was closed. Chapter 414, One-sided beating. No sense of crisis. When everyone was worried about Ji Xinghe regretted not feeling the crisis. He even closed his eyes. In a closed cell, facing 3 free Imperial Marcus guerrillas alone, he actually chose to close his eyes. And the action of closing his eyes was seen clearly by the 3 Marcus guerrillas. In a trance, the scene of Ji Xinghe's tragic death at their hands had emerged in their minds. With just a sudden attack, they could appear in front of Ji Xinghe within 2 seconds. At this time, will they really obey the order to capture Ji Xinghe alive? Maybe they will obey and take Ji Xinghe as a hostage. But even so, Ji Xinghe felt that he should be able to feel the long-lost sense of crisis. That was an ability he had before he got the key, which helped him become a hunter that the Empire feared in the dust storm. That was an ability he strengthened after getting the key, which helped him complete Ji Xinghe's challenge and the battle after the challenge in the Battle of Vulture Mountain. The cicada senses the coming of autumn before the wind blows, and the impermanence of conspiracy is unknown. Is it because he has not reached the realm of the cicada, or because these 3 Marcus guerrillas are not the autumn wind? The 3 of them together cannot kill him? No. Even if the 3 of them together cannot beat him, he must be able to sense the danger, but the degree of perception will be different. Do not see or hear, sense danger and avoid it. The way of sincerity can predict the future. Ji Xinghe firmly believes that his spiritual realm is higher than his physical realm. Gangjin must have a realm, but he has not reached it for the time being, but in terms of spiritual realm, he should have reached the limit known to humans. It is just a known limit, not a real limit. Ji Xinghe never believes in the so-called limit. Just like the Federation only had ace-level mecha warriors before, after he came, there were galaxy-level mecha warriors. Why can't he feel any sense of crisis? Ji Xinghe, who closed his eyes for 10 seconds, opened his eyes and looked at the 3 Marcus gorillas who were still in the cage. Waste. Humans have no way of knowing what this curse means to the 3 Marcus gorillas, but for Wang Wei and others, it was like a thunderbolt. Is Lao Ji crazy? However, Ji Xinghe's madness in the eyes of others is more than that. He actually took the initiative to walk slowly forward, barehanded and approaching the cage where the 3 Marcus gorillas were. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The 3 Marcus gorillas are more than 2 meters tall barefoot, and Ji Xinghe is very close to 2 meters tall with shoes. This makes the distance of 3 meters for them, like face to face. Wang Wei couldn't help but give an order. But Ji Xinghe stretched out her hand to block the microphone. Her action actually had no practical meaning, but her attitude was very clear. I'm here, because you are here, so, Wang Wei couldn't finish his words. Yes, Ji Xinghe is watching here, will Ji Xinghe go to die? And it may be a very tragic way to die? He suddenly felt that what Ji Xinghe said just now was very right. He really believed in Ji Xinghe only when he was wearing armor, not when he was without armor. Just like many, many people. What's the point of Ji Xinghe being able to fight after taking off his armor? Not to mention the firepower of missiles. Firearms can kill Ji Xinghe. And those imperial gorillas who would be chopped up by Ji Xinghe when he was wearing armor can turn defeat into victory when he is without armor. And now, Ji Xinghe is standing in front of the 3 Marcus gorillas, but the 3 Marcus gorillas dare not move. It turns out that the imperial gorilla's understanding of Ji Xinghe is clearer than that of himself, a human who has always claimed to trust Ji Xinghe. What makes Wang Wei doubt his life the most is that he can't see as clearly as Ji Xinghe, a 7-year-old girl. It has nothing to do with the trust brought by identity. Ji Xinghe is right, she is watching here. The people outside the cell did not stop him. The people inside the cell, however, spoke out to provoke him. You said you knew Caseman, so tell me first, have Caseman's 9 clans been killed? The gorilla that Ji Xinghe was looking at closely was the closest gorilla to Ji Xinghe, only 3 meters away. The cages where the other 2 gorillas were located were relatively far away, but in terms of their physical fitness, the difference was actually not that big. Yes, when the Marcus gorilla answered, his eyes changed a little. Almost all of Caseman's clans were killed, and some of them became slaves. The gorilla didn't understand the difference between the entire clan and the 9 clans. But its answer reminded it and the other 2 gorillas of what the consequences of surrender would be. Surrender is not terrible. What is terrible is that Ji Xinghe, the person they are going to surrender to, will tell a Dakang in public that they have surrendered, and take out direct evidence that they have leaked intelligence to the Federation. Then, ask a Dakang to kill their 9 clans. So do they really need to surrender? In order to survive, and to survive forever without the light of day, send their entire clan to the guillotine? Where is Bill Rossi? Ji Xinghe continued to provoke. The whole clan was demoted to commoners. Although they are still alive, it is worse than death. Before the gorilla's answer fell, Ji Xinghe suddenly felt the sense of crisis he had been waiting for a long time. It was not strong, but it finally came. As his body retreated violently, the accident had already occurred. 2 Marcus gorillas pounced on him at the same time, and another Marcus gorilla pounced on the gorilla closest to him. The distance was too close, and the change occurred in an instant. When people reacted and opened the door and rushed into the cell, the situation inside the cell had undergone another change beyond everyone's expectations. Even Ji Xinghe and Xinghe, who had always believed that Ji Xinghe would be fine, did not expect the final situation to be like this. The 2 Marcus gorillas hugged each other, and did not forget to attack each other when they fell to the ground, and they were very cruel. A Marcus gorilla caught up with Ji Xinghe, or rather, caught up with Ji Xinghe, who stopped on his own after pulling away. The battle began. The actions of both sides were almost to the point where they could not be seen clearly through the surveillance screen, but what people could see clearly was that Ji Xinghe was not knocked down, knocked away, or killed by the Marcus gorilla on the spot. Instead, they were fighting each other. Get out! Ji Xinghe even had the energy to order the guards who rushed in, making them even more at a loss. But their momentum when they rushed in, and the combat effectiveness they possessed in their individual exoskeleton armor, made the 3 Marcus gorillas change. The 2 gorillas who were hugging each other and fighting chose to stop fighting and glared at each other. They all knew that one of them had no chance to rush to Ji Xinghe. The Marcus gorilla who was fighting with Ji Xinghe had more radical moves than before, and it knew that it didn't have much time. But the flaws between the moves also increased. Bang bang bang. Multiple muffled sounds merged into one, and the Marcus gorilla, whose arms were spread open so that the middle door was wide open, was hit by 7 punches in 1 second. After punching Ji Xinghe with both fists in the air regardless of the pain, He was hit several times on the right side of his waist. At the moment of turning around to attack, Ji Xinghe had already turned sideways, avoiding his attack, and appeared on his left side of his waist. Bang, bang, bang. It must be said that the Marcus gorilla's ability to resist blows is indeed very strong. After enduring dozens of punches from Ji Xinghe, he can still maintain a standing posture. But he completely lost the ability to attack. Like a wooden man, he was constantly hit by Ji Xinghe, who was rotating around his body. The guards watching the fight on the scene were dazzled. They really didn't expect that someone could beat a Marcus gorilla before today. Yes, it was not a fight, but a beating. Even if this person was Ji Xinghe, who made them willing to bet on their future, they were still shocked. Even if it was a civilian gorilla with relatively weak physical fitness, they would not be as shocked as they are now. They wanted to get closer to watch, but they thought of Ji Xinghe's order and decided to withdraw first. As for the other two Marcus gorillas in the cell, they were not worried. Because the other two Marcus gorillas had already returned to their respective cages obediently. One of them even closed the gate of the cell and locked it again, and then gave people a state of relaxation, watching the scene of Ji Xinghe beating the Marcus gorilla. It also thought that this was not a fight, but just a one-sided beating. There was a dull thud. The beaten Marcus gorilla finally fell to the ground, with many wounds all over its body, and it coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood while lying on the ground. In fact, it could still fight, but it was determined that it was no match for Ji Xinghe, so it didn't want to be beaten for nothing. It felt that it needed to save its strength to deal with the torture that would inevitably happen later. Forced confession is secondary, and severe torture is primary. This scene made Liu Yingzi extremely excited. She cheered and blocked Ji Rongzhenayu's eyes, but was pushed away by Ji Rongzhenayu at the first time. "Auntie, I'm 7 years old." Liu Yingzi was speechless and could only ask, "Can you call me sister?" "Okay, sister." The guards outside the door could clearly see the scene inside the cell through the masks they wore. Seeing that the battle requested by Ji Xinghe was over, they all couldn't help but cheer. Every time they faced the gorilla captives, they had to wear individual exoskeleton armor. They were the group of people in the world who knew best how strong the gorilla's physical fitness and combat effectiveness were. It is no exaggeration to say that gorillas are beasts. "Should we go in?" Amid the cheers, someone asked a question. They really didn't know whether they should go in or not. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe in the cell gave them the answer with practical actions. Ji Xinghe, who had knocked down a Marcus gorilla, didn't seem to be satisfied. He stood beside the Marcus gorilla, stretched out his hand to a cage, and hooked his finger. The Marcus gorilla in the cage hesitated. It knew very well that the gorilla knocked down by Ji Xinghe still had fighting power. If it rushed forward at this time, there was a certain chance to capture Ji Xinghe alive as a hostage. However, it was injured by a traitor of the Empire, and its fighting power was reduced, and those guards could rush in at any time. The chance was not great. So it shook its head at Ji Xinghe, took 2 steps back and pressed its back against the cage. Ji Xinghe frowned and looked at the other Marcus gorilla. The other Marcus gorilla pointed at the lock of the cage, and after it was locked again, it could no longer open it. This move allowed it to avoid physical pain. Although it helped stop a Marcus gorilla that rushed towards Ji Xinghe before, in fact Ji Xinghe did not need its help, but was a little dissatisfied that it ruined his good deeds. You know, in the previous battle, Ji Xinghe did not use the power of Qi, because the 3 gorillas did not have the power of Qi, but Ji Xinghe originally wanted to fight 1 against 3. As for whether it is humane for him to beat up an orangutan when he helped him, they are not human. Ji Xinghe put down his hand with a disappointed expression, and before the orangutan could breathe a sigh of relief, he strode towards the cage. The footsteps that were clearly visible at first had become like afterimages when Ji Xinghe approached the cage. Before the people watching through the surveillance cameras could react, Ji Xinghe had already rushed into the cage. The small fighting space did not make Ji Xinghe lose his flexibility. He was best at close combat. When the screams of the Marcus orangutan rang out, no one was worried about Ji Xinghe's safety anymore. All the people who were watching, and those who were about to see, were all excited by Ji Xinghe's cruel side. People can really defeat orangutans. And there is no need for armor or weapons. Not everyone in the Federation is Ji Xinghe, but how many orangutans the Federation needs to face are Marcus-level nobles? The battle between Ji Xinghe and the Marcus gorilla, or rather the beating of the Marcus gorilla, had not yet ended, but the impact of this battle had already appeared. Some orders came from the South Heaven Gate. Arrange those who are said to be at the same level as Ji Xinghe to fight the guerrillas separately. Arrange ordinary civilian guerrillas first, and then talk about it if they can beat them. Well, pay attention to their safety. Yes, announcement to the whole army about Ji Xinghe, and all those who have been authorized will be notified. Yes, let Tu Yuan go to base number 5 to preside over the ceremony of conferring titles. Yes, Tu Yuan is going to base number 5, and he is very happy because he is going to confer titles on Ji Xinghe. P.S. Extra chapter for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 bosses of Chunaianjian, 2/66. Chapter 415 My Master Ji Xinghe. In order to commend the advanced, set an example, and inspire morale. A few days ago, with the approval of the Federal Military Council, the Nanshanmen General Staff, the Federal Military and Political Work Department, the Military Commission Logistics Support Department, the Military Commission Propaganda Department, the Military Commission Equipment Development Department, the Longzhou Military Committee, the Yingzhou Military Committee, the Zhangzhou Military Committee, the 7 Continental Military Committees jointly issued a notice to the whole Army, commending 19 Army model units and 276 Army model soldiers. The notice pointed out that since the anti-imperialist aggression war, all units and soldiers of the whole Army have resolutely implemented the decisions and deployments of the federal government and the Federal Military Council, kept in mind the mission of strengthening the Army, focused on preparing for war, promoted the federal spirit, and built a strong team with excellent military qualities, for the Federation and all mankind have won victory after victory, which has greatly stimulated the enthusiasm and creativity of a majority of soldiers to strive for excellence and make achievements, and has effectively promoted the comprehensive construction and development of the Federation's Army, and the consolidation and improvement of the Army's combat effectiveness and support capabilities. The notice requires that the units and individuals who are commended should cherish the honor, guard against arrogance and impetuosity, make persistent efforts, and constantly make new achievements. All units and soldiers should take advanced models as examples, fully implement the Federation's strong Army thinking, firmly establish combat effectiveness as the only fundamental standard, strengthen ideals and beliefs, bravely shoulder the responsibilities of the times, and be determined to strengthen the cause of the Army. People are not interested in the various long and tedious contents in the belated military notice, which are all old-fashioned. Just look at the honor roll. On the normal military notice honor roll, there will only be the names of the commended model units, the names of the model individuals, and the units to which they belong. The individual military ranks of the model will not even be made public directly, let alone their military achievements. This highest level military notice is relatively much more cautious. The only ones who will really make all the information public are usually the ones who will tell their meritorious service and advanced deeds in person at the report meeting of advanced units individuals, so as to inspire the morale of the people who participate in the report meeting. Therefore, before the official announcement of the whole Army was issued, the people on the alien planet were looking forward to one thing, the live broadcast of Colonel Ji Xinghe's report meeting. Thanks to the development of science and technology and the special environment of the alien planet, everyone on the alien planet, whether it is related to logistics or frontline soldiers, has a bracelet that can be used as a personal smart terminal. In non-combat time, in addition to training, watching relevant news, entertainment programs, etc. on the Blue Planet through the local area network connected by the bracelet is also their main way to relieve stress. People who come to the alien planet are not isolated from the world, but there is a communication delay. Even if they are in an environment with extremely poor communication signals all year round, they can use the communication technology of breakpoint continuation to see many things about the Blue Planet. In the past year or so, the most concerned Blue Planet TV program for people on the alien planet is undoubtedly the documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars starring Ji Xinghe. There is no need to say much about Ji Xinghe's legendary experience. Another reason why people on alien planets pay attention to it is that Ji Xinghe is not the only protagonist in this documentary. Many of those who have fought on alien planets until they are old have appeared in this documentary. Each of them does not occupy much space, and most of them do not even have the opportunity to appear, but this is very important for people on alien planets. They don't want to go back. Dying or growing old on alien planets is their determination and belief. The Old Man and the Sea of Stars is a documentary about Ji Xinghe and a documentary about all of them. Under this premise, Ji Xinghe has unknowingly become one of their potential spiritual symbols. From this point of view, The leadership charm of Ji Xinghe has a great relationship with this documentary and Suhi, who led the filming of this documentary. It is precisely because of this and some other reasons. The original live broadcast and recording of Ji Xinghe's advanced deeds report meeting, study meeting, etc. have all been cancelled. The Federal Military Council believes that the leadership charm of Ji Xinghe, an old man, should not continue to expand in a short period of time. But when the indisputable facts are before people's eyes, are the so-called reports and study sessions really necessary? On the highest level official military bulletin honor roll, Ji Xinghe's name was preceded by a necessary prefix. Ji Xinghe, the commander of the Federation Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, is a galaxy-level mech warrior. The prefix is not long, and even the rank has not been made public, but the galaxy-level mech warrior, a level of mech warrior that the entire army has never seen before, is enough to make Ji Xinghe, a potential spiritual symbol, gradually become concrete. What is a galaxy-level mech warrior? When the military bulletin was issued, the entry had already been added and had a detailed explanation. For many people, this entry, which can be found on both the alien star and the blue star, is the main content of this military bulletin. Galaxy-level mech warrior. The Federal Mech Warrior level is divided into 3-level Mech Warriors, 2-level Mech Warriors, 1-level Mech Warriors, Special-level Mech Warriors, Ace-level Mech Warriors, and Galaxy-level Mech Warriors, the highest level of Mech Warriors currently. On December 9, 2088, Colonel Ji Xinghe, then the head of the Federation Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, launched the Ji Xinghe Challenge against the Empire at the Vulture Mountain battlefield on the alien planet. Within the 3-hour challenge time limit, he single-handedly destroyed 503 Imperial mechas, including 2 Marcus-class Imperial mechas, 1 Duke-class Imperial mecha, and several Count-class mechas. When the challenge time limit expired, the Empire launched a shameless sneak attack and siege on Colonel Ji Xinghe, who was alone. But as one of the strongest mecha warriors in the Federation, Colonel Ji Xinghe activated the non-standard Mecha Xinghe, which he designed and manufactured, and had a unique overclocking mode at the time. With a cry of star and moon, overclocking, Colonel Ji Xinghe single-handedly destroyed 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas and 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas in the face of the Empire's shameless sneak attack and siege, causing the 2 Duke-class Imperial mechas to flee, but they could not escape Colonel Ji Xinghe's pursuit. In this battle, Colonel Ji Xinghe led his Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, and with the cooperation of our conventional troops and long-range firepower, they completely wiped out the 150,000 Imperial troops stationed on Vulture Mountain. All members destroyed a total of 1,330 Imperial mechas, and Colonel Ji Xinghe personally destroyed 601 Imperial mechas, which was unprecedented. After this battle, Colonel Ji Xinghe destroyed a total of 1,401 Imperial mechas, becoming the second mecha warrior in the Federation to destroy more than 1,400 Imperial mechas in total, breaking the record of the number of Imperial mechas destroyed by individuals in a single battle, and raising it to a new level that even our ace mecha warriors could hardly reach. After joint discussions by the Federal Military Council, the Military Committee of the 7 Continents, Nanshanmen and other parties, Colonel Ji Xinghe, then the military rank, then the head of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, was specially approved to become the first Galaxy-class mech warrior of the Federation. Kent Weiss, a 3-star general of the Federation, made a public comment on this. Colonel Ji Xinghe, with a peak of heart, body and skills, has brought glory to all of us humans. Colonel Ji Xinghe and his Ji Xinghe Challenge will become the light of force of our Federation, illuminating the entire universe as our human footprint spread across the sea of stars. Therefore, the trump card should be the Galaxy. Lieutenant General Tu Yuan of the Federation said, "The honor of the Galaxy-class mech warrior was created by Ji Xinghe, but this honor is definitely not the limit of the Federation soldiers, and it is definitely not the limit of mankind. The honor created by Ji Xinghe is waiting for all the Federation soldiers, including himself, and all of humanity to set new heights." The propaganda department of the Federal Military Commission said in an interview, "The basic condition for becoming a Galaxy-class mecha warrior is that the individual has destroyed more than 600 Imperial mechas in total and has made significant contributions." The Equipment Development Department of the Federal Military Commission said in an interview, "Galaxy-class mecha warriors should be supported by important resources of the Federation, including but not limited to the most advanced mechas of the Federation, the highest military technology of the Federal Academy of Sciences, and comprehensive firepower support when participating in the war." To this, the president of the Federal Academy of Sciences, said, There are many entries for Galaxy-class Mecha Warriors, which some people cannot understand. The title of Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior was actually proposed by Kentvis. Destroying 600 Imperial mechas in total is just the basic condition for becoming a Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior? You know. The cumulative number of destruction required for an Ace Mecha Warrior is only 100 Imperial mechas. 1 Galaxy class is equal to 6 Ace class? Thinking of Ji Xinghe's incredible record, people subconsciously think that the Federation may only have 2 Galaxy class Mecha Warriors. But what Tu Yuan said in the entry brought a lot of hope to people. They all thought of Ji Xinghe's words, "Don't believe in the limit. As long as you don't believe it, it doesn't exist." Today, people no longer regard this sentence as empty talk. It is based on facts. There are still some questions, such as what is the extent of the so-called resource support. It sounds like it is no different from the previous Ace Mecha Warrior privileges. For example, Ji Xinghe, who became the first Galaxy-level Mecha Warrior in the Federation, why is his rank only Colonel? Mecha Warriors have not won the rank of General. In comparison, the commendation received by General Li Yuanba now seems to be more practical than the commendation received by Ji Xinghe. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. No matter how groundbreaking the title of Galaxy-level Mecha Warrior is, it is not as good as a general in the eyes of most people. Is it because of Colonel Ji Xinghe's grassroots origin? Small-town killers are not good, so how can these killers from small towns and villages make achievements? The public was not excited, because the propaganda department of the Federal Military Commission had expected it. In fact, for the Federal Military Council and the military committees of various continents, Ji Xinghe's grassroots background is more advantageous than Li Yuanba's, and he has more advantages in obtaining honors. When people are used to Li Yuanba's numerous merits, they will no longer cheer for some of the miracles he has created. For the order of Federal Marshal Li Anbang, which prevented Li Yuanba, who should also become a Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior, from becoming the first Federal Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior and the second Galaxy-class Mecha Warrior in a short period of time, the propaganda department of the Federal Military Commission carefully analyzed and determined, this is a strategic-level idea. As a Federal Marshal, Li Anbang knows very well that what this war needs to rely on most is thousands of ordinary people who are of ordinary origin, but have the belief of striving for the first place and serving the country with their lives. They are of ordinary origin, but their spirit is extraordinary. Don't make a fuss, the higher-ups have notified that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the awarding ceremony of Colonel Ji Xinghe will be broadcast live. Our communication signal is very stable, and there is no need to fight tomorrow morning, just let me watch it. There is no war in some places, but the war has not stopped in some places. It's a pity that we won't be able to watch the live broadcast of Colonel Ji Xinghe's medal ceremony tomorrow. What's so sad about that? There's a recording. We can come back and watch it after the battle. It's a good opportunity to kill more gorillas and monkeys to add luster to Colonel Ji Xinghe's medal ceremony. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Bullshit, everyone can come back tomorrow. Yes, everyone can come back, but if I don't come back, remember to burn Colonel Ji Xinghe's video recording for me, as well as his future battle reports. Burn them all for me. I always feel that Colonel Ji Xinghe will definitely come back in the future. Can create greater miracles and bring us more incredible victories. Then if I can't come back, remember to burn it for me. Burn it together, no one can be left behind. All of them come back and burn it for me. Burn it for Lao Niu and the others to see. They don't know that Colonel Ji Xinghe has launched a Galaxy Challenge. Speaking of which, the title of Colonel Ji Xinghe should no longer exist in the future, right? What does it mean? Major General Ji Xinghe. Ha, that's right, but you can't call me that. You have to call me General Ji Xinghe. It doesn't come out smoothly. None of them are as smooth as calling him Colonel Ji Xinghe. Yes, he is a general now, and he's the leader. It is not smooth to call him that. I really envy those people in the Xinghe team. They can always call Colonel Ji Xinghe Lao Ji. What is there to envy? Lao Ji, I called him, so what? If you say that, then I can also call him Lao Ji. No, master. That's my master, shame on you. I learned Ji family boxing, so it is justified. You talk as if no one has learned it before you. I learned it before you. I'm a student. You all have to call me senior brother. Senior brother, don't forget to burn master's battle report to me tomorrow. Junior brother, don't forget to burn master's battle report to me either. There are war zones with normal communications and war zones with abnormal communications. In some blockades and outposts in the Battle Scar Canyon, Due to the special environment of the canyon, the federal soldiers in it have not even received any news about the Ji Xinghe challenge and the Vulture Mountain battle until now, let alone the military bulletin that inspired the morale of the entire army, and the entry of the Galaxy-class mecha warriors. They don't even have any support anymore, and are on the verge of running out of ammunition and food. Are these dog gorillas all fucking crazy? They are indeed crazier than before. I don't know what stimulated them. Maybe their emperor is dead. Ha ha ha, it's possible, but I prefer to believe that they won a great victory in other war zones. Great victory? Haha, it's good enough to defend, and you also won a great victory. Have you been fooled by them? So you have some misunderstanding about great victory? Why can't we win a great victory? Because we have never taken the initiative to attack. We have been on defense from beginning to end. We have been on defense for more than 20 years and are still on defense. Yes, for more than 20 years, we have been on defense. When will it be our turn to take the initiative to attack? The discussion of with soldiers made the second lieutenant commander of this blockade line feel very complicated. He looked at a material statistics report and knew very well that they could no longer hold on. At the latest at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they would all die in the positions they had defended for a long time. In fact, they did not defend for a long time, but each of them lived a miserable life. Take a deep breath. He asked, "Are you afraid of death?" Haha, sir, are you insulting me? If you are afraid of death, I am your son. Why? Do you want to be a deserter? Do you want to surrender? Even though you are the sergeant, I will kill you if you dare to collaborate with the enemy. All of them knew that this was the last period of their lives. So they no longer had much hierarchy, but the belief that supported them to come to the alien planet never disappeared. The second lieutenant smiled. He said, "If you are not afraid of death, then we will take the initiative to attack." The soldiers were stunned. They had run out of ammunition and food and had been beaten into remnant. We? Active attack? Yeah, does it count? Yes, if that counts, then haven't we taken the initiative many times? Yes, we have taken the initiative many times, even though each time before ended in failure and death, but we have never given up taking the initiative. Because I believe you all believe, that one day, we will be able to win a big victory. One day, we will be able to win. What? Are you scared? Scared? Sir, you are insulting me again. What are you afraid of? Fuck them. Fuck their grandmother. Fuck them. Fuck them. Can you fucking talk? Can't you shut up? I'm almost dead. What can I say? I have to say a few more words. Someone will definitely hear it. What's the use of hearing it? Who cares about what a private says? Someone will know that I, a mechanic from the village, gave up the city life that I envied and came to an alien planet. Some people will know that I, an ordinary private with no merits, was like a hero before I died. Just like that, he launched an active attack on the Empire. Someone will know that I have fulfilled the promise I made to him. He will care. Who is he? Your father? Your mother? He is my master. You have all heard of him because his name is Ji Xinghe. Chen Zhuan, don't think that you are the disciple of Colonel Ji Xinghe just because you have learned Ji family boxing. If you count that, then he has many disciples, at least hundreds of thousands. I didn't learn Ji family boxing from my master, but auto repair. I studied with him for 5 years until he retired from our Xinfang auto repair factory. Rest. Then, he joined the army because his son, whom I had never seen but had heard of many times, died. That day, he went to take the physical fitness test. We drove a flying car beside the runway to persuade him not to run, but he didn't listen. We also said that we would avenge our junior brother. We were not just talking, we really signed up to join the army. All 62 people in the factory signed up. Master Zao's son also signed up. He was a lawyer before. Master Qin's daughter also signed up. She was a doctor before. The second lieutenant interrupted Chen Zhuan. Does Colonel Ji Xinghe know you are here? Does he know you are here? He doesn't know. Chen Zhuan laughed. Among the 75 of us, only 3 passed all the tests. When we passed the training and came to the alien planet, the master was already an ace mecha warrior. The superior at the time wanted to transfer us to the master's side, but we all refused because we came to help the master avenge, not to take advantage of the master's military merits. The second lieutenant took a deep breath and said, Chen Zhuan, you should know that even if you are Colonel Ji Xinghe's apprentice, you will not have any privileges here, sir. Chen Zhuan's expression became serious. He said, I know, I am really not afraid of death. If I were afraid of death, I would not come here and would go to my master. I just wanted to avenge my master before, but now I also want to avenge the four-eyed boy, the pretty boy, the big guy, the fat boy, and myself." The second lieutenant and the others were silent. Chen Zhuan's voice sounded again after a moment of silence. "Someone has to sacrifice, everyone can sacrifice, and no one's life is more noble than anyone else's, not to mention that I am just an ordinary person, ordinary as can be. The master never said it, but I know that I am the dumbest of all his apprentices. Of course, it's an auto repair. I never thought that one day I would have hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters, millions of brothers and sisters, and my master would be able to become the ace mecha warrior of the Federation and become the legendary hero you talk about every day. I think my life is worth it, and it will be even more worth it if I kill a few more gorillas. You know what? I endured it for many days, and I almost couldn't hold it back many times, such as when you said that my master used Ji's boxing to repair the car. Ha 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 ha. Now, I can finally say it. Don't you really have anything to ask about my master? Ji Xinghe. P.S. This chapter is too difficult to write. I was surprised to find that it is 6,000 words after writing it. Chapter 416. The Emperor's Military Strength. When the entire army was notified, Ji Xinghe was still beating the imperial guerrillas. The Marcus guerrillas were not so resistant to beatings. The two Marcus guerrillas were now half dead. They were revealing the information they knew while receiving treatment. The two of them actually didn't want to confess, but one of the Marcus guerrillas had a very clear attitude of surrender, so in essence, it made no difference whether they confessed or not. Instead of doing this, it would be better to use the information in exchange for some welfare benefits. At least they wouldn't be beaten to half-death by Ji Xinghe like the traitor Marcus. What really forced them to tell almost everything was that Ji Xinghe said to them in front of them when he left after beating them. Heal them as soon as possible, to the extent that they can take a beating. Yes, in this case, the only guerrillas that Ji Xinghe could beat were those imperial guerrillas who were much weaker in comparison. The guerrilla captives in base number 5 entered a state of guerrilla self-danger. Earls, viscounts, barons, civilians, and 2 imperial slave guerrillas that were rarely seen among the captives, plus 3 Marcus guerrillas, totaled 53 guerrilla captives, and 52 were lined up. This made the people who got the news suddenly feel like they were back to the battle at Vulture Mountain and back to the time when Ji Xinghe challenged. I knew it, the blind man said excitedly. What about 4 times, what about 6 times? They are not the opponent of Lao Ji. Hearing this long-lost words, the lame man, the left hand, the deaf man, the lame man and others all fell into memories. At that time, they believed that the gorilla's physical fitness was very strong, and it was impossible for humans to defeat a gorilla with bare hands. The best evidence is that there has never been any relevant record in the war history of the alien planet for more than 20 years. It is not that humans have never fought against gorillas alone, but it has happened many times, but without exception, there are weapons to help. Even if there is only a bayonet, the meaning is completely different. So they all thought it was impossible until Ji Xinghe appeared in front of them and told them that humans can actually defeat gorillas. They didn't want to believe it, but they chose to believe it. One day later, Ji Xinghe made an application in the name of a gift for the blind man, and they really began to believe it. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Lao Ji from saving you. In that case, we would have seen this scene a long time ago. Zuo Shou sighed. Fuck, you mean my life is not as important as the fact that Lao Ji can beat the gorilla? To be honest, if Instructor Li believed that Lao Ji could beat the gorilla, he would definitely not let Lao Ji save you, but let others save you. Because, Zuo Shou hesitated for a moment, looking at the picture on the monitoring screen, his eyes full of envy, admiration and other emotions. This is really important. Yes, this is really important. People looked at the screen where Ji Xinghe unilaterally beat the imperial gorilla, and it was already the 7th one. They all had the same idea. This is really important. Even the blind man himself had such an idea. And he even went a step further and thought, if he knew at the time that his sacrifice would allow the entire Federation to witness a miracle that created a historical precedent, he would sacrifice himself without hesitation. Because what Zuo Shou said is very right, this is really important. I can't wait to see the comments. What do you think will happen when the video of Lao Ji beating the gorillas like he beat us is uploaded to the Blue Star? Beat the gorillas like he beat us. Su Chuanayan, you can brag if you want to. But don't bring us into it, okay? We can't beat these gorillas now. No ambition. What do you mean by no ambition? I said I can't beat them now, but it doesn't mean I can't beat them in the future. I can beat the gorillas now, haha, you don't believe it, right? Lao Chen, help me apply for it. I want to beat the gorillas too. Actually, I want to try it too. You all want to try? Then I want to try it too. Lao Chen, help me get the application. Hearing these words, Chen soon shook his head expressionlessly. If you can't beat them, don't argue with me, Lao Ji said. The passion of the Galaxy team members was instantly killed by Chen Sun's words. Su Chuanayan asked unwillingly, if we can't beat him, who can? Lao Ji said that Li Yuanba will definitely win. Chen Sun replied, and Han Li should be able to beat the Earl-level gorilla now. As for Jackson, he should be injured, but it's not a big problem. These three names were not surprising to the people of the Xing team. The blind man asked curiously, what about Ravich, Kadelin, and Yu Ren? They all knew the estimated completion time of Ji Xinghe's challenge. Among the ace mecha warriors of the Federation, these few people were more powerful than Qin Tong and Harris. None of them can do it, because their combat effectiveness can only be displayed by wearing armor, especially Yu Ren. His strength is directly related to the neural connection technology. If you fight without armor, all of you can beat him, the cripple said in surprise. So, there are only 4 people in the whole Federation, including Lao Ji, who can beat the gorilla. More than 4, but Lao Ji doesn't know about them more. I also think it's more than 4. I heard that there are more than a dozen masters like Lao Ji in the whole Federation. Although they are not mecha warriors, they have reached the realm of Danjin and Gangjin. And those world champions in fighting competitions, such as boxing champions, should be able to do it too, right? Before Chen Sun answered, Su Chuanayan answered, they are good at nothing. I definitely can't beat those boxing champions in the ring, but why don't you try it on the battlefield? Barehanded, as many as come, as many as die. The gorilla won't go into the ring with them. There are no rules in a fight to the death. Chen Sun nodded and said, what Su Chuanayan said is not entirely right. It is definitely an exaggeration to say that as many as come will die. We must also consider the difference in size. However, the truth is that their fighting consciousness and will are not as strong as yours, not to mention Lao Ji, General Li Yuanba, Han Li, Jackson and others. Su Chuanayan was still unconvinced, and kept muttering something about using the weak to defeat the strong, digging out eyes, attacking crotches, spitting, and splashing blood on them. No one else paid attention to him, and Qin Tong asked a serious question. So after today, should the army find those who can defeat the gorilla in a duel? Then, focus on training them. No, Chen Sun shook his head. The battlefield is the battlefield. There is no chance for us to fight the gorilla with bare hands. It is meaningless to find such people. The video of Lao Ji's battle is enough. And, hearing Chen Sun's words pause, Harris frowned and asked, Old Chen, the higher-ups will not really agree to let Lao Ji challenge the Empire again, and it will be a battle without armor, right? Su Chuanayan, who is mumbling, also stopped mumbling and exclaimed, Lao Ji has now defeated the 7th one. No, the 7th one was carried out and the 8th one went in. Could it be that Lao Ji is asking Ji Xinghe to challenge him without armor to inspire the morale of the whole army? It's not that exaggerated. If Lao Ji wants to fight like that, the higher-ups will not agree. The risk is too great. Chen Sun actually wanted to say that it was impossible to accomplish, but considering the significance of Ji Xinghe's strength to the Xing team, he changed his words and said that the risk was very high. Then he explained. The above means to make sure that Lao Ji has the ability to kill the Marcus orangutan 100% alone, and then find an opportunity to challenge an ordinary Marcus orangutan to remove the armor to inspire the morale of the whole army. Of course, it shouldn't happen recently, because the morale is already enough, and too much is as bad as too little. Regarding Chen Sun's description, some people were puzzled. Ordinary Marcus orangutan? What does it mean? There are also extraordinary ones. Yes, Chen Sun did not explain in detail, but said, those who know can know, and those who don't know don't ask. There is a confidentiality agreement. This sentence interrupted Su Chuanayan's almost blurted out the word key. As an ace mecha warrior, he is also a member of the Galaxy team and a confidant of Ji Xinghe. Naturally, he can get some information that they didn't know before. In fact, among the people watching the battle, all members of the Galaxy team already knew the existence of Qi. This certainly violated the confidentiality agreement, but those who can be held accountable don't know that they know, and even if they really know, they will not be held accountable. Because all the active members of the Xing team have the opportunity to become ace mecha warriors, Chu Feng, Zhang Yun and others are only a dozen gold stars away. I understand. Sichuan suppressed his anger, but did not suppress his wonderful ideas, and said, the higher-ups want to wait for Lao Ji to return to the Azure Star, so that he can challenge like this, stimulate the morale of the whole army, and then go back. Moreover, when Lao Ji returns, the Empire can no longer find an extraordinary guerrilla to challenge Lao Ji in the same way. The people around him nodded in approval. Once the precedent of the unarmored pre-battle challenge is opened by the Federation, the Empire will definitely go crazy and launch such a challenge in which they have an absolute advantage. How many Ji Xinghe does the Federation have? How many Li Yuanba? How many Han Li? How many Jacksons? Even if it is Ji Xinghe, facing that kind of extraordinary guerrilla, he probably can't beat it, right? Thinking of this, people feel that perhaps Ji Xinghe's challenge to the unarmored battle will never appear. If it really appears, it must be to the extent that the situation is very, very serious, so serious that Ji Xinghe may die, and many, many people may die. When the war really enters the mode of pure firepower bombardment, nuclear weapons may become conventional weapons, and the power of individual soldiers will be weakened to the extreme. It doesn't matter if the Empire uses such a challenge to kill the Federation's individual masters. What a pity. Looking at Ji Xinghe, who finally stopped beating the guerrilla, people felt inexplicably regretful. Perhaps only they know how powerful Colonel Ji Xinghe really is. Ji Xinghe, who beat 8 imperial guerrillas, felt refreshed. He actually still has combat power, and his real combat power was used when he beat the 8th guerrilla. But precisely because of this, he didn't dare to fight. The control of the power of Ki was not mature enough. If he continued to fight, he would either blow up the gorilla's head directly, or the gorillas might notice the abnormality. No matter which result occurs, the fact that he possesses the power of Ki is no longer an unknown secret. Ji Xinghe felt a little out of breath after he stopped. His normal physical energy had been almost consumed. The gorillas were thick-skinned, strong, and fast. When he didn't need to breathe, it was indeed a bit strenuous to fight them. He could only beat 7 in a row. But Ji Xinghe did not leave the training ground transformed from the prison cell. Instead, he sat next to the only Marcus gorilla who was not beaten in this training ground that belonged to him alone. He asked aloud as if chatting with a friend, "How is it? Very powerful." "No, very powerful." The Marcus gorilla had no idea of taking the opportunity to attack Ji Xinghe. It was very sure that Ji Xinghe was now showing weakness to the enemy to lure it into attacking, and then beat it up. Witnessing Ji Xinghe's completion of the Ji Xinghe challenge with his own eyes, how could it believe that Ji Xinghe would be exhausted after beating 8 gorillas in a row? What a joke the Federation is playing. You said you knew Caseman, so how about I fight Caseman? Colonel Ji Xinghe, you should know the answer very well. I should not tell you the reason now, because there should be many people watching us. You can tell it casually, and those who can hear it will know it, but those who don't know it won't hear it. Then I said, Caseman has received the gift of His Majesty the Emperor and has extraordinary power. You can't be his opponent. Ji Xinghe did not comment, and continued to ask, why don't you have the power of gift? Because we rely on the glory of our ancestors to get our current title. Our own military exploits and abilities are not worthy of His Majesty's gift to us. What about the Duke? The Duke has His Majesty's gift. In fact, there are also some earls who can get His Majesty's gift. Those earls are just like your soldiers have a bright future in the Federation, they have the same bright future in the Empire. About the gift, tell me everything you know. The Marcus orangutan pondered for a moment, not knowing whether he was organizing his words or making up a lie. Then he started talking. I must admit that I don't know Casimando about gifts, but my grandfather has received the gift of His Majesty, and he has shown me the extraordinary power of the gift. Combined with his physical strength, he blew up a slave's head with one punch, and it really blew up. The power of the gift allows my grandfather to have the ability to resist various diseases, and even the plague can't hurt him. But the gifts he received are not enough. So he did not use the power of the gift to heal other gorillas. My father was injured in a battle, and my grandfather tried to use the power of the gift to heal him, but it worsened his injuries. Hearing this, Ji Xinghe frowned slightly. If the magnitude is not enough, you can't have the ability to heal others? Then is the magnitude of the key you have enough to treat Xinghe? Do you want to detonate another nuclear warhead? Although Ji Xinghe has confirmed that he can increase the power of his own key through the leakage of the nuclear fuel cell used by the Mecha, the efficiency is too low in comparison. It's still more direct and refreshing to endure the baptism of a nuclear bomb. The Marcus orangutan continued. The ability to heal is generally only possessed by dukes, but not all dukes have this ability. It is said that this is related to their physique. Not all gorilla bodies are suitable for receiving His Majesty's gifts. Different physiques can receive different levels of gifts. Therefore, the royal family that can receive the greatest degree of gifts is called the chosen family. Constitution? Looking back on the process of obtaining Qi, Ji Xinghe came up with a guess. Are people who have experienced radiation more suitable for obtaining the power of Qi, and can they carry more Qi? Almost all members of the Xinghe team have encountered nuclear radiation. Can they? And Xinghe has also encountered nuclear radiation. At that time, the radiation in the Xinghe cockpit was not completely eliminated, so he took Xinghe away from the base. Not only Xinghe, but also that group of children. They were born and raised on an alien planet. The special environment makes them suffer from the influence of low-level radiation all year round. Their bodies are not as strong as the children of the Blue Star. They need to go through 3 crisis-ridden treatment stages, which is also a reason in this regard. Then do they also? The Marcus orangutan didn't know what Ji Xinghe was thinking, and he just kept telling the information he knew. But no matter how many extraordinary powers His Majesty has bestowed on you, no orangutan, except His Majesty, has ever been able to give other orangutans this extraordinary power. If Kaisman and Bilrosi say that they can bestow you, then they must be lying to you. Believe me, only His Majesty has the ability to bestow, and only His Majesty possesses the strongest extraordinary power. Really? Ji Xinghe asked very curiously. How strong is your emperor? You can tell me about his achievements. Has he really fought? The Marcus orangutan's eyes suddenly became fanatical, and he spoke in an excited tone that he had never had since being captured. Your Majesty, I blew up a mecha with my bare hands. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, seeming a little disappointed. That's it? Are there any more powerful achievements? No, I don't know. Yes, I don't know. Chapter 417. He didn't ask. His last words. When the 3 Marcus gorillas met again, their situations were very different. 2 of them were shackled to metal beds without sheets and bedding. Next to them were medical staff who were treating them. Their movements were heavy, which made the 2 Marcus gorillas grimace in pain. Although one gorilla was wearing magnetic shackles, it could be fixed to the ground instantly with remote control, and the contracting shackles would also restrict the movement of its hands and feet. But it had freedom. There were only 2 guards wearing individual exoskeleton armor following behind it to prevent it from suddenly rising and causing harm to the medical staff. Apart from that, it did have a relatively large degree of freedom. Traitor, waste. The 2 Marcus gorillas lying on the bed started cursing the moment they saw it, without stopping for 10 minutes. Lieutenant Liu Yingzi was too lazy to translate these words because they made no sense. In the prisoner behavior report, Liu Yingzi wrote a sentence. The 2 Marcus gorillas defeated by Colonel Ji Xinghe were in a very good mental state and scolded each other for 10 minutes. Judging from their angry state, there is no possibility of a self-torture tactic. The Marcus gorilla, who was scolded for 10 minutes, did not retort. After it walked into the cell, it sat near the 2 beds like a fool, and didn't know what it was thinking. Brown and yellow building, did they take your frontal lobe? Ho ha. Hearing this, the Marcus gorilla named Brown and Yellow Building finally had some reaction. It asked in a serious tone, Your Majesty, how strong is it? Why? Ji Xinghe wants to know how strong Your Majesty is, and then challenge Your Majesty? Ha. Humans, even Ji Xinghe, know nothing about true strength. Ridiculous. The 2 Marcus gorillas did not mean to answer this question, because in their eyes and almost all gorillas, this question does not have any meaning. The Emperor of the Empire is the strongest individual. You too, Huanglao asked, do you know what military achievements His Majesty has? Military achievements that can show His Majesty's strength? The 2 Marcus gorillas were a little surprised. They didn't understand why Huanglao asked this question. You confessed and told us His Majesty's achievements, but humans didn't believe it, so they asked you to ask us. No, asking this is obviously to give us a chance to make a confession. Oh, I forgot, you have completely betrayed the country. Huanglao hesitated for a while before speaking in the face of the doubts of the 2 Marcus gorillas. I did say how powerful His Majesty is, but Ji Xinghe didn't disbelieve it. If he didn't disbelieve it, why did you ask us? Because Ji Xinghe. Huanglao hesitated in his tone and his eyes were a little confused, but he finally said it. He thinks His Majesty is not strong enough. The 2 Marcus gorillas were stunned and angry at the same time. Brown House, what did you say? Ji Xinghe said that your majesty is not strong enough? Your majesty killed me and I didn't even have time to blink. Ji Xinghe beat me for 3 minutes and only beat me half to death. What's his reason? Brown House did not answer immediately, but grabbed the shackles with both hands and feet, but did not make more movements, so the magnetic suction function of the shackles was not activated. It was just feeling the hardness of the shackles. This is a special alloy that it can't tear apart. It can't even rely on its own strength to make this alloy break. But such an alloy is far inferior to the alloy used by your majesty to blow up the mecha at that time. I said, your majesty blew up a mecha, bare-handed, blew up a mecha. The 2 Marcus gorillas on the hospital beds were stunned. Because the strongest record of the Emperor of the Empire that they could think of was also to blow up a mecha with bare hands. Ji Xinghe, do you think it's not strong enough to blow up a mecha? Ji Xinghe, can you blow up a mecha? I don't know. The brown and yellow building shook its head slightly, and it said, Ji Xinghe only said 2 words. He said, that's it, that's it. It was said in Longzhou dialect, which made the guards and medical staff nearby feel a little strange. It's just that there is no context, so they don't know how shocked the 3 Marcus gorillas were by these 2 words. It was even more shocking than the extent that they were beaten half to death by Ji Xinghe. The 3 of them can speak Longzhou dialect. Among the marquises who appeared on the battlefield of Vulture Mountain at that time, the 2 who could not speak Longzhou dialect very well had already died. These 2 days they have been wondering whether their survival is related to their ability to speak Longzhou dialect. Unfortunately, this news can't be passed back. Did Ji Xinghe really say that? Yes. Apart from that, is there anything else? No, only these 2 words. And, in the still confused eyes of Brown and Yellow House, the memories of half an hour ago emerged. That was Ji Xinghe's expression at that time, and the feeling he gave me, his eyes, expression, tone, etc. I am very sure that Ji Xinghe really thinks that it is not strong enough to blow up a mecha with bare hands. The 2 Marcus gorillas on the hospital beds were silent. Brown and Yellow House continued to speak. His tone gradually became excited. I can even feel his disappointment, just like Tasman told him that Her Majesty is very strong. Just like Bill Rossi told him that Her Majesty is so strong that carbon-based life cannot understand. So he thinks that Her Majesty is really very strong, but when I said the strongest record of His Majesty, he was disappointed. He was very disappointed, because Her Majesty was not as strong as he imagined. You too, in fact, have also felt this kind of disappointment of Ji Xinghe. When you were fighting with him, he rushed into the cage to fight the second one after he finished beating one, because he was very disappointed. We were not as good as him, and he was not satisfied with a beating. Yes, it was this kind of disappointment. Do you two know what I was doing just now? I was watching him fight. He asked humans to send 6 gorillas, 1 earl, 3 viscounts, 2 barons. They took turns to fight, just like when Ji Xinghe challenged him. In the end, none of them could hurt him, and they were all beaten half to death by him. Then, Brown and Yellow Building took a deep breath and said with horror, he sat beside me very disappointedly, and asked me in an expectant tone how strong my majesty was. I told him, but he was disappointed. This gorilla is useless. The 2 Marcus gorillas had this idea, but they both understood the reason why Brown and Yellow Building was useless. One of them hesitated and asked, did you tell Ji Xinghe that the mecha that His Majesty blew up was a Duke-level mecha made of tungsten steel alloy? The other Marcus gorilla added, moreover, it was personally driven by Prince Nanluo, who possesses extraordinary power, and there were weapons, and weapons made of tungsten steel gold. Brown and Yellow Building shook his head. I didn't say it. The 2 Marcus gorillas became angry again. Why didn't you say it? Can a mecha be the same as another mecha? Ji Xinghe must have thought that what His Majesty blew up was a conventional standard mecha, or even the rubbish first-generation standard mecha, a rotten mecha driven by slaves without any weapons. When Huang Lao heard these words, he suddenly laughed, and his laughter became louder and more exaggerated. Ho ha, are you crazy? I asked you why you didn't say it. Answer me quickly, because, Huang Lao's laughter stopped, and his tone revealed fear of the unknown. Just like the gorillas and monkeys who used slash and burn farming in ancient times, when they looked up at the vast starry sky, they would be afraid that the sky would fall down. It said, he didn't ask. Because, Ji Xinghe, didn't ask. Didn't ask? Didn't ask? Didn't ask? Ji Xinghe didn't ask. The 2 Marcus gorillas lying on the hospital bed began to tremble inexplicably, making the medical staff a little nervous. Be gentle, Don't kill them. Colonel Ji Xinghe is waiting to beat them up for practice. I was very gentle. Tisk, this Marcus gorilla is just so-so. I thought it was so strong. Actually, I'm very curious about what they are saying. I only heard that, and they kept talking about Colonel Ji Xinghe. Ask later. Remember the confidentiality agreement. Ask what you can ask and don't ask what you can't ask. Yes. The conversation between the medical staff calmed the three gorillas. They thought of their current situation and understood that what they feared seemed to have nothing to do with them anymore. A Marcus gorilla on the hospital bed spoke after regaining his composure. So, Ji Xinghe feels that no matter what kind of mecha His Majesty blows up, it's not strong enough. Yes, he thinks so, Brown and Yellow Building said. I'm sure he really thinks so he's very disappointed, but he can't blow up a mecha, let alone a Duke-level mecha. Even my mecha, no, any noble mecha, he can't blow it up with his bare hands. Why does he think His Majesty is not strong enough? I don't know, maybe it's because he thinks that His Majesty, who can blow up a mecha with his bare hands, can't blow up the mecha he's driving. It may be because he thinks that when driving a mecha to fight, His Majesty's strength will be restricted by the mecha. In terms of the performance of the mecha, he thinks he may be able to defeat His Majesty. It is also possible that it is because Brown and Yellow Building said its analysis, and after a moment's pause, it continued. Ji Xinghe believes that blowing up a mecha with bare hands is not a truly extraordinary power. Don't forget, he is a mechanic. Can dismantling a mecha be the same as blowing it up? Yes, he is a mechanic, but without giving him tools, can he dismantle a Duke-class mecha with his bare hands? Even if the Duke-class mecha is standing still, what if he can really dismantle it with his bare hands? What if, as we know, his strength is not his true strength? Ha ha ha. It took him 3 minutes to beat me half to death, that's a fact. Yes, it took him 3 minutes to beat you half to death. But what if this was just because he didn't want to kill you directly and showed mercy? Brown and Yellow Building, what do you want to say? I don't want to say anything, I just want to ask, do you know what other achievements His Majesty has made? I want to tell Ji Xinghe, I want to tell him that he knows nothing about His Majesty's strength. He should not be disappointed, he should be afraid of it. The two Marcus gorillas fell silent again. After a long time, they said in unison, I don't know. The conversation between the three Marcus gorillas ended here, and Brown and Yellow House chose to leave. Its freedom even allowed it to go and see other captured gorillas. It went to see and ask, but it was still unwilling. It wanted to hear more and more, even if those gorillas who were not as powerful as it might only know some legends that were not true. But so what? Ji Xinghe should not be disappointed, and should not be disappointed with His Majesty. This idea was a bit weird, but it was indeed what Brown and Yellow House was thinking at the moment. The translation of this conversation was also reported and uploaded by Lieutenant Liu Yingzi as soon as possible. In her personal diary, she identified the sentence she translated today as the third sentence in her life, a sentence that she would remember for the rest of her life and would definitely be passed down through the ages in the future. The first sentence was, there is nothing good to see, it's just that one person, one armor, picked a body full of gold stars. The second sentence was, those who want to die should line up, come one by one. The third sentence was, because he didn't ask, because Ji Xinghe didn't ask. Ji Xinghe also saw the report sent by Liu Yingzi. He did not view it through the authority, but Liu Yingzi sent it to him directly. When Ji Xinghe was still an ace mecha warrior, this behavior was problematic and violated the confidentiality regulations. But now it is different. Ji Xinghe has become a galaxy-level mecha warrior. Moreover, he will get the rank of general today and become the second mecha warrior in the Federation to get the rank of general. It is very different for a soldier to become a general. But Tu Yuan, who arrived at base number 5 in the morning, did not come to see Ji Xinghe at the first time. This is actually normal. As the supreme commander of the war zone of base number 5, Tu Yuan has too many affairs to deal with. But the abnormality lies here. For the relevant meetings, including layout arrangements and so on, Tu Yuan has no reason to refuse to let Ji Xinghe participate. Whether Ji Xinghe is willing to participate and make relevant suggestions is Ji Xinghe's own business, and no one can say what the problem is. Tu Yuan did not bring Ji Xinghe with him, so there is something wrong with Tu Yuan. Could it be that Tu Yuan knew that he was going to break his leg? When Ji Xinghe was thinking this, a colonel staff officer found him. Colonel Ji Xinghe, I'm Liu Mian, we've met before. Let me make it short, I have a will. Chapter 418, Tears Can't Kill Orangutans. General, is it appropriate for Colonel Ji Xinghe to hear this? Well, at this time, before Liu Mian came to see Ji Xinghe, he had some doubts about the task assigned to him by Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan asked back. Why not? Because Colonel Ji Xinghe must remember Chen Zhuan. He can remember the names of many soldiers he has only met once, not to mention Chen Zhuan, who has worked with him for 5 years and is equivalent to his apprentice. Are you worried that Ji Xinghe will get angry because of Chen Zhuan's sacrifice? Liu Mian hesitated for a moment and replied, he shouldn't get angry, but his emotions should be affected. I don't think it's appropriate when you are about to confer him a title. You underestimate Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan asked, do you know how many wills he has received? Liu Mian guessed, more than 300. This is what he knows, the number of people Ji Xinghe knew and died on the battlefield. Tu Yuan shook his head slightly. Before today, he received 4,795 wills. Liu Mian was shocked, and then thought of a tradition. When the last words left by the deceased involve those who are still alive, the relevant parts of the last words will be intercepted and sent to the relevant personnel. For those who have died, this is a kind of respect. For those who are still alive, this is a kind of inheritance. Many times it has nothing to do with the spirit. What is passed down are only the names and voices of those people. They should not be forgotten by those who are still alive. Ji Xinghe has heard many last words. Tu Yuan's tone was calm, and his eyes seemed to be lost in memories. From Instructor Li at the beginning, to those people from the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps most recently. From those he knew and met, to those he had never seen, never heard of before, and those who did not belong to the same war zone. Some of these people knew Ji Xinghe and had met Ji Xinghe. Some had only heard of Ji Xinghe. They were encouraged by Ji Xinghe's deeds and spirit. They regarded Ji Xinghe as one of their spiritual symbols, so they mentioned Ji Xinghe in their last words, so the part about Ji Xinghe would be intercepted and sent to Ji Xinghe. Sometimes it was just a sentence without any meaning, sometimes it was as long-winded as a teacher in the classroom, and sometimes it was as ignorant as a growing child. No matter what they said, no matter who they were, their last words would be sent to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe chose to receive all of the 4,795. According to the records, Ji Xinghe had heard them all. Tu Yuan paused, looked at Liu Mian and asked, do you know when he listened? Liu Mian shook his head. He felt shocked and a little weird at the same time. Tu Yuan, as a lieutenant general and the highest commander of a war zone, actually used his authority to spy on Ji Xinghe's behavior of listening to the last words. Isn't this an abuse of power? He listened when he was training, when he was repairing the mecha, and when he was fighting. As far as I know, except when he was studying, he could distract himself to listen to these last words. He also listened when he was sleeping at night. Tu Yuan paused again, as if he finally realized that his behavior was too much like obscene peeping and too inappropriate. But he still wanted to say it. He asked Nuwa to play those last words when he was about to go to bed, and monitor and record his sleep status. If he fell asleep, Nuwa would stop playing and record a playback node. When he was about to start listening to those last words again the next day, he would continue playing from the recorded playback node. Sometimes he would play back from the playback node recorded by Nuwa for a period of time. He did not miss even a word in the last words. Liu Mian, why do you think he could fall asleep in such a sound? Why did he fall asleep listening to these sounds? Liu Mian shook his head. He didn't know. Some people think it's because he doesn't care, but I think if he doesn't care, he can just refuse to download, or pretend to download and then delete it directly. Tu Yuan's eyes moved away from Liu Mian's eyes, and looked at base number 5, which was getting closer and closer because the space battleship was about to land, as if he was looking at Ji Xinghe in it. Nuwa recorded the time he fell asleep while listening to these last words, and it was getting faster and faster, so fast that it seemed that these last words could no longer move him, but in fact, he had been listening. So, although he didn't want to hear these regrets, he was willing to listen to these last words, because these last words could make his beliefs more firm and make him stronger. Liu Mian understood. He stood beside Tu Yuan and looked at base number 5. Colonel Ji Xinghe found inspiration in their sacrifices, found faith in inspiration, and strengthened himself in faith. Therefore, Colonel Ji Xinghe is getting stronger and stronger. Yes, he is getting stronger and stronger. But he is still not strong enough. Tu Yuan approved and then denied, saying, this time, he can become stronger. Liu Mian still asked with some concern, but this time is different from the previous ones. What if Colonel Ji Xinghe is angry because of this? Today is his inauguration ceremony. What if he suddenly gets mad and beats me up? Ha ha ha, Tu Yuan laughed, his eyes firm. That would be even better. Liu Mian thought of something, and suddenly felt that even if Ji Xinghe did not get mad because of that ordinary and special last words, Tu Yuan should also find a way to make Ji Xinghe get mad. That way, it is really good, but it hurts a little. Ji Xinghe didn't know that someone would study all his behaviors, but Tu Yuan was right. He was really willing to listen to those last words. Known and unfamiliar. He gave those people strength, and those people also gave him strength. So, when Liu Mian appeared in front of him with a will, or rather a 12-part will, he did not fear the unknown, nor was he sad about the sacrifice. I will listen. Ji Xinghe planned to listen to it before going to bed tonight. Those sounds would not affect his sleep quality, because when he fell asleep, the will would stop playing. Wait until the next day, and continue playing from the last sentence he remembered. Liu Mian said hesitantly, Colonel Ji Xinghe, I suggest that you listen now. Ji Xinghe frowned, looking at Liu Mian's eyes that did not dare to look him in the eye. He guessed something, then turned his head and lowered his head to look at Xingxian beside him. The time was 6:05 in the morning. Ji Rongzhen, who got up on time at 6 o'clock, and several other children who lived together, took 5 minutes to wash up and prepare to go with Ji Rongzhen and Ji Xinghe to meet up with other children, and then go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Grandpa, let's listen together. Ji Rongzhen's eyes and tone were firm. She felt from Liu Mian's insistence that this will might hurt Ji Xinghe. It was rare for her to take Ji Xinghe's hand and hold it tightly in front of other children. This scene was indeed rare, because the children all wanted to hold Ji Xinghe's hand, but Ji Xinghe only had 2 hands. Ji Xinghe looked at Liu Mian with some displeasure, but Liu Mian, who had just avoided his gaze, now looked directly at Ji Xinghe without any shame. This colonel staff officer who was handed over to Ji Xinghe by Tu Yuan had already started doing something before going through the personnel transfer procedures, and even without Ji Xinghe's knowledge. In this regard, he is very similar to Chen Sun. The will that Liu Mian had just sent finally sounded from Ji Xinghe's bracelet. Are these dog gorillas all fucking crazy? If you are not afraid of death, then we will take the initiative to attack. This doesn't sound like a will, but more like a record of a combat meeting. There are a lot of swear words, but there is no need to hide these from the children present. In fact, the spirit contained in these words is very important to these children, and it is very important to the future of the Federation and mankind. But when a person's voice came out, Ji Xinghe's calm face suddenly changed. He was stunned and shocked. This made Liu Mian, who was standing in front of him and staring at him, sigh in his heart. This made Ji Rongzhen, who was holding Ji Xinghe's hand, look at Ji Xinghe with more worry. The voice was, fuck them, someone will know that I, a car mechanic from the village, gave up the city life that I envied and came to an alien planet. Some people will know that I, an ordinary soldier with no merit, launched an active attack on the empire like a hero before I died. Some people will know that I have fulfilled the promise I made to him. He will care. It was this voice, it was him. Ji Xinghe, who challenged the empire, was so powerful that it exceeded everyone's imagination. But at this moment, his body trembled, and his figure was a little hunched, like an ordinary 66-year-old old man. Who is he? Your father? Your mother? He is my master. You have all heard of him, because his name is Ji Xinghe. Chen Zhuan. It was Chen Zhuan. Chen Zhuan said that we told our master that we would avenge our junior brother. Chen Zhuan said that all 62 people in the factory had signed up to join the army. Master Zhao's son had also signed up. He was a lawyer before. Master Qin's daughter had also signed up. She was a doctor before. Chen Zhuan said that among the 75 of us, only 3 had passed all the assessments. Chen Zhuan said that we were here to help Master get revenge, not to take advantage of Master's military merits. Chen Zhuan said that someone had to sacrifice, and everyone could sacrifice, and no one's life was more noble than anyone else's. Chen Zhuan said. Chen Zhuan asked, do you really have nothing to ask? About my master? Ji Xinghe. They asked. They asked if Colonel Ji Xinghe could just smash the car with his fist when doing sheet metal repairs on the car. They asked if Colonel Ji Xinghe didn't need a jack when repairing the car, and could lift the car with one hand. They asked if Colonel Ji Xinghe had taught Ji family fist at the Xinfang Chang auto repair factory. They asked, Chen Zhuan, do you regret it? Chen Zhuan replied, I do regret it. I regret that I didn't see that my master was a peerless master, didn't learn Jijiaquan from him, didn't play games with him, and didn't become a real mechanic like my master, a mecha warrior. I couldn't become a real hero like my master. They said, Chen Zhuan, you are a hero. We are all heroes. When we launched an active attack on the Empire, we were all real heroes. Your master, our master, Colonel Ji Xinghe, he will hear it. He will say to us you are all real heroes. Chen Zhuan asked, do you have anything else to say? I am recording my last words. They said, we don't have anything to say. We will let Colonel Ji Xinghe see our actual actions, just like you really joined the army and came to the alien front. Chen Zhuan, say a few words, say it to your master, say it to our master. Chen Zhuan said, Master, I have a lot of things to say to you, but I can't say it now, because I miss home and I want to cry. But I can't cry. We are going to launch an active attack on the Empire. Tears can't kill gorillas. I miss home, but I want to kill gorillas more. They asked, that's all? Chen Zhuan said, there is one more sentence. Let's say it together? They asked, can I? Chen Zhuan said, yes, I know my master. He is really good. So they said together, Master, we didn't surrender because we don't want to lose your face and the face of all mankind. The corridor did not become quiet after the last words were played. The children tried hard to suppress their crying. They didn't know Chen Zhuan, nor did they know the other 11 people with Chen Zhuan. But they all understood. There were 12 federal soldiers who had run out of ammunition and food, and they used their lives to launch an active attack on the Empire. This is the voice they left behind. For their common master Ji Xinghe, for them, and for this world. The suppressed crying of the children made Ji Xinghe's hunched body straighten again. Liu Mian, who noticed this, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Coax the children. Coax the children, and coax yourself. Ji Xinghe did not coax the children. He gently patted Ji Rongzhenayu's shoulder, and Ji Rongzhenayu let go of his hand. Stand at attention. The voice was loud. Xinghe team, youth training team, everyone, assemble. Yes, the children stood upright and lined up neatly. Ji Rongzhenayu's eyes were red. She looked at the children like her and said in a loud voice as cold as possible, tears can't kill gorillas. The children put away their tears, because they wanted to kill gorillas just like Chen Zhuan. They didn't need adults to coax them. Liu Mian, the adult standing next to them, was not moved when he heard those last words, but at this moment, he actually wanted to cry. Children, this shouldn't be like this. Ji Xinghe glanced at the children, and he also felt the children shouldn't be like this. Then he looked at Liu Mian. This adult was also a child to him, just like Chen Zhuan and the others. Colonel Liu Mian, Colonel Ji Xinghe, are their bodies still there? The reconnaissance satellite shows that 3 are still there. Where? Battle Scar Canyon, enemy-occupied area. How many are there in total? Ji Xinghe's question was not clear, but Liu Mian understood it, and he took a deep breath. Colonel Ji Xinghe, your idea is indeed meaningful, but unfortunately, our resources are not enough to support us to do such a meaningful thing. It is not so easy to take over the enemy-occupied areas. Nor can we just fight and win, and, you should know very well that we have never transported the bodies of heroes back, but they miss home. Loyal bones are buried everywhere in the Green Mountains, so why should we return home wrapped in horsehide? There are no Green Mountains here, Colonel Ji Xinghe. You can't figure out the transportation resources to send them back. Living people need transportation resources, and this war needs the resources that are transported back to exchange for resources to maintain. Moreover, we really can't get back much, Liu Mian said. His emotions gradually became agitated. He took a deep breath again, looked directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes, and spoke in a questioning tone. If you insist, I can arrange a special operation mission to get back the bodies of Chen Zhuan and his men. But do you really think this is what Chen Zhuan and his men want to see? To trade their lives for their bodies and bring them home? I can get them back. I still have a ship, and I still want to go home. Ji Xinghe looked at Liu Mian and asked softly, where is Tu Yuan? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 I Don't Agree. When Ji Xinghe was looking for Tu Yuan was waiting for Ji Xinghe. Not only was he waiting, but also Wang Wei and others, including Chen Sun, Su He, Qin Tong, Harris and others from the Xinghe team, were all present. When Liu Mian was looking for Ji Xinghe, all of Ji Xinghe's people were summoned by Tu Yuan to a conference room. Because Tu Yuan did not issue a communication ban, and Tu Yuan did not speak after arriving at the conference room. Chen Sun and others did not think much about it. They thought that this meeting should be held after Ji Xinghe came. They all knew that Ji Xinghe had to take Ji Rongzhen and other children to have breakfast together every morning. The waiting time was not long. The closed conference room door was opened, and Ji Xinghe and Liu Mian walked in. This scene made Chen Sun frown. The time is wrong. According to his estimate, Ji Xinghe should be able to appear in the conference room at least 5 minutes later. Did he finish breakfast? In terms of the current situation in the number 5 base war zone, Ji Xinghe would not come to the meeting without breakfast, especially today is Ji Xinghe's inauguration day. Ji Xinghe, who entered the conference room, also frowned. Before he came in, he didn't know that his people had been called in, combined with Chen Zhuan's news. This made him feel uncomfortable. What do you want to do? Ji Xinghe stood at the door, and when Liu Mian closed the door of the conference room, he looked directly at Tu Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat, and asked. Tu Yuan also looked directly at Ji Xinghe, and asked back like a repeater, what do you want to do? The atmosphere in the conference room became tense in an instant, and Qin Tong and others' already upright sitting postures were slightly deformed. It looks like they are ready to stand up and fight at any time. This is very strange and inexplicable. Colonel Liu Mian, Ji Xinghe looked at Tu Yuan and said aloud, you come and tell Lieutenant General Tu Yuan what I want to do. Liu Mian sighed helplessly in his heart. It shouldn't be like this between these two people, but due to fate, even Colonel Ji Xinghe and Lieutenant General Tu Yuan are often helpless. Yes, Liu Mian, who has the same rank of colonel as Ji Xinghe, responded in the tone of a subordinate, and then stood beside Ji Xinghe and spoke. Judging from his position, he is more like Ji Xinghe's man. Colonel Ji Xinghe wants to apply for a space battleship from the 2 imperial space battleships he seized, and apply to lead his Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps to the Battle Scar Canyon. Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others were stunned when they heard this. The crisis in the number 5 base war zone is far from being resolved. Everyone is working together to prepare for war, waiting for a larger scale attack from the Empire before or after the dust storm begins. At this time, how could Ji Xinghe have such an idea? Rescue mission? Judging from Liu Mian's words, this does not seem like a rescue mission, but rather a long-term garrison and combat mission. Considering that the highest commander of the number 5 base war zone is Tu Yuan, and the highest commander of the Battle Scar Canyon is Kent Weiss. Tu Yuan, who was sitting upright, slowly stood up. Reason, Liu Mian, Ji Xinghe didn't seem to want to answer Tu Yuan's question in person. When he called Liu Mian, he didn't mention his military rank. This made Chen Sun and Liu Mian, the 2 most professional staff officers in the field, feel the seriousness of the matter. Tu Yuan gathered Ji Xinghe's people without Ji Xinghe's knowledge. Ji Xinghe commanded Tu Yuan's people in front of Tu Yuan, and they had the same military rank. Chen Sun, who didn't know the specific situation, couldn't analyze more problems. But Liu Mian knew the reason very well. Tu Yuan was telling Ji Xinghe with facts that your Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps was not yours. Ji Xinghe was using practical actions to tell Tu Yuan that what's mine is mine, and what's yours can also be mine. So Liu Mian suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Lao Ji, in fact, I am your man. Whose man is more like a joke for the war between the Federation and the Empire. But this is what people are, and it is inevitable in human society, because of the contradictions caused by themselves or the groups they represent based on interests and goals. Because Colonel Ji Xinghe wants to take our hero home, Liu Mian said something that made Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others even more puzzled, and then he gave a detailed explanation. Yesterday, at 9:15 p.m. Standard Time on the alien planet, Outpost 1840 in the Battle Scar Canyon launched an active attack on the Empire when it was out of ammunition and food. And in enemy-occupied territory, the 12 federal soldiers at Outpost 1840 faced an enemy force 1,000 times theirs. They divided their troops into 2 groups, one to attract enemy forces and the other to implement the infiltration plan. In the end, they successfully infiltrated a location of the enemy's logistics unit and activated the guidance beacon. Our artillery unit in the Battle Scar Canyon seized the opportunity and successfully carried out a precise firepower strike. Outpost 1840, 296 people, all died so far, according to the intelligence provided by a reconnaissance satellite. The bodies of 3 of the 12 heroic soldiers who launched the active attack are still alive. At Outpost 1840, the bodies of 27 people are still alive, according to all our statistical reports in the Battle Scar Canyon. As of 3 minutes ago, in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, our cumulative casualties amounted to 3,579,563. The bodies of those who are still alive in the enemy-occupied area are about 390,000, about. The standard of survival is that the bones are still there. The conference room was quiet for a moment, and people still didn't understand why Ji Xinghe went to the Battle Scar Canyon. The sacrifice of more than 3 million people is not the war zone with the highest number of casualties in the Federation on the alien planet. The Mountain of the Gods is the war zone with the highest number of casualties in the Federation. The cumulative number of casualties has exceeded 5 million. As for the remains scattered in the enemy-occupied area, the Mountain of the Gods war zone is more than the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Compared with the Battle Scar Canyon, which has a total length of 4,500 kilometers, a maximum width of 600 kilometers, and an average depth of 8 kilometers, the terrain of the Mountain of the Gods is not simple, but if it is just to recover the remains of the heroes, it is easier to go to the Mountain of the Gods than to the Battle Scar Canyon. Therefore, Ji Xinghe's move is definitely not for a fame. What is inside the Battle Scar Canyon? Chen Sun and others in the conference room can be said to be the people who are most familiar with Ji Xinghe. None of them can think of what is related to Ji Xinghe in the Battle Scar Canyon. Han Li? Jackson? They are all in the number 6 base war zone. Yu Ren? He is in the God's Mountain war zone, and Yu Ren should not let Ji Xinghe do this, right? Tu Yuan suddenly said, Liu Mian, continue, you two are using me as a gun, is it necessary? Liu Mian was helpless, but he had to say it. At the Battle Scar Canyon outpost number 1840, among the 12 heroic officers and soldiers who finally participated in launching the active attack on the Empire, there was an engineer with the rank of professional technical corporal. His name is Chen Zhuan. Upon hearing this name, Qin Tong and others looked at Chen Sun at the first time. Your brother? Chen Sun was confused. My only son. Liu Mian paused after saying this name, and continued to speak under Tu Yuan's gaze. Chen Zhuan, due to family poverty, dropped out of high school to work, starting as a car washer. Through his own unremitting efforts, Liu Mian, Ji Xinghe interrupted Liu Mian and said to Tu Yuan, no need to explain anything for me, just say it directly. So Liu Mian said directly. Chen Zhuan was originally a car mechanic at the Xinfang Chang auto repair shop. His master at the auto repair shop was Colonel Ji Xinghe. Because Colonel Ji Xinghe chose to join the army, all 62 employees of the Xinfang Chang auto repair shop, as well as 13 relatives of the employees of the Xinfang Chang auto repair shop, a total of 75 people all signed up to join the army. 3 people passed all the assessments and came to the front line of the alien planet. Corporal Chen Zhuan, I said, no need to explain anything. Ji Xinghe interrupted Liu Mian again, and his eyes finally moved away from Tu Yuan's eyes and looked at his soldiers in the conference room. Chen Zhuan said he missed home. I want to send him home. Chen Sun and others were still in shock from Liu Mian's words just now. All 62 employees of Xinfang Chang Auto Repair Factory, as well as 13 relatives, signed up to join the army. Qin Tong glanced at Chen Sun, and seeing that Chen Sun had no expression on his face and no reaction, he stood up. Commander, when do we set off? The sound of chairs being pushed kept ringing. Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Sichuan, the left hand, all stood up, waiting for orders from Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat, was ignored by them. But there was one person in the Xinghe team who did not stand up, Chen Sun, the chief of staff of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps. So he attracted everyone's attention. Chen Sun, Tu Yuan looked at Chen Sun and asked, do you have any different opinions? This question should be asked by Ji Xinghe, but Ji Xinghe did not ask. Yes, Chen Sun, who was questioned by Tu Yuan, did not look at Tu Yuan, but sat there and looked at Ji Xinghe expressionlessly. I don't agree to go to the Battle Scar Canyon. Sichuan was angry and called him by name. Chen Sun, you have no right to disagree. In fact, I have this power. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, the blind man also looked at Chen Sun expressionlessly. I suggest you keep your opinion. The lame man looked at Chen Sun with crazy eyes, but Chen Sun did not look at him. He could only remind him, Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, if you have any opinions, we will have a meeting to discuss later. From the perspective of military rank, the 9 ace mecha warriors of the Xinghe team, except Ji Xinghe, are already colonels. They can indeed call Chen Sun, the lieutenant colonel staff officer, by name and rank. But before today, they all called Chen Sun Lao Chen. This is a meeting, Chen Sun emphasized, and continued to look at Ji Xinghe and said, so we should discuss it clearly before making a decision, instead of acting on impulse. This is already a very severe accusation. Seeing the internal strife of the Galaxy team, Tu Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. He didn't know whether he was relieved by Chen Sun's sobriety or Chen Sun's reaction, which was completely within his expectations. That's right, this is the meeting. If there are any problems, just put them on for discussion. When Tu Yuan spoke, his eyes moved away from Chen Sun, looked at Ji Xinghe again and asked, Chen Sun, what do you think is wrong with Colonel Ji Xinghe's application? Chen Sun looked at Ji Xinghe without any hesitation and began to ask questions. First, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps went to the Battle Scar Canyon. What about base number 5? Ji Xinghe didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't answer Chen Sun's question directly, but said, Liu Mian, you say, what's the trouble? If Liu Mian didn't know very well that Tu Yuan had never communicated with Ji Xinghe about any idea before this moment, he would really think that these two people's acting skills were amazing. Since there was no communication, it was not acting? This felt even more terrifying. According to the analysis report of the Nanshanmen General Staff, before the dust storm begins, that is, in the next month, the Empire will not launch an attack on base number 5. Because their conventional troops have been severely damaged, and a large number of logistical resources have also been lost. Even if they have a jump gate, they cannot mobilize a large number of conventional troops to attack base number 5 endlessly. They will wait for the dust storm to start, and then send out the Mecha Corps. Up to now, the base number 5 war zone has annihilated more than 500,000 conventional troops of the Empire. It is said to be conventional, but it is not conventional. The conventional troops of the Empire, like the conventional troops of the Federation, have long been fully mechanized. The conventional troops composed of various arms make it difficult for the Empire to bear such losses. Combined with the Imperial troops annihilated in the base number 6 war zone, the Empire has lost more than 1 million troops and corresponding resources in these two war zones alone. Although the Federation has been on the defensive, the Empire, which is the invading and attacking party, has always been at a disadvantage in terms of the loss of troops. Second question, Chen Sun continued to ask, once the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps appears in the Battle Scar Canyon, knowing that the defense of base number 5 is empty, the Empire changes its combat plan. What should we do? This time, without Ji Xinghe's request, Liu Mian began to answer by himself. If Colonel Ji Xinghe's application is approved, the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps will be able to have a space battleship that can be quickly maneuvered. However, the Empire's space battleship is difficult to provide similar assistance to the Empire Mech Corps under the strict defense of our space fleet. After pausing for a second, Liu Mian continued. From this point of view, assuming that Colonel Ji Xinghe's application is approved, the Empire chooses to launch an attack on base number 5 in advance, and the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps with rapid maneuverability and response capabilities can intercept or annihilate according to the strength of the Empire Mech Corps. Chen Sun hesitated for a moment this time, as if he was thinking about the feasibility of Liu Mian's ideas, and as if he was giving others time to think, and then continued to ask questions. The third question is, if the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps is besieged in the Battle Scar Canyon and can't protect itself, and can't quickly mobilize to support base number 5, what should we do? Liu Mian did not answer, but asked in return, what if the Galaxy Mecha Corps led by Colonel Ji Xinghe killed their way through the Battle Scar Canyon? That's impossible. They're all ifs. Why is it possible if you say it is possible, but impossible if I say it is impossible? Colonel Liu Mian, this is a combat meeting, please be professional. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun, this is a combat meeting, please be professional as well. Liu Mian turned into a repeater, but he was certainly more than just a repeater. He added, this is a war, and from the overall situation, we have always been at a disadvantage. Therefore, there is no foolproof combat plan. In my opinion, the combat plan proposed by Colonel Ji Xinghe has a high probability of success. Chen Sun pondered again, and then continued to ask questions. The fourth question is it meaningful to use the lives of living people in exchange for remains that have no material value to us? Upon hearing this question, some people glared at Chen Sun, some agreed with him, and some felt something was wrong. With Chen Sun's ability, he should not be so easily convinced by Liu Mian on these three questions. Although there is a gap in the military ranks between the two, it is only because Chen Sun's contribution to the Galaxy Squad is difficult to see from data and outsiders' perspectives. In comparison, Chen Sun, who has always been on the front line, is more convincing than Liu Mian. Then why did Chen Sun raise the fourth question? And it was a question that sounded reasonable, but was actually very stupid. Liu Mian understood. He looked at Chen Sun and replied, "First, we need more than just material resources. Spiritual resources are equally important to help us in this war. Without spiritual support, the 12 heroic soldiers, including Corporal Chen Zhuan, could not have launched an active attack on the Empire under such circumstances. Second, the remains of the heroes are all in the enemy-occupied area. If we want to bring them back, we must capture the enemy-occupied area. So this is not just a fight to bring the remains of the heroes home, but also a fight for victory. I firmly believe that Colonel Ji Xinghe will not let our people risk enemy fire to bring back the remains of the heroes. Third, there can't be no sacrifice in the war. I believe that for the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and many people, this sacrifice is worthwhile and meaningful. Because everyone will miss home and want to go home." After Liu Mian finished speaking, the conference room was quiet for a while. Chen Sun did not ask the fifth question. Tu Yuan called on him and asked, "Chen Sun, do you have any more questions?" "I have no more questions." Chen Sun stood up and looked at Tu Yuan like the rest of the Galaxy team. "General, do you have any more questions?" Everyone suddenly realized, this Chen Sun. "I do have some questions." Tu Yuan looked at Ji Xinghe and said, "I don't agree that you can leave my command sequence with the Xing Mecha Independent Corps." Chapter 420, Outrageous Duel. Half an hour before Ji Xinghe's inauguration ceremony, the people at base number 5, who were eagerly waiting to attend the ceremony, suddenly learned a shocking piece of news. "Colonel Ji Xinghe, will you fight General Tu Yuan in a duel?" "Yes, a duel. What kind of joke are you making about the Empire?" "I'm not kidding, it's true. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to the training ground to see it." "Fuck, wait for me." People flocked to the training ground of base number 5 in disbelief. The logistics staff had made some arrangements here so that Ji Xinghe and the people of the Xing Mecha Independent Corps would feel valued and respected when participating in the inauguration ceremony. But now, these arrangements look a bit like a joke. A duel? It's even more of a joke. The largest training area in base number 5, except for the parking area, is already overcrowded. People whispered to each other, expressing their shock while spreading everything they heard. "Colonel Ji Xinghe has a disciple." "That's right, Colonel Ji Xinghe has more than one disciple. It's not an exaggeration to have hundreds of millions of disciples." A real disciple, accepted by Wei Langxing, who followed Colonel Ji Xinghe for 5 years, in the Xinfeng Chang Auto Repair Factory. I also heard that he was considered Colonel Ji Xinghe's close disciple at the time, because Colonel Ji Xinghe retired directly after bringing him out. Fuck, isn't the close disciple the most powerful? Has he come to the alien planet? Has he come to our base? Can he beat Colonel Han Li and the others? He came, and he sacrificed. The word sacrifice made all the people who heard it silent for a moment, but the rumors were obviously not limited to that, and it didn't sound like it had anything to do with a duel between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan. His name is Chen Zhuan. He is just an ordinary engineer, because he has not learned Ji family boxing from Colonel Ji Xinghe. Does he count as an apprentice? Why not? Don't you think that he, who has not learned Ji family boxing and can't fight, is actually as ordinary as thousands of ordinary people, is more worthy of respect because he chose to come to the alien planet for the same reason as his auto repair master, Colonel Ji Xinghe, came to the alien planet to participate in the war. Now that you mention it, it is a bit. He may also be here to get military merit. He has already died, not in our war zone, but in the Battle Scar Canyon. He has nothing to do with Colonel Ji Xinghe and his Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Now that you put it that way, I think Colonel Ji Xinghe really didn't regard him as an apprentice, let alone a close disciple. That's because Colonel Ji Xinghe didn't even know he was coming, and didn't know they were coming. They also refused the transfer related to Colonel Ji Xinghe, because Chen Zhuan and the others said, they were here to help Colonel Ji Xinghe get revenge, not to get military merit. The news that all the staff of Xinfeng Chang Auto Repair Factory signed up for the army, as well as their relatives, made people fall silent again. But this was not the last time they were silent. Someone got Chen Zhuan's last words, which were what Ji Xinghe heard, based on some unknown authority. One person told 10 told 100. Before Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan, the two people who were going to fight, arrived at the training ground. Not only the people in the training ground, but almost everyone in base number 5 heard Chen Zhuan's last words. People became more and more silent, and they were not even in the mood to discuss why Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan wanted to fight. As Liu Mian said, everyone will miss home and want to go home. But everyone, like Chen Zhuan, told themselves more than once in their hearts, don't cry, because tears can't kill gorillas. Ask yourself more than once in your heart, do you miss home more, or do you want to kill gorillas more? Compared with people like Chen Zhuan, most people in base number 5 have joined the army from beginning to end. They did not join the army halfway, they even received training from the military since their youth. Their responsibility and obligation is to protect people like Chen Zhuan, but now people like Chen Zhuan have come to an alien planet and sacrificed on the battlefield before them. People who are not in the mood to discuss have almost guessed why this ridiculous duel happened. Colonel Ji Xinghe's last disciple on the Azure Star died heroically in the Battle Scar Canyon. His body is still there. He said he missed home, so Colonel Ji Xinghe is going to take him home. After people learned about Chen Zhuan, they guessed something similar. Someone gave a seemingly correct answer. General Tu Yuan disagreed, and Colonel Ji Xinghe started arguing with him. You know, the two of them, how should I put it, it's not like a normal superior-subordinate relationship. In terms of military rank, General Tu Yuan is higher than Colonel Ji Xinghe, but Colonel Ji Xinghe is much older than General Tu Yuan. In terms of position, although General Tu Yuan is the highest commander of our war zone, Colonel Ji Xinghe commands the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. You should all understand the nature of the independent regiment. Moreover, Colonel Ji Xinghe is the first Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the entire Federation, and the only one at present. There are 9 ace mecha warriors in the Galaxy Mecha Corps. In short, General Tu Yuan cannot order Colonel Ji Xinghe, and Colonel Ji Xinghe cannot completely ignore the orders of General Tu Yuan. After arguing for a while, the two decided to fight, and whoever wins will listen to him. After hearing this truth, people felt that Tu Yuan had chosen to support Ji Xinghe after all. Although Ji Xinghe was leaving with the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, it was a serious blow to the defense of the number 5 base war zone, even a destructive one. But most of them chose to support Ji Xinghe after knowing the cause and effect. Because according to rumors, the remains that Ji Xinghe said he would bring back were not just Chen Zhuan's. Moreover, some of the content of the quarrel between Tu Yuan and Ji Xinghe was also spread by some well-informed people. In fact, those contents were the confrontation between Chen Sun and Liu Mian. Although I also think that it is impossible for Colonel Ji Xinghe to lead the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps to kill their way through the Battle Scar Canyon. But what if there is a miracle, even if they can bring back tens of thousands of remains? No, even if they can only bring back a few thousand, I think it's worth it for Colonel Ji Xinghe to make this trip. That would be worth it. I didn't pass the assessment of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, otherwise I would rather use my life in exchange for Colonel Ji Xinghe to take them home. I believe that Colonel Ji Xinghe will send me home too. What bullshit are you talking about? Is it really worth it? What bullshit are you talking about? Of course it's worth it. If it's worth it, then why did General Tu Yuan want to duel with Colonel Ji Xinghe? Could he just agree directly? Ha ha ha, you don't think that General Tu Yuan can beat Colonel Ji Xinghe, do you? The whole world knows that Colonel Ji Xinghe can beat 100 generals Tu Yuan. What's the difference between this and directly agreeing? Of course there is a difference. Not agreeing directly means not agreeing. Colonel Ji Xinghe is bullying people with force. The controversy did not come as a surprise. Not everyone would unconditionally support Ji Xinghe's choice. Chen Sun's 4 questions and Liu Mian's 4 answers could not convince everyone. In this case, when Tu Yuan and Ji Xinghe finally appeared in the training ground, everyone was stunned. Ji Xinghe looked no different from usual, wearing a fitted military uniform, with only shoulder straps and a badge on his chest, which did not look formal because he did not have a military medal. However, everyone knew that Ji Xinghe did not have a military medal, and all his military merits were exchanged for the resources needed by the Xinghe team with the privileges of an ace mecha warrior. Otherwise, when Ji Xinghe took off his armor, he would look as dazzling as when he put it on. When wearing armor, gold stars were all over his body. When taking off armor, the medals became armor. So, what really surprised people was Tu Yuan. He was not wearing a military uniform, did not carry his general title, and the military medals that could cover his chest made Ji Xinghe dare not take action. Even when he appeared, no one could recognize him. Because he was wearing a set of individual exoskeleton armor. When he opened his protective mask and revealed his expressionless face, the people who had just participated in the debate finally confirmed that he really disagreed with Ji Xinghe going to the Battle Scar Canyon. How can you wear a single soldier exoskeleton armor in a duel? And looking at its style and model, it is actually the most advanced single soldier exoskeleton armor currently in the Federation, which is said to allow elite soldiers to have the ability to fight against the imperial standard mecha. Even those who do not support Ji Xinghe to go to the Battle Scar Canyon feel sorry for Ji Xinghe at this time. It turned out that it was not Colonel Ji Xinghe who bullied the former civilian General Tu Yuan by relying on his high military power, but General Tu Yuan who bullied a 66-year-old man by relying on his authority and the highest technology of the Federation. People's strange looks did not affect the two parties. They were not surprised that so many people gathered in the training ground, and they all walked to the platform in the center with expressionless faces. This platform was originally built for the two of them, but when it was built, no one could have imagined that the mission of this platform had undergone earth-shaking changes. It no longer existed to allow Tu Yuan to confer a title on Ji Xinghe, but to allow Tu Yuan to beat up Ji Xinghe. General Tu Yuan is really? The translator, Lieutenant Liu Yingzi, glared at Tu Yuan on the stage, but she couldn't say what was in her heart after all. Tu Yuan was equally worthy of respect. What is it really? Tang Qiao appeared beside Liu Yingzi and asked curiously. After Liu Yingzi turned her head and saw Tang Qiao, she subconsciously stood at attention and saluted. She knew Tang Qiao. When Tang Qiao was interrogating prisoners at base number 6, she had always been the translator. It was also because Tang Qiao took the initiative at that time and let Ji Xinghe meet a captive guerrilla who wanted to see Ji Xinghe that Liu Yingzi got to know Ji Xinghe. Sir, nothing, at ease, Tang Qiao asked, do you think Colonel Ji Xinghe can't beat General Tu Yuan who is wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor? Of course he can't beat him, Liu Yingzi frowned and said. Colonel Tang Qiao, do you think I don't know anything except translation work? Tang Qiao laughed. From his smile and eyes, he was really happy now. Then tell me, why can't you beat him? Liu Yingzi's eyes flashed with disgust. She didn't like Tang Qiao. No one who had stayed in base number 6 and experienced that period of time liked Tang Qiao. But she couldn't help but answer. Replying to the commander, because the individual exoskeleton armor worn by General Tu Yuan is a full-body armor, and its defense is very strong, even if it is hit by a conventional individual portable missile, it will not be damaged, and the wearer will not be injured. Tang Qiao nodded slightly, and continued to ask with a smile, but that is Colonel Ji Xinghe. Everyone has seen how powerful he is. Many people think that he is the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. Can he not do it? Liu Yingzi was angry and no longer cared about the gap between military rank and function. Colonel Tang Qiao, do you want to get back the place for the apology you said to everyone in base number 6? I'm sorry, reporter Su has sent the complete surveillance video of you saying sorry back to the Blue Star. Colonel Ji Xinghe was an ace mecha warrior before, and no one dared to release that video, but now, Colonel Ji Xinghe is a galaxy-level mecha warrior. The smile on Tang Qiao's face solidified. After looking at Liu Yingzi, he quickly left and walked towards the original stage, now the ring. A chuckle sounded in his ears. Tang Qiao, why did you mess with a woman for no reason? But when did you say sorry? Why did you say it? Is it related to Ji Xinghe? Why didn't you tell me before, idiot? You'd better laugh more, because it won't be long before you can't laugh anymore. Tang Qiao cursed in his heart, covered his mouth and whispered, General, I didn't trust Ji Xinghe's strength at the time, so I thought he couldn't do certain things. Later he did it, and the group of people in base number 6 forced me to say sorry to them. Since then, I have hardly questioned Ji Xinghe's strength. Ha ha ha, so that's the case. No wonder you believe in Ji Xinghe's strength so much. Canvas didn't know what Tang Qiao was thinking, and after laughing twice, he asked, then do you think, in this case, Ji Xinghe can beat Tu Yuan? Yes, Tang Qiao made no secret of his trust in Ji Xinghe. And this trust did not arouse Canvas's suspicion, because Tang Qiao was like this before, he was just very curious. Why? Theoretically, Ji Xinghe has no way to break through the defense of Tu Yuan. Tu Yuan just needs to stand there. This Tu Yuan, in order to prevent Ji Xinghe from leaving his command sequence and for the credit that Ji Xinghe can bring to him, is so shameless. It's completely beyond my expectation. I thought he would ask the marshal for help and waste some of my arrangements. Compared with you and Tu Yuan, who is more shameless? Tang Qiao cursed Canvas in his heart, more unscrupulously than before, because he believed that this new thigh he found, although he wanted him to die, was indeed very thick, and would become thicker and thicker. Sooner or later, he would be able to point at Canvas's nose and curse him in person. Because he is Ji Xinghe, Tang Qiao still did not hide his strong confidence in Ji Xinghe, and added in a low voice while covering his mouth and walking through the crowd. Moreover, judging from the corridor surveillance recording in which Liu Mian told Ji Xinghe Chen Zhuan's last words, and the meeting minutes that I just read, Ji Xinghe is determined to go to the Battle Scar Canyon to bring Chen Zhuan's remains home. From what I know about Ji Xinghe, even if he loses today and he can't go with a Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, he will go alone. Go alone. Canvas tone was a little regretful. If he goes alone, it will be a bit of a pity. Greedy. Tang Qiao said, if Ji Xinghe goes alone, I think it would be better, because he can build another independent Galaxy Mecha Corps for you. Build it for me. Yes, we have the most people in Battle Scar Canyon. He will select people from our people. Who will the selected people listen to? Tang Qiao, no matter whether Ji Xinghe wins or loses today, you have to go to Battle Scar Canyon with him. Do you understand what I mean? Understand? Tang Qiao sneered in his heart when he answered, I understand what you mean, but you don't understand what I mean, nor do you understand Ji Xinghe's leadership charm. On the ring. Tu Yuan ignored people's strange looks and looked at Ji Xinghe, who was standing 6 meters away from him. Ji Xinghe, I will give you one last chance. Give up your self-righteous ideas and the inauguration ceremony can be held normally. Because of this sentence, the entire training ground became quiet, so people could clearly hear Ji Xinghe's voice. Tu Yuan, I'll give you one last chance. Don't stop me. I really don't want to break your legs, even though you can't use them. Tu Yuan stared at Ji Xinghe in silence for 10 seconds, then put down his protective mask. The white indicator light on the chest of his armor turned red. That was the start of the combat mode. Chapter 421 Broken. Han Li, don't you want to watch the Master's inauguration ceremony? What's so good about it? If I had that time, I would destroy a few more Imperial mechas, and the Master would definitely be happier. That's right, then I won't watch it either. The 2 exclusive mechas for ace fighters, driven by Han Li and Jackson, turned on the optical camouflage stealth mode and left base number 6 in a swagger. It can be said that it is the most advanced mecha in the Federation at present. While allowing their strength to be fully exerted, it can also greatly enhance their combat power. After understanding Ji Xinghe's fighting style, they have carried out many actions like today. There are only 2 of them and 2 mechas, but they make the Imperial troops attacking base number 6 exhausted. Encountering an Imperial mecha formation with a normal number of only 30, the only thing they need to worry about is whether they can complete the combat goal of annihilating the enemy before the enemy support arrives. If they encounter a combination of 2 or more Imperial mecha formations, they will retreat without hesitation. If you can beat them, fight. If you can't, retreat tactically. With a God's perspective, they really feel free to come and go in the war zone of base number 6, which has been surrounded by the Empire. Of course, this is also directly related to the fact that Ji Xinghe has killed too many Imperial dukes. It's not that the marquises and dukes of the Empire have stopped their favorite hunting operations against the federal ace mecha warriors and the special mecha warriors who are close to the ace. It's just that in the 2 war zones related to Ji Xinghe, base number 5 and base number 6, they dare not show up easily. Otherwise, the Federation's recently promoted ace mecha warriors would not all be born in these 2 war zones. To put it more directly, almost all of them were born by Ji Xinghe's side. Now, the combination of Han Li and Jackson has also had some of Ji Xinghe's style. After both of them broke the Duke-level Imperial mecha, the Dukes in the war zone of base number 6 did not dare to join the war easily. They are afraid of death, but Han Li and Jackson are not afraid of death. This is the difference. After both of them challenged Ji Xinghe and participated in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, there has been no Duke-class mecha in the number 6 base war zone, no Marcus-class mecha, and the Earl-class mecha is much rarer than before. The 2 of them killed calmly, and the other mecha warriors in the number 6 base war zone also returned to the time when Ji Xinghe was in the number 6 base war zone, steadily improving their strength in battles where they were evenly matched or had a slight advantage. Mecha warriors are a bit like fighter pilots on the Azure Star. It is difficult to cultivate a true ace just by relying on the usual training time. Actual combat is the best training. Old rules, kill away first, and then call the brothers to come over. Jackson's Longzhou dialect is getting more and more proficient. Just listening to the voice, it is hard to imagine that this is a serious Eagle Island person, and he has never been to Longzhou in his life. Okay, Han Li responded and received a message prompt, which made him frown. Under normal circumstances, when he is on an outbound combat mission, Unless there is urgent intelligence, he will not be notified at this time. But before he clicked on the message, Jackson's exclamation had already sounded. Fuck, Master is going to fight Tu Yuan. Huh? Fuck, Tu Yuan is so shameless, wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor. Fuck, even Han Li couldn't help but express his shock in the simplest and most straightforward way. Two ace fighters' exclusive mechas stopped at the same time on the alien land. The two ace mecha warriors in the cockpit, completely ignoring the possibility that this maneuver might expose their whereabouts, were looking at the news from base number 5 in the cockpit. Then, they all used their own authority to apply for satellite communication resources and directly connected to the relevant channels. This was the channel that was originally prepared to broadcast the ceremony of Ji Xinghe's inauguration. Before the time of the inauguration notified in advance arrived, there was already a picture. On the arena that looked a bit like a four-legged beast, one person and one armor had already fought together. It was one person and one armor. Ji Xinghe was of course the one, and there was nothing wrong with Tu Yuan being regarded as an armor. Now, except for his human form, he didn't look like a human at all. With a bang, Tu Yuan's fist hit Ji Xinghe's raised arms. With the help of the powerful force of the armor, the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation in people's eyes had to retreat 3 steps before unloading all the force it had to bear. This. Han Li's pupils shrank slightly. Compared with the most shocking power of the spectators at this time, his focus was on the speed shown by Tu Yuan at this time. Soon, Ji Xinghe, who had just completed the unloading of force, had no time to launch an attack. The second punch had already hit his chest and he could only dodge. For Han Li, who had been beaten by Ji Xinghe several times, this was completely inconsistent with Ji Xinghe's fighting style. Attack against attack is what Ji Xinghe likes most. The next second, Han Li understood why Ji Xinghe could only rely on dodging and blocking. Ji Xinghe quickly flashed to Tu Yuan's side, and took advantage of Tu Yuan's punching action just completed, and punched Tu Yuan's armpit. The only thing the camera at the scene could capture was the afterimage of Ji Xinghe's punch. Speed and strength are often directly proportional. Han Li, who knew very well how powerful Ji Xinghe was, had not even shouted before he saw Tu Yuan, who remained motionless after being hit by several punches, waved his hand and swept across Ji Xinghe's head. Ji Xinghe stepped back again to avoid him. Tu Yuan, who had gained space, was already facing Ji Xinghe. As he took a step forward, he threw another ordinary punch directly into Ji Xinghe's chest. Ji Xinghe raised his arms to block again. This time, he did not step back to relieve the force, but took a step forward while relieving the force. His arms locked Tu Yuan's arms like calipers used to repair mechas. It was locked well, but it was useless. Tu Yuan, who was still motionless, threw Ji Xinghe into the air with the force from his arms. Before Ji Xinghe landed, he stepped forward again and attacked Ji Xinghe's landing point in advance with his ability to predict far beyond Tu Yuan's zone. The gravity of the alien planet made Ji Xinghe's landing speed look very slow. When Tu Yuan's punch was about to hit him, Ji Xinghe kicked out. Between the collision of fists and feet, Ji Xinghe successfully landed. But Tu Yuan's pursuit had already followed. And another ordinary punch hit Ji Xinghe's chest. Fuck, there are nails under Tu Yuan's feet. Jackson's exclamation sounded again. He noticed the scene that Han Li also noticed, that is, when Tu Yuan didn't want to move, the soles of the armored feet would extend spikes that could provide strong grip. When Tu Yuan wanted to move, the spikes could be automatically retracted at the first time, and when he raised his feet, one nail hole after another was left on the ground. He also has an intelligent auxiliary combat system. Han Li thought of some of the new functions of his mecha, and had a clearer understanding of Tu Yuan's ability to predict Ji Xinghe's landing point, and the seemingly simple and ordinary punches that had the shortest and most effective attack distance. There is also a micro-engine, otherwise his speed would not be so fast. Jackson's tone suddenly became very helpless. Although he still didn't know why Ji Xinghe wanted to challenge Tu Yuan, he couldn't think of the possibility of Ji Xinghe winning. The key is his defense. Han Li frowned. There is a saying in Long Xiao Kung Fu, no attack, no parry, just one hit. Tu Yuan has reached this level wearing this armor, no attack, no parry, just one hit. Jackson nodded and said, it is indeed very appropriate. He can be beaten by Lao Ji without any problem. He beats Lao Ji. He shouldn't use his full strength, right? He used it, otherwise he would have been locked by Lao Ji just now. It's okay to wear armor, but also use full strength? Tu Yuan really is. Jackson was not worried about Ji Xinghe's safety, and asked curiously, If Tu Yuan is locked by Lao Ji, how will Lao Ji fight? Throw him down and make him lose balance, but there are nails on the soles of his feet, and the nails seem to have hooks. He can be thrown down even with the nails. Look at the floor of the stage. Jackson switched the perspective and saw that there were many nail holes on the floor of the ring, some of which were very close. I understand, but even if Tu Yuan falls down, what's the point? Lao Ji's attack can't break the defense, and Tu Yuan can just stand up without any defense. If he falls down, Tu Yuan won't be able to get up. Why? Because of the weight. I just checked. The standard weight of the armor Tu Yuan wears is 920 kilograms. Adding Tu Yuan's weight, it is less than 1 ton. On an alien planet, it is equivalent to more than 300 kilograms. Jackson understood again. Lao Ji's strength is ridiculous. He can control more than 300 kilograms. Yes, he can control it. But, Han Li, his brows were still furrowed. I don't understand how Lao Ji could knock Tu Yuan down. Although there are nail holes, Tu Yuan's intelligent auxiliary combat system seems to have discovered this, and his standing position is no longer repeated. What I don't understand is why the two of them have to fight alone. Jackson's curiosity is different from Han Li's. Also, why do they want to broadcast it live? 10 minutes later is Lao Ji's inauguration ceremony. Is this the opening performance? It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Han Li watched this outrageous duel while contacting Sui to ask. Fortunately, he contacted Sui, so he could explain the situation concisely. Even so, it took 4 minutes. There were only 6 minutes left before the inauguration ceremony notified before. More and more people entered this channel. Some of them looked like just one user. But in fact they were connected to a huge holographic screen, which was publicly broadcast in various areas of the base or military camp, and was watched by hundreds of soldiers. The first reaction of all of them was to be extremely stunned, and then they all became excited. This inauguration ceremony is really beautiful, not boring at all. Reporter Su, Han Li asked directly, can you ask Lao Chen to contact and suspend this live broadcast first? We have contacted, we don't know how it started, but due to the authority, even Wang Wei can't turn it off. Su he replied, the only one who can turn it off is General Tu Yuan, but he was fighting with Ji Xinghe. Han Li, who already knew the cause, guessed a possibility at the first time. It was Kent Weiss. He must have arranged it. Su he understood it instantly. Regardless of the result of this outrageous duel, the prestige of Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan will be greatly affected as the reasons leading to this duel spread. Without discussing whether Ji Xinghe's choice to go to the Battle Scar Canyon is worthwhile, just say that these two people chose to use this method to decide whether an action plan related to the two major war zones of Base Number 5 and Battle Scar Canyon should be implemented. It's just nonsense. Su, he suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have chosen to make some things public in order to build momentum for Ji Xinghe. Sure enough, Tu Yuan and the others were right, their way of doing things was too naive. But this is not the time to regret. What has been said cannot be taken back. How to minimize the negative impact of this duel is what Suhi and others should consider. Tu Yuan's communication should be on. Contact him directly. Okay, let me do it. Han Li decisively applied for direct communication with Tu Yuan. His authority was also very high, and the communication was successfully established at the first time. General Tu Yuan, I suggest turning off the live broadcast. This game has a great impact. I know, I know more than you. Tu Yuan's tone was very calm, and he didn't seem to be in a combat state at all. This situation usually only occurs on Ji Xinghe, and rarely on the opponent that Ji Xinghe is fighting. The power of the individual exoskeleton armor can be seen. Then you should know that you must lose this game. If you are worried that Lao Ji is going to leave, I can go with you. Han Li. Tu Yuan punched Ji Xinghe and asked softly, you are afraid that the morale brought by Ji Xinghe will be affected because he lost to me? Are you afraid that everyone will no longer believe in our technological weapons and go to practice Ji's boxing? Han Li was shocked and speechless. The outcome of this battle does have a great impact, so I can't let it go. Tu Yuan expressed his position and corrected Han Li's statement. This is a battle, not a game, and then said, that's it. The communication was hung up. There were still 3 minutes left, and Han Li did not try to re-establish the communication because he already knew Tu Yuan's attitude. Moreover, at this point in time, everyone who should enter the channel has already entered, and everyone who can watch has already seen it. Even those who don't see it now will see the video later. Kent Weiss will not miss this opportunity. Han Li, "What did you say to Tu Yuan?" Jackson finally realized the seriousness of the problem and asked, "What did Tu Yuan say?" Tu Yuan said, "This is a battle." "Battle? A battle between personal force and federal technology. What do you mean? The power of role models is infinite, but people should know themselves and learn from role models within their capabilities. You can believe, but you can't be superstitious, and you can't lose the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds." Jackson was silent and thought. Warning, enemy firepower strikes detected. Warning, 6 enemy mecha formations detected. Rapid maneuvers. The alarm sounded in the ears of Han Li and Jackson. Their sudden emergency braking and maneuvering left a gully that could be discovered by the Empire. The two began to retreat without any hesitation, but their sights remained on the battle in the training area of base number 5. There are millions of people like them. 25 minutes later, there will be tens of millions of people in Azure Star who can see it. Tang Qiao, who was watching the game closely, kept in touch with Canvas. Seeing that the live broadcast could not be shut down and Ji Xinghe had no hope of winning, he knew that Canvas's method had succeeded. Canvas was happy about this and couldn't help but share his joy. "Tang Qiao, General, this time without you by my side to give me advice, how do you think I did?" "Very good. Ji Xinghe lost and Tu Yuan won, so they all lost." "Ha ha ha, yes, they all lost, I won, but there is a problem." "What's the problem?" "What if Ji Xinghe wins? If Tu Yuan dares to let him win, I will let the world know, and they will lose even more miserably." "General, what I mean is, Tu Yuan didn't let him win, but Ji Xinghe won. They fought for such a long time, and Ji Xinghe didn't have any advantage at all." "You still think so?" "Yes, because he is Ji Xinghe." "And isn't this why you want to get him?" Canvas pondered for a moment. "Although this is unlikely, even if Ji Xinghe wins, it won't be a big problem. Because my opponent is Tu Yuan, not Ji Xinghe. Even if he gets the title of general, he is just an ordinary man, just a soldier. Moreover, he will be my soldier." "Ordinary man? Soldier? Your soldier?" Tang Qiao did not respond to Canvas anymore, and looked at Ji Xinghe on the ring with eyes full of expectation. He could actually turn back now, but he didn't want to turn back at all. Canvas's actions and thoughts once again confirmed the choice he made in front of Ji Xinghe. He didn't believe that Ji Xinghe, who made him change his mind, was really just a common man. Even if he was really a common man, or an old common man, so what? Tang Qiao thought of a jingle that can be applied in various situations. A common man knows martial arts, and no one can stop him. On the ring, the change that Tang Qiao expected finally appeared. Tu Yuan, who didn't fight or defend, but just chased Ji Xinghe, did not make a move to retract his fist and exert force after his right arm, which was the main attack, threw a punch. His left fist had already hit out, and it seemed that he was still fighting, just like changing a fist. But his right arm, which had been held up, gave everyone who saw it an idea. There was a problem with his right arm armor, so he couldn't move. Just like when the Ji Xinghe challenge time limit in the Vulture Mountain battlefield ended, the 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas that looked undamaged but could not move. "It's broken." Canvas was shocked and inadvertently told the truth. P.S. I suddenly realized that, including this chapter, 136,000 words have been updated this month, and today is only the 14th. The key to the problem is that there have been only 3 updates this month. Chapter 422 Tu Yuan's God of War template. Tu Yuan's right arm couldn't move, it was just the beginning. When his right arm could only maintain a straight punch posture, which affected his flexibility and attack ability, Ji Xinghe's dodge became faster. The 2 fists that looked like only after images on the screen kept hitting Tu Yuan's armor. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the collision between fists and metal made everyone who could hear it feel unprecedentedly pleasant. People no longer thought that Ji Xinghe's attack was futile, and facts have proved that Ji Xinghe's attacks are effective. When Tu Yuan's left arm also maintained a straight punch posture for a long time, Tu Yuan, who was wearing armor, looked like a mechanical zombie, and could only use his straight arms to launch a futile sweeping attack on Ji Xinghe. People finally remembered a fact that everyone knew: Ji Xinghe was the strongest mechanic in the Federation. Not the best. Shen Mu could be Ji Xinghe's teacher in mechanics, but there was no problem in saying that Ji Xinghe was the strongest mechanic. Because even if 100 carefully selected mechanics from the entire Federation join forces, they can't be Ji Xinghe's opponent. Whether it's armor-piercing or armor-removing battles, Ji Xinghe can fight 1 against 100. Before today, many people would still question this statement. After all, Mechanics are strong and physically fit because of their work. Can you really fight 1 against 100 without being ruthless? Just like the rumor, Ji Xinghe can beat 102 yuan. Many people didn't take this rumor seriously before today. No matter how weak 2 yuan is, he is a professional soldier. If he can come to the alien planet, his basic physical conditions are absolutely fine, better than many ordinary people, and he must have learned military fighting skills. 102 yuans swarmed up and crushed Ji Xinghe to death. But today, people suddenly discovered that the facts are even more exaggerated than the rumors. There can't be 102 yuans in the world, but there is a 2 yuan who can definitely beat 102 yuans, that is, 2 yuan wearing the most advanced single-soldier exoskeleton armor of the Federation. But such 2 yuan. On the ring. 2 yuan, who looked like a mechanical zombie, finally changed his fighting style. His straight outstretched arms were no longer his weapons. He chose to kick. In order to maintain balance, he could only kick one leg. From not attacking or blocking, just a punch. It became not attacking or blocking, just a kick. With a powerful defense and strength brought by the single-soldier exoskeleton armor, such 2 yuan dared to fight the gorillas of the Empire. However, what he is facing now is Ji Xinghe, who can beat the gorillas of the Empire unilaterally. When the right leg completely covered by the armor kicked out, Ji Xinghe leaned sideways and punched and kicked 2 yuan. There were also shoulders, elbows, and knees. Facing Ji Xinghe, whose joints in his body seemed to have become weapons, 2 yuan was still motionless. He really had roots under his feet when he landed on one foot, and the roots were hooked. With the help of the magnetic suction function, at this moment, the civilian General 2 yuan actually gave people a feeling of standing like a pine tree, standing tall in the wind and rain. The violent attack could not stop him from retracting his right leg and sweeping Ji Xinghe with both arms again. When Ji Xinghe ducked to avoid it and continued to attack like a violent storm as if he had shrunk, 2 yuan's knees were raised swiftly. The magnetic suction function of his soles can absorb metal and push metal away, similar to the thrust brought by magnetic levitation technology, making his knee strike amazing. But Ji Xinghe had already circled to his side and continued to beat the armor covering his whole body. Dong dong dong. It didn't sound like a flesh and blood body hitting the metal armor, but rather like the most common hammer in the machine repair area, hitting the mechas that needed repair. Warning, 2 yuan ignored the alarm that sounded in his ears, and he was a little angry. Although he was unharmed throughout the whole process, he couldn't deny that he was beaten by Ji Xinghe the whole time. One-sided beating. Just like those imperial gorillas, this made 2 yuan angry. Nuwa, yes, turn on Ares mode, yes. Please select Ares template. Looking at the 2 figures that appeared on the mask screen, 2 yuan hesitated a little. He had never doubted the combat effectiveness of these 2 Ares templates, but if he chose one of them to fight Ji Xinghe, it seemed a bit too unreasonable. But if he chose another Ares template, Li Yuanba seemed to have said that he couldn't beat Ji Xinghe without armor. Template, Ji Xinghe, the Ares module was successfully activated, Ji Xinghe mode was activated, and the matching degree was 62%. No one knew that 2 yuan was really using all his strength at this moment. It was indeed his full strength, because there was a key data called matching degree, that is, his physical condition was not enough to support this set of armor to exert its full strength. The armor, which represents the highest level of technology in the Federation, combined with the artificial intelligence combat assistance system Ares module, can perform too many difficult attack actions. If the matching degree is not considered, 2 yuan, who is in it, may be killed by his armor. Even though the Ares module would take into account the matching data and set the attack action with the main purpose of protecting 2 yuan, who is in the armor, still relaxed his body as much as possible. This relaxation meant a complete loss of control. The passively beaten mechanical zombie suddenly gave up its ability to take root, and with a series of quick steps back to pull a certain distance, it began to kick frantically. The speed, strength, and attack angle were all several floors higher. Before the spectators could cheer for Ji Xinghe's upcoming victory, they saw that Ji Xinghe, who was actively attacking, entered a passive defensive state in an instant. With a muffled sound of bangs, the military uniform that also served as a combat uniform began to break. In the collision of powerful forces, Ji Xinghe's top became sleeveless and his trousers became shorts. The real collision of metal and muscle was displayed in everyone's sight. This is a real flesh and blood body blocking a real steel body. What makes people even more amazed is the attack and defense skills used by both sides of the battle at this time. No one would doubt Ji Xinghe's fighting skills. Ji's boxing is famous and there are countless people practicing it. But about Tu Yuan. Is it really General Tu Yuan in his armor? When people saw the mechanical zombie on the stage, with his arms straight, doing a 360-degree spinning kick, and kicked Ji Xinghe, who had his arms straight, off the ground. The answer to the question is obvious, it is definitely not General Tu Yuan in this armor. The armor, which opened up the distance through difficult attack actions, did not choose to pursue the victory. Instead, it took the initiative to retreat 3 steps after landing. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. At the same time as launching an attack, it means exposing its own flaws. It is waiting for Ji Xinghe's attack, and then looking for Ji Xinghe's flaws, relying on its own strong defense to force a break. The spectators all saw the changes in Tu Yuan, and Ji Xinghe could of course see it. Seeing that victory was about to be achieved, he did not feel discouraged, but rather a little excited. Tu Yuan just now was really unpleasant to fight. Ji Xinghe stood still and took a fist stance, which was very familiar to the spectators today. It was the starting stance of Ji Family Fist. But what they were not familiar with was the real force state of Ji Family Fist. Tearing. With a slight sound, Ji Xinghe's sleeveless top suddenly burst open, and the upper body muscles that swelled up instantly forcibly broke through the clothes and were displayed in front of the world. People opened their mouths in astonishment, looking at the muscle lines that seemed to be carved out. The brown skin reflected a metallic luster under the light. Is this the muscle state that a 66-year-old man can have? There was a muffled sound of thump. That was Ji Xinghe taking a step forward. The tearing sound rang again, and the clothes that were already in the state of shorts were also burst open by the muscles. The broken cloth fell to the ground, piled up like a lotus. Thump. Ji Xinghe took another step forward. After the tearing sound, another lotus bloomed at his feet. 2 steps later, Ji Xinghe, who was holding a boxing stance, suddenly disappeared from the spot. The 2 lotus flowers that had just bloomed on the floor were blown up by the sudden burst of strong wind. Boom. A sound like a grenade suddenly exploded, and in people's wide eyes, Ji Xinghe's fist had already hit the sole of Tu Yuan's foot. Just from the sound, one can hear the power of Ji Xinghe's punch, but the armor is still motionless. It took root again. The fists and feet that collided with each other were retracted at the same time. When the armor was about to make an attack, it captured Ji Xinghe's action through a high-speed camera, so it chose to stay in place and kick again. Its choice was not wrong. The moment it completed the kicking action, Ji Xinghe's second punch had already come. Boom. Another explosion sounded, and it was hard for people to believe that this sound came from the collision of flesh and blood and steel. Boom boom boom. Punch after punch, Ji Xinghe's attack method became plain and simple, but the simple straight punch made people amazed. The scenes that people couldn't see clearly in the first few punches were finally seen clearly by them. When Ji Xinghe's punch hit, his bronze muscles all over his body flowed like water. Layer upon layer, wave after wave. While gathering all the strength of the body to attack, it can also unload the force borne by the fist. So people understood why they could hear the roar like an explosion, but doubts arose in the hearts of many people. Is this really scientific? Boom. There was another explosion, and Ji Xinghe, who had thrown the 13th punch, suddenly stopped. He stood in a relaxed posture, looking at the armor standing in front of him, keeping his leg in a motionless posture, or looking at Tu Yuan. Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Countless question marks appeared in the minds of countless spectators. A click sounded, and Tu Yuan's mask popped open, revealing his pale and sweaty face. People finally confirmed that Tu Yuan was inside the armor, but people were also sure that it was definitely not Tu Yuan, who had just fought with Ji Xinghe. No need. Tu Yuan's voice was very calm. Go change your clothes and prepare for the awarding ceremony. Yes. Ji Xinghe turned and left. His movements were natural, and people's eyes were focused on his right fist, but they did not see the expected skin and flesh. His fist was unscathed, but Tu Yuan needed to call a doctor. So, the screen showing this battle suddenly went black, and noises instantly rang out from all over the alien planet. Who won? Of course Colonel Ji Xinghe won. Colonel Ji Xinghe even asked General Tu Yuan if he needed to call a doctor, but General Tu Yuan said no. According to the context, General Tu Yuan said no need to help call a doctor, not no need to call a doctor. Your reading comprehension is not good enough. Is it my reading comprehension that is not good enough, or are you over-interpreting? Then guess. Colonel Ji Xinghe turned around and left the ring just now. Why did General Tu Yuan still keep his leg in the posture, The armor was damaged. Then guess again, why did the screen suddenly go black? If the ring is rearranged, is it necessary to prevent us from watching? Besides, what is there to rearrange about the ring? You mean, General Tu Yuan was also damaged? No, he was injured. Does he really need to see a doctor? Be bolder. General Tu Yuan's leg was broken, it's almost certain, but General Tu Yuan was wearing armor, which can withstand the bombardment of portable individual missiles. Have you heard of shooting a bull from behind a mountain? But Colonel Ji Xinghe said that we should believe in science. Yes, he asked us to believe in science because he is the only one in the world who can cultivate immortality. There are many disputes in the noisy discussions, but these disputes will soon disappear. Thanks to the communication satellite network deployed by the Federation on the alien planet, and no one has issued a confidentiality order, the people at the scene of base number 5 can spread everything they see. In fact, before the news spread, people have guessed the truth of the matter through the pictures they saw again. When the picture was restored, Ji Xinghe, who changed his clothes, looked no different from before in the camera. Tu Yuan, who presided over the awarding ceremony, seemed to have no changes from before, but the strange thing was that he was still wearing armor. People looked carefully and finally found the changes that shocked them. The armor on Tu Yuan was not the one he wore when he and Ji Xinghe were fighting just now. A deeper detail is that Tu Yuan, who personally awarded titles and military medals to more than 100 people including Ji Xinghe, had a leg movement that gave people a feeling of not keeping up with the rhythm. It was as if the leg was an unfamiliar mechanical leg, being dragged and moved. So people were sure of one thing, General Tu Yuan's leg was really broken by Colonel Ji Xinghe, and it was in a state of armor. No. It was not Colonel Ji Xinghe. From today on, it was General Ji Xinghe, Major General. Chapter 423, one is crazier than the other. Nuwa, why do you have to stand there and wait for General Ji Xinghe to hit you? Because according to analysis and calculation, as well as actual combat verification, when the rotation function of the double arm armor is damaged, I, with only a 63% match, cannot beat Major General Ji Xinghe, can't beat him, even though the scientists of the Federation already knew the result of Tu Yuan's duel with Ji Xinghe in armor, they still felt unacceptable at this time. Yes, using the active offensive combat method, I could not beat Major General Ji Xinghe under the circumstances at that time. To put it simply, there are not enough effective attack methods available, that is, there is a clear gap in skills. The detailed report has been generated, please check it out. Nuwa's crisp electronic female voice sounded, with clear pronunciation and fluent language logic. So I chose the defensive counterattack combat method. Based on the fact that the God of War template chosen by Lieutenant General Tu Yuan at that time was Major General Ji Xinghe, I can use Major General Ji Xinghe's combat concept. When the weak is against the strong should be used to attack the weak, the scientists understood. Do you want to digest General Ji Xinghe's physical strength? Yes, I am sure that Major General Ji Xinghe's physical strength is not as good as the armor I controlled at that time. Moreover, I think that after a certain frequency of attacks, Major General Ji Xinghe will feel pain in his body, which will lead to a sharp decrease in combat effectiveness. Pain. The scientists looked at each other. They felt that what Nuwa said made sense, but the result proved that Nuwa, the strongest artificial intelligence in the Federation, was wrong. Ji Xinghe really couldn't compete with armor and physical strength, but he didn't need to use so much physical strength in this battle, and he wouldn't feel pain. What if General Tu Yuan activated the General Li Yuanba template at that time? The calculation results will not change. What if the transmission function of the arms was not damaged at that time? Would the results be different? According to the calculation simulation, the results will change. What changes? Major General Ji Xinghe may lose his combat effectiveness because of shame for wearing only a pair of underwear in front of 1,097,356 people. The scientists looked at each other again. Who of you added this question and answer mechanism? Not me. I didn't. Don't look at me. I can't think of this question and answer mechanism. Maybe it's because of Nuwa's gender setting that she learned this question and answer mechanism, then modify it quickly. General Ji Xinghe's God of War module can't make mistakes because of such a setting. Okay, but the arms of the armor were not broken at that time. Was it really only possible to knock off General Ji Xinghe's shorts? No, it should have been considered super shorts at the time. Nuwa, answer the question just now. An electronic female voice sounded. Yes, based on the analysis and simulation of Major General Ji Xinghe's force state, it can be determined that if Major General Ji Xinghe exerts his full force, His clothes except for his underwear will be torn apart, and he will be separated from his body due to the vibration generated during the battle. Although it felt a bit bizarre, the scientists chose to believe Nuwa's analysis results and recorded them. Send this message to base number 5 and ask them to redesign all of General Ji Xinghe's clothes. Although I believe that General Ji Xinghe will not feel shy, what if? Yes, this was a small episode in the seminar, and the scientists continued to talk about business. Nuwa, what is the matching degree to defeat General Ji Xinghe? Without using weapon modules, the matching degree must be at least 92%. With a defense, strength, speed and endurance of the armor, it actually requires a 92% matching degree to defeat General Ji Xinghe. Physical fitness is not the only key factor in determining the outcome of a battle. Skills are equally important. Moreover, the physical fitness of Major General Ji Xinghe is stronger than the test data shows. Can't a God of War module simulate General Ji Xinghe's combat skills? Unfortunately, I can't completely simulate all of Major General Ji Xinghe's combat skills, because Major General Ji Xinghe has never demonstrated all of his combat skills. And based on the analysis of Major General Ji Xinghe's combat consciousness, he has been creating new combat skills. The scientists who heard this explanation understood. Ji Xinghe is just like them. He has never given up the research on new technologies. To this day, the Federation can still be said to have new scientific and technological achievements every moment. Even the artificial intelligence program Nuwa cannot master every scientific and technological achievement. Creativity is the biggest limitation of artificial intelligence programs compared to humans. Nuwa, you just said that General Ji Xinghe's physical fitness is stronger than the test data shows. Yes, when Nuwa answered, a diagram composed of multiple pictures appeared on the large screen it controlled. There are video clips of the battle between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan, complex analysis reports, pure data, and newly constructed mathematical models, etc. Even if the people present are all top scientists in the Federation, they are a little dizzy. Major General Ji Xinghe's way of exerting force is very peculiar. His muscle tissue is equivalent to a flexible material, and his bones are equivalent to a rigid material. According to the monitored physical activity report, Major General Ji Xinghe has brought a performance of these two materials to the extreme through an unknown force. To describe it with a word from the Ji family boxing tutorial, hardness and softness, unknown force? What kind of force is that? Willpower, mental strength, consciousness, central nervous system, etc. To describe it with the words in the Ji family boxing tutorial, only when the mind and will are united can hardness and softness be combined. Scientists began to doubt whether there was something wrong with Nuwa. As the strongest artificial intelligence program in the Federation, what she said now began to be mysterious. But they could understand it. After all, Nuwa used the Ji Xinghe template in battle, so it was not too strange to see some Ji words. Since you know it is the unity of mind and heart, why do you say it is an unknown power? The unity of mind and heart is the explanation given by Major General Ji Xinghe. I have not found any evidence that this power actually exists. You just mentioned the central nervous system. Can neural connection technology be used to study the unity of mind and heart of General Ji Xinghe? The function of the central nervous system is to transmit, store and process information, produce various psychological activities, and dominate and control all behaviors of organisms with nervous systems. Based on this, it can be determined that neural connection technology is currently the most likely technology to study the unity of mind and heart. Nuwa, make a feasibility report. It has been completed. As the most powerful artificial intelligence program in the Federation, Nuwa has a computer system with extremely powerful computing power, and the servers that can be connected carry almost all the data and information in the Federation. It is too easy for it to make a feasibility report. The scientists on the scene took several hours to finish reading the feasibility report and then discussed it. Use biological materials to build mechs? Is this really feasible? It is feasible. Biological materials can completely simulate the muscle activity of General Ji Xinghe. Combined with the neural connection technology, it is equivalent to making Colonel Ji Xinghe's body into a mecha, but the defense of biological materials is not as good as alloy armor. Mechas can be manufactured by combining biological materials and metal materials, and biological materials have advantages that metal materials do not have, such as self-repairability. If it is matched with a culture tank, the damage can be completely repaired by itself. The main frame is made of metal materials, the transmission functional components are made of biological materials, and the outer layer is attached with metal armor. The difficulty of repairing this form of mecha will be greatly reduced. If it is mass-produced, the maintenance cost will also be greatly reduced. The key is that biological materials are more suitable for neural connection technology than metal materials. The combat effectiveness of mecha warriors has been improved, so they do not need to withstand too many attacks, and the decline in defense is acceptable, but this research requires too much research funds, and we don't have that much money. Besides, without 10 or 8 years, this technology is impossible to research. Do we really want to continue the war with the Empire to the next generation? Someone will be willing to give us money as long as we tell those people that this technology can make them live longer. Of course, this is not a lie, it is a fact, provided that we can really succeed in research. We don't want to leave this war to the next generation, but we must give the next generation the ability to win this war. At least we should give them a foundation and a hope. Then hold a report meeting. If we hold a report meeting, we need a more detailed feasibility report, such as the original gene selection of biological tissues, or who to choose. Fuck, you don't want to use General Ji Xinghe's genes, do you? This is obviously inappropriate. There are many animals that are stronger than our human bodies. Can those animals you mentioned beat General Ji Xinghe? When the images of beasts such as lions, tigers, and cheetahs emerged in the minds of scientists, they were unilaterally beaten to death by Ji Xinghe, who also emerged in their minds. They were embarrassed to bring up whales with extraordinary body sizes. Is General Ji Xinghe's skin as defensive as cowhide? Is General Ji Xinghe's burst speed as fast as a cheetah's? Why not? Did you see the duel between General Ji Xinghe and General Tu Yuan? No, it was the duel with Nuwa. I saw it, and I admit that what you said is possible. But the problem is, we have General Ji Xinghe's God of War template. Using more powerful animal genes and combining General Ji Xinghe's fighting style, wouldn't it be stronger than General Ji Xinghe? I don't think so, because that was General Ji Xinghe. Yes, that was General Ji Xinghe. But you don't really think that using General Ji Xinghe, if you clone a person with the genes of General Ji Xinghe, it will be the second General Ji Xinghe, right? Cloning technology cannot clone consciousness. Do I need to teach you this common sense? No, for General Ji Xinghe, his body cannot be cloned. How can he clone after practicing for 56 years? I still want to use General Ji Xinghe's genes. Then you can tell me at the report meeting. I heard that General Ji Xinghe will be back soon. Maybe you can report to General Ji Xinghe in person. For all mankind, I will do anything. However, General Ji Xinghe should not be able to come back in a short time, right? He has to go to the Battle Scar Canyon to take the remains of the hero home. The duel between Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan has brought more impacts on the upgrade direction of the God of War module, biomaterial mecha technology, neural connection technology, etc., and the positive or negative impact on the scientific side. Without saying too much, just say the most critical point. Old G, this time, you really have to explain it clearly, otherwise things will get out of hand. He appeared in front of Ji Xinghe with a camera with a serious face. He hasn't filmed Ji Xinghe for a long time, which is enough to prove the seriousness of this matter. Uncle Su, what does my grandfather want to explain? Ji Xinghe asked in confusion. She was still happy that her grandfather had broken Tu Yuan's leg and got the title of general. The previous worries about the possible impact of offending Tu Yuan had been completely ignored by Ji Xinghe now. My grandfather is also a general, what is there to be afraid of? Explain why it can defeat the most advanced single-soldier exoskeleton armor in the entire Federation, and it was driven by Nuwa. Sui pondered for a moment. To be more precise, it is to explain whether the whole nation should learn martial arts and give up a lot of learning time for this. Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment. Why do you have to explain this? Because some people think that Nuwa can't beat your grandfather with the most advanced armor, so technological weapons are useless. Are they idiots? Ji Xinghe used swear words to express that she couldn't understand, that armor didn't use the weapon mode, and if Nuwa drove the armor to the battlefield, the value that could be exerted would far exceed when my grandfather didn't wear armor. Besides, learning martial arts can't research satellites and space battleships. How can we fight without them? In addition, the imperial gorillas and monkeys will not stop learning. Their technology has been improving. And there are more. Ji Xinghe said a lot, all of which were explaining why she cursed. The people around listened quietly, with a gratified smile on their faces. When Ji Xinghe finally finished speaking, he explained aloud. Xinghe, you have to understand that there are many people in this world who are really idiots, and there are many people who just follow the crowd. They don't have the ability to think independently. or they actually know that what they say is wrong, but because of their own interests, or just because they are in a bad mood, they will say some very idiotic remarks. Ji Xinghe shook her head. I still don't understand. Sui smiled and explained, some people want to open a martial arts school to make money, and they will say that learning martial arts is the same as learning knowledge, and martial arts is also a kind of knowledge. What he said is actually not unreasonable. Your grandfather is the best example. If someone opens a martial arts school and makes money, others will be jealous and will follow suit to open a martial arts school. They will all promote the benefits of practicing martial arts, and even ignore the facts and start saying that learning martial arts is more useful than learning knowledge, and there is capital. When people have a need to learn martial arts because of your grandfather and these remarks, the market for martial arts schools will become very large, and capital will enter this market and use their power to make the cake of this market bigger. Even if this cake is all cream, which can make people sick to death, capital has no bottom line. For the sake of profit, they will add fuel to the flames of facts that have been ignored by some people, and even reverse right and wrong. When someone refutes them, they will bring out your grandfather as evidence, and your grandfather's strength and military exploits are irrefutable. We can't say that this is completely wrong. If all the people practice martial arts, there will definitely be more than one of your grandfathers in the future of the Federation, more than one General Li Yuanba, and Han Li and others, but, as you said, if your grandfather doesn't have a mecha, the role he can play on the battlefield is far less than the armor and mecha driven by Nuwa, or even less than a fully armed elite soldier. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Even if we want to have it all, there should be a limit, but now the whole people practicing martial arts is becoming more and more excessive. Xinghe, do you think we need 1,000 of your grandfathers, or 1,000 scientists? Hearing Suhi's question, Ji Xinghe seemed to understand. She didn't blindly believe her grandfather Ji Xinghe, but answered after serious thinking. 1,000 of my grandfathers, with 10,000 Uncle Han Li, should not be able to beat 1,000 scientists, with 10,000 Uncle Su Chuanian. Of course, the premise is that they all have time to prepare weapons for the war. Ha ha ha! The laughter suddenly rang out, and Su Chuanian, who was present, also laughed out loud, but as he laughed, he felt something was wrong. It sounded like Ji Xinghe was praising him. After all, Ji Xinghe couldn't beat him with Han Li, but Xinghe, Su Chuanian squatted in front of Ji Xinghe and said, it should be 1,000 of your grandfathers with 10,000 of me, and 1,000 scientists with 10,000 Han Li. Ji Xinghe looked at the serious Su Chuanian, stretched out her hand to cover her own forehead, like an adult, helplessly shook her head and sighed. Ha ha ha! When the laughter rang again, Suhi looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, Old Ji, have you thought about what to say? Ji Xinghe nodded slightly, then looked at the camera. If there was no Tu Yuan in the armor at that time, I couldn't beat him. Suhi understood and asked, why? Tu Yuan is too weak. In order to protect him, the combat effectiveness of the armor is limited. Then if there is someone in the armor, what level can defeat you? Can you give a specific example? When saying this, Suhi signaled to Ji Xinghe with his eyes. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. Normal level is fine, such as Xinghe. Although she is only 7 years old, if it was her in the armor at that time, I couldn't beat her. This is not the first time that Ji Xinghe has mentioned Ji Xinghe in the camera, but it is definitely the first time that people can see it through the camera. With countless military achievements and the rank of Major General, he can withstand the wind and rain that Ji Xinghe needs to face. Ji Xinghe has proved that she can withstand it herself. Moreover, this time is indeed very suitable for officially publicizing the existence of Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan's black pot this time is really too big, and he can also withstand a lot of wind and rain. When the popularity of Tu Yuan not as strong as a 7-year-old girl fades, Ji Xinghe's popularity will also fade. Suhi took great pains and continued to ask, if a 7-year-old girl wearing armor can fight so well, does Kung Fu still have meaning? Yes, Ji Xinghe looked at the camera, his tone calm but full of confidence. Wearing the same armor and driving the same mecha, no gorilla can stop me, not Li Yuanba, not the Emperor of the Empire. Everything should be done in moderation. Ji Xinghe, who doesn't like to be mythical, chose to use words that can be called wild words to give the entire Federation a degree. It doesn't matter whether people believe it or not, because there are always facts to prove it. Many times, the proof of some remarks always appears in the distant future. But the proof of Ji Xinghe's wild words came faster than anyone expected. In the latest episode of The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, people had no time to think about how weak Tu Yuan, a civilian general, was, no time to be curious about Ji Xinghe, who officially appeared for the first time but did not appear on the screen, and no time to comment that Ji Xinghe's words were wild talk and nonsense. A young man appeared on the screen. He was wearing a fitted military uniform, with stars shining on his shoulders and military medals on his chest like a protective armor. His voice was very nice, and it was hard to imagine that he was Li Yuanba, who was still called the strongest mecha warrior in the Federation by many people after Ji Xinghe became a galaxy-level mecha warrior. Should such a voice appear on the battlefield? Facing the camera, his expression was calm, and he answered Suhi's questions one by one. I really can't beat Ji Xinghe, but that's just because he has 56 years of Kung Fu, and I only have 20 years. 36 years later, I will definitely be stronger than Ji Xinghe now. I believe that at that time, there will be many people who are stronger than Ji Xinghe now. Because many people, including me, can stand on Ji Xinghe's shoulders, so they can see farther. Emperor of the Empire? It can't even stop me. How can it stop Ji Xinghe? Someone doesn't believe it. I have been in the God's Mountain for 5 years, and I have waited for it for 5 years. Do you know how I have been in these 5 years? I alone destroyed 2,000 imperial mechas, and it didn't dare to come. Whenever it comes, I will kill it. Ji Xinghe can't stop it. I said, well, one update is more crazy than the other. Crazy is good. P.S. Well, another chapter with more than 5,800 words. I said why I can't pay the extra update. Even if a chapter is stuck with 3,000 words, I can pay 17 more chapters by today this month. After thinking about it, forget it. It's not stuck with a number of words. I feel comfortable writing. I will pay it back slowly. Please give me some monthly tickets, subscriptions, and recommendation tickets. I have updated 10,000 words every day this month. You can't say that I am short. P.S. There is no charge for the number of words. Chapter 424, Peace. The resources promised by Tang Qiao, or the resources promised by Canvas, were sent to base number 5 at a speed beyond Ji Xinghe's expectations after Ji Xinghe broke Tu Yuan's leg in public. Of course, the reason why Ji Xinghe wanted to go to the Battle Scar Canyon was indispensable. These resources not only include the material resources for building Xiantian and repairing the Empire's space battleships, but also the human resources such as mechanics that base number 5 lacks the most. There are 2 points worth mentioning. The first point is that these people were evacuated from base number 3 before, but because base number 3 is not under the jurisdiction of Longzhou, most of them were not transferred to base number 5/base number 6, but went to base number 9 and other non-Longzhou bases. The second point is that the arrival of these people did not increase the population pressure on base number 5. Base number 5, whose population had reached saturation in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, can accommodate more than 2,000 people after the Battle of Vulture Mountain. The reason is, won't you wait any longer? Wang Wei was really reluctant and a little worried. Wait for half a month, and the 300 Xiantian will be ready. There is a big difference between you taking 300 Xiantian to the Battle Scar Canyon and you taking 100 Xiantian to the Battle Scar Canyon. Ji Xinghe looked at the people who were gathering and shook his head. No more waiting. If we wait another half a month, the dust storm will start. Because of the arrival of various resources, the progress of the Xiantian-class mecha of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps has been rapidly improved. Only half a month has passed since Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan's duel, but the number of Xiantian-class mechas has increased sharply to 100. This is because Ji Xinghe asked the mechanics who came to support to help the number 5 base to transform the imperial mechas first, and based on the relevant resources supported to the number 5 base, build new federal mechas and repair the previously damaged federal mechas. Otherwise, the number of Xiantian-class mechas can be increased to 200. But this is another problem of having your cake and eating it too. Although Liu Mian answered Chen Sun's 4 questions, the crisis of base number 5 has not been resolved. In the absence of Ji Xinghe and his Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, if base number 5 does not have enough mechas, it may not even last until Ji Xinghe brings troops back to support. Judging from the number alone, the number of mechas that can be used in base number 5 now, not counting the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, has reached 1,500. Among them, 400 are federal mechas, and 1,100 are transformed from imperial mechas. The more mechas fight in wars, it is very rare in the history of alien wars, and there are so many more. The absolute hero is undoubtedly Ji Xinghe. Although the more than 500 imperial mechs he destroyed during Ji Xinghe's challenge were all fatally damaged, it was only fatal to the gorillas in the imperial mechs, and the difficulty coefficient of repairing the mechs was relatively low. There was also the previous battle of the final fortress with the light of divine punishment, which brought a large number of imperial mechs that could be quickly transformed to base number 5. But you said that if you don't bring Xinghe, your new general armor will not be completed, Wang Wei persuaded again. How about waiting for another 5 days? After 5 days, you will drive the new general armor to the Battle Scar Canyon. Wouldn't it be more efficient to kill? The 3rd generation of Xinghe has been built in the past half month. It uses the 12th generation core engine of the Federation. The overclocked state is completely made of tungsten steel alloy, and the regular form uses the Zanshan level manufacturing resources. Compared with the previous performance, it is more than 1 level stronger. But Ji Xinghe is unwilling to take Xinghe to the Battle Scar Canyon, even if his new general armor has not been completed. The reason is only known to him, Ji Rong, Xinhou and Xinghe. I will drive Zanshan to kill first. Maybe, when they see me driving Zanshan, they will send the Duke to kill me. Ji Xinghe's explanation was perfunctory and arrogant, which made Wang Wei and others speechless. The performance of the mecha determines Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness. Ji Xinghe's challenge is indeed 1 against 500, but almost all of them were won in a one-on-one state. If there were really more than 500 imperial mechas attacking in a cluster, even if Xinghe's overclocking mode had unlimited energy, it would not be possible for Ji Xinghe to survive after being trapped. Even with a new general armor, Ji Xinghe could not have stopped the cluster attack of more than 500 imperial mechas alone. Under this premise, if Ji Xinghe was only driving a mountain-chopping mecha, it might indeed attract a large number of imperial mechas to attack. For others, this is a crisis that needs to be avoided, but for Ji Xinghe, or for Wang Wei and others, they have to admit a fact: this is Ji Xinghe's opportunity, the opportunity of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, and the opportunity of the Federation. Okay, I won't say much. Wang Wei stood at attention and saluted Ji Xinghe. General, triumph. The others also stood at attention and saluted, with loud and uniform voices. General, triumph. Ji Xinghe stood at attention and saluted in return. The team composed of mechas and transport vehicles arrived at Vulture Mountain in the night. The ultra-low temperature climate environment for humans was completely isolated by metal armor and protective clothing. The space battleships that already belonged to them were parked here. The 2 captured Imperial space battleships were not transported back to base number 5 for repair, but were repaired by the brave Federal mechanics under the threat of Imperial artillery bombardment at odd times. There is no difference in skill level between mechanics and mechanics. The only difference is that the former usually stays in a safe base for maintenance work, while the latter needs to stay in a dangerous battlefield all year round. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe is now also a mechanic, of course, a mechanic with the rank of Major General. The repair work must be done at base number 5, because before the repair is confirmed, no one can guarantee whether there is a fatal threat to base number 5 in these 2 space battleships. For example, nuclear weapons hidden in the armor layer. This is of course the worst case for the Federation. Another example is the communication device that can break through the electronic signal blockade of base number 5. If the captured space battleships are rashly pulled back to base number 5, the consequences can be described as unimaginable. In contrast, it is easier to check if there are any problems with a much smaller mecha. And it is easier to transport, so the captured Imperial mecha can be transported back to base number 5 for modification and maintenance. General, please board the ship. When Ji Xinghe arrived with his Galaxy Mecha Corps, Zirui had been waiting for a long time. He was wearing a protective suit because of the mask, so his expression could not be seen, but from the sound of his voice in the communication channel, he was in a good mood. There was no grievance or dissatisfaction at all from being demoted from the Rear Admiral Captain of the Federation Space Fleet to the Colonel Captain of the Peace Space Battleship. Well, board the ship. When Ji Xinghe gave the order, he and his people began to board the ship. The original name of this space battleship was not the current Peace, but like the Galaxy Squad and the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, it was named after Ji Xinghe and was unanimously voted by relevant personnel to be named Galaxy Number 1. Forget about the Galaxy. The key is still number 1. As we all know, if there is 1, there will be 2. Ji Xinghe's people are ambitious. They only have 1 space battleship, and they want a space fleet. They had already thought of a name, the Galaxy Fleet. But this name was rejected by Ji Xinghe with his zero power. For this reason, Su Chuan'an also initiated a vote to cancel Ji Xinghe's veto power, but was rejected by Ji Xinghe with his veto power. When Ji Rongzhenyu said that she hoped everyone could return safely, so she named this space battleship Ping'an. The first internal strife after the expansion of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps was instantly eliminated. The size of Ping'an is very large, even larger than the standard space battleships of the Federation. If it is placed next to the large aircraft carriers of the Azure Star, it is not much different. When Ji Xinghe led people to complete the boarding, parked the mecha in the hangar area, and went to the bridge, Zirui and Liu Mian followed Ji Xinghe, Chen Sun, Qin Tong and others to introduce them. The length of the Ping'an is 312.36 meters, the height is 58.92 meters, and the widest part is 72.86 meters. The standard weight when empty is 97,000 tons, and the standard weight when fully loaded can reach 121,000 tons. One thing that needs to be explained is that this space battleship can only be used in alien planets or space environments, and cannot be driven back to the Azure Star. Because it is difficult to take off again after driving back, we do not have a reusable launch vehicle boost system that matches it. The cost of manufacturing a matching launch vehicle just for the space battleship is too high, because the weight of the space battleship is too large. If it wants to enter space under the gravity and atmospheric environment of the Azure Star, its own engine thrust is not enough, and it must use a launch vehicle boost system. In short, it is to increase additional propulsion and force it to take off. 12 years ago, the Federation stopped manufacturing space battleships on the Azure Star, but transported the corresponding resources to the lunar base for construction, using the moon with lower gravity and no atmospheric environment as a springboard. Although transporting resources to the moon will consume a lot of resources, the Federation will definitely make a profit overall. On the way to the bridge, Ji Xinghe and others also noticed that the Imperial space battleship had no obvious difference in structure compared to the Federation space battleship. Because humans and gorillas are both primates, there is no obvious difference in their body structure. Although the technology trees of both sides are a little crooked, there is no essential difference. So in general, whether it is the Imperial Mecha or the Imperial space battleship, the Federation can use it right away. Including the oxygen supply system, it fully meets the standards required for human survival. This also shows something very important to both the Federation and the Empire. Humans can survive on the Imperial Star, and gorillas and monkeys can also survive on the Azure Star. The war fought on the alien star is not about the ownership of the alien star, but the ownership of the Imperial Star and the Azure Star. Our battleship can accommodate 2,000 crew members. If it is an emergency, it can guarantee the survival needs of 8,000 people for 3 months when it is fully loaded with supplies. However, our personnel configuration is not complete now. There are only 396 crew members. Including the 136 people you brought today, it is only a quarter of the total. Due to time constraints, the battleship's weapon module has not been completely transformed. The firepower left in this battleship by the Empire has basically been used up by them before. The only ones that can be used are close-in defense guns, and the caliber of their close-in defense guns, as well as the settings of their weapon systems such as missiles, are different from ours, and it is somewhat difficult to replenish ammunition, so in the short term, our battleship can only be used as a transport ship. But don't worry about the Empire's space battleships attacking us, our fleet has been keeping an eye on them. We can also effectively evade and defend against conventional ground firepower, and attacks such as land-based medium and long-range missiles. While introducing the shortcomings, Zirui also gave Ji Xinghe and others a reassurance. I won't say much about the maintenance work on this battleship in the past half-month. The transformation work is mainly focused on the control system. There are big differences between our hardware and software in this regard and the Empire. Although there are translators here, we can use it directly, but necessary transformation is indispensable. Otherwise, they are likely to use electronic warfare to take back the control of this space battleship. Listening to Zirui's introduction, the group finally arrived at the bridge from the parking area, which is the command center, combat center and other comprehensive institutions of this space battleship. The huge portholes have a very wide field of view. The crew members who have been waiting for a long time all stood at attention and saluted after Ji Xinghe and his group arrived. Ji Xinghe and others did not mention the return of the salute in the lecture. Under the urgency of time, the Ping'an took off as soon as the materials were loaded. With a humming sound and slight vibration, The behemoth weighing more than 100,000 tons broke free from the gravity of the alien planet and flew into the sky. The flight module is normal, the control system is normal, the communication system is normal, the weapon system is normal. Amidst a series of reports, Zirui, who was sitting in the captain's seat, looked at Ji Xinghe standing next to him with some uneasiness. "General, don't ask me anything. I told you before that you have the final say in the sky." "Yes," Zirui laughed happily, and then issued an order. In the bridge of the Pingan, voices from other federal units rang out one after another. Base number 5, congratulations on the successful launch of the Pingan. May General Ji Xinghe return triumphantly, may the Xing Mecha Independent Corps return triumphantly, and may the heroes return home in glory. Nanshanmen, congratulations on the successful launch of the Pingan, Federal Space Fleet, Long Zhao, Eastern Kanglong Fleet, Jiao Mujiao congratulates, Kang Jinglong. Zinaihu, not only the federal units on the alien planet, but also the voices from the Azure Star that were recorded and sent in advance. These voices are congratulations, wishes, and expectations. Ji Xinghe led his Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to the Battle Scar Canyon, the second largest war zone on the alien planet. Hundreds of millions of people are watching. Chapter 425, watch carefully and learn well. When the more than 4,000-kilometer-long super canyon came into view, everyone in the bridge of the Pingan space battleship was silent. Some of them had been here before, such as those who Zirui helped Ji Xinghe select from the Remnant Company sequence and the recruited crew, all of whom had served in space battleships. As the second largest war zone of the Federation on the alien planet, all the space battleships of the Federation sequence have come here to perform support, reconnaissance, transportation and other tasks. But now looking at it again, the state of mind is completely different, because from today on, this will become their main battlefield. Some of them have not been here before, such as Chen Sun, Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Sichuanian, Andre, the left hand, the lame man, and the deaf man who are with Ji Xinghe. Chen Sun must be with Ji Xinghe. The 9 ace Mecha warriors did not stay with the other Mecha warriors of the Xing Mecha Independent Corps. Their current function is simply to be the personal guards of Ji Xinghe, the newly promoted Major General of the Federation. The standard is so high that even the Federation Marshal Li Anbang cannot match it. But if they really use the combat power of their personal guards, the 9 ace Mecha warriors of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps will definitely not be able to beat the guards of the Nanshanmen Space Station, because they do not have individual exoskeleton armor, and positions like the bridge are not suitable for driving mechas all the time. But it doesn't matter, Ji Xinghe does not need their protection. Standing in the space battleship for the first time, looking down at the endless Battle Scar Canyon from top to bottom, their state of mind is also very different. Sichuanian shouted loudly. "I come, I see, I conquer." No one confronted Sichuanian, because he was talking about the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and the voice of all the crew members of the Pingan. They are fearless. This kind of morale is rare among all the combat units of the Federation. "General," Zirui said, "Colonel Ravich of the Eastern Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon has sent another application, hoping that we will go to the Eastern Theater." Ji Xinghe did not hesitate. "Tell him that we will go, but not now." "Yes," Zirui replied immediately and commanded the piece to prepare for landing. Their destination was the Western Theater of the Ares Canyon. The Battle Scar Canyon, which is more than 4,000 kilometers long, is the second largest theater of war in the Federation on the alien planet, and is divided into two theaters, the East and the West. Although these two theaters are under the full command of Kentvis, the 3-star general of the Federation, it is only the Western Theater that Kentvis can fully command. Because the main force of the Eastern Theater comes from the Federation Xiongzhao, and the strongest Mecha warrior Ravich of Xiongzhao is in the Eastern Theater. The nominal full command cannot actually interfere with too many tactical plans, and all are decided by the generals of Xiongzhao. Large-scale combat plans will require Kentvis's authorization. For small-scale tactical operations, Kentvis often does not know about them, but only gets the corresponding merits afterwards. The main force of the Western Theater comes from Eagle Continent, and the strongest Mecha warrior Caitlin in Eagle Continent is naturally in the Western Theater. Therefore, Kentvis's full command of the Western Theater is worthy of the name. However, based on Kentvis's ability and expertise, he will not interfere too much with the Western Theater. He knows very well that if he often gives orders beyond his level, the Battle Scar Canyon will not be able to defend it long ago. It is better to sit firmly in the south gate of heaven and make the strategic decisions he should make. It is precisely because of this that Robert will send an application to Ji Xinghe when the Pinyin has already determined to land in the Western Theater. There was no accident in the landing of the Pinyin, because the landing site they chose was located in the rear, far away from the enemy-occupied area. The Battle Scar Canyon is called a canyon, and the average depth is more than 8 kilometers, but there is rarely a line of sky. Because its widest point is more than 600 kilometers, when you are in it, there is no difference from the surface plains of alien planets in terms of terrain. Scientists say that many years ago, a great flood occurred here, which washed through the Battle Scar Canyon. Many of the existing sediments appeared at that time, and there are also landslides that are hundreds of kilometers long. It's really hard to imagine, Liu Mian sighed. For humans, the most scarce resources on alien planets are oxygen and water. Chen soon added, to be precise, it was 3 billion years ago. As for water resources, there are still some on alien planets, but we don't have the ability to mine and use them. They are located in the south pole of alien planets. Liu Mian seemed to agree, and seemed to be showing off himself, saying, you are talking about a subglacial lake, which is located under the Antarctic ice cap of alien planets, with a depth of more than 2 kilometers. Detection has determined that the water resources there are about 6% to 21% of the blue planet, but the difficulty of mining is too great, and when we determined it, the Empire came, so we couldn't mine it. Chen soon replied, there will be a chance to mine it. Liu Mian nodded in approval. Yes, there will be a chance. The two colonel staff officers of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps sounded very harmonious in the conversation. Chen Sun's rank was promoted in the last ceremony of conferring ranks. Perhaps it was because Nanchanman saw Chen Sun's contribution, or it was because Liu Mian, a colonel staff officer, was going to join Ji Xinghe's team, and the relevant departments believed that he should not be too prominent. The reason is not important. What is important is that they are all following Ji Xinghe now. However, Ji Xinghe was not very satisfied with the result of their conversation. There is no need to mine even if there is a chance, huh? Everyone around was stunned for a moment, and then they understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Chen soon laughed. It seems that our 5-year plan and 10-year plan have to be revised again. Liu Mian nodded and said, I think this should not be the last revision. During the conversation, the Pinyin landed successfully. The communicator reported, General, Captain, Colonel Kadilin sent a communication, inviting us to go to the command center to hold a combat meeting, 5 kilometers northwest of our landing site. Zirui did not speak, because he was now on the land of an alien planet. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment. Liu Mian, you take people to the meeting. Chen Sun, get ready. I and the captains of each team will go directly to the front line. Yes, yes, the two responded without any doubt and immediately made arrangements. Ji Xinghe didn't need to ask. The captains of the 10 teams of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, including him, completed the assembly at the first time. These people were originally guards beside him. The so-called assembly means that 10 people go to wear armor, and Chen Sun will contact the Western Theater Command to provide them with corresponding personnel and equipment for logistical support. Because it is a rapid response mecha formation, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps does not have many supporting arms. After the Pinyin, these personnel are concentrated on the Pinyin and belong to the crew sequence. Under the premise that the Pinyin must stay in a safe rear, people can only be transferred from the Western Theater Command. Soon, 10 mechas appeared on the apron where the Pinyin space battleship was located, attracting the attention of everyone present, because they were so dazzling. They didn't stop at all and directly turned on the running mode. Is the mecha in the front General Ji Xinghe's? Why, it looks no different from the other mechas. How is there no difference? Didn't you see that there is no place to spray gold stars on General Ji Xinghe's mecha? It seems that the whole mecha is gold. Will this affect the camouflage? What I mean is, there is no difference in the model. This model is this Hanshin of the Galaxy Corps, right? Where is General Ji Xinghe's Zingyu? Where is the new general armor? Why is he driving this Hanshin? Yeah, where's the Zingyu? Where is the new general armor? It can't be that they haven't been built yet, it should be that they haven't been built yet. Look at the mechas following General Ji Xinghe. They are not Hanshin. They should be the exclusive mechas of the Ace Mecha Warriors. Wait a minute, let me take a look at the replay. Because the 10 mechas were running too fast, they had disappeared from the side of people in the parking area, so people could only watch the replay. The two closest to General Ji Xinghe are the exclusive mechas of Colonel Qin Tong and Colonel Harris for the ace fighters, followed by Colonel Li Lin and Colonel Wang Jiui for the ace fighters. Only the four of them have exclusive mechas, and the others are all driving mountain chopping mechas. Theirs are all built. Why hasn't General Ji Xinghe's been built yet? Maybe, because theirs are all built. General Ji Xinghe's is still built. What do you mean? Use your brain. The Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps currently has only 100 mountain chopping mechas and 4 exclusive mechas for ace fighters. Except for Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, and the crippled man, all other mecha warriors, including all team leaders including Ji Xinghe, are currently driving mountain chopping mechas. The reason people speculated was correct. With limited resources, the exclusive mechas of Qin Tong and the other 4 did affect the manufacturing of Ji Xinghe's exclusive mechas. Especially the exclusive mechas of the blind man and the cripple, which were manufactured later than those of Qin Tong and Harris. In order to complete them as soon as possible, they gave up some parts of the new general armor at the request of Ji Xinghe. The delay was not much, only 5 days. Of course. This was also because many people did not expect that Ji Xinghe was unwilling to take Xinghe with him when he went to the Battle Scar Canyon. 4 exclusive mechas for ace fighters and 6 mountain chopping mechas were lightly equipped with only gold stars all over their bodies. They swaggered from the relatively safe rear of the Western Theater Command to the front line. They attracted everyone's attention along the way. Report: the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, the Corps Commander's Squad, passed through our area. Report: the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, the Galaxy Squad, passed through our area. Report: General Ji Xinghe led the 9 captains of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to pass through our area. Report: our Galaxy-class mech warrior General Ji Xinghe led our ace mech warriors Qin Tong, Harris, passed through our area. The reports from various departments in the Western Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon were basically the same, but the names of the mech squad led by Ji Xinghe were very different. Theoretically, the squad did not exist in the Federal combat sequence, but appeared because of Ji Xinghe, and the people who witnessed it with their own eyes could not be sure of their titles. In the general headquarters of the Western Theater, Caitlin, the strongest mech warrior in Eagle Continent, had received news that Ji Xinghe would not come to attend the combat meeting. But when Ji Xinghe really led the team to pass quickly through the area where the headquarters was located, he was still a little unhappy. You're already a general, but you're still so reckless. It's not that he's resentful, but he's definitely dissatisfied. He joined the army earlier than Ji Xinghe and became famous earlier. His military exploits were also incalculable, but he never got the rank of general. It's understandable that he's dissatisfied. Should we let General Kentvis give the order? The Colonel Chief of Staff at the headquarters frowned and said, General Ji Xinghe is now in our command sequence. He shouldn't do this, Kentvis. When mentioning this name, there was no respect in Caitlin's tone. He didn't even add the suffix of general, but others were already used to it. Although I think Ji Xinghe shouldn't be so reckless, I don't agree with letting those generals who stay at Nanchunman all day to command Ji Xinghe. In the Western Theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, there was not even a general in the headquarters. The Chief of Staff was only a colonel. Needless to say, Caitlin, who commanded the Mecha troops, and the commanders of the various units of the conventional troops, also had the highest rank of colonel. Where are the generals? They are all in Nanchunman. So from this point of view, it is not a problem to say that the real headquarters of the Western Theater is in Nanchunman. In comparison, Tu Yuan, who is now in the number 5 base theater, is more than one step ahead. Even in the Eastern Theater, which is also in the Battle Scar Canyon, there are 2 major generals of Xiongzhao and 1 lieutenant general of Xiongzhao. Not to mention that the main force comes from the battlefield of the Gods Mountain in Longzhao. Caitlin, you can't say that. We are the first in the world to realize the informatization of the army. At that time, they were still pursuing the full mechanization of the army. It was already the information age. It didn't make any difference whether the generals were there or not, really. Caitlin asked back. Yes, haha, the topic stopped there. For them, it was all old talk and there was nothing much to say. After Ji Xinghe led his men directly through the area where the headquarters was located, the Chief of Staff of the Western Theater knew that Ji Xinghe was determined to go to war, so he began to make corresponding arrangements. The logistical support requested by Colonel Chen Sun should be in place as soon as possible. Don't wait until General Ji Xinghe starts fighting. Colonel Chen Sun has already caught up, and our support is still gathering. All the battle information on the front line should be sent to Colonel Chen Sun and Colonel Liu Mian, and they will make their own decisions. In the process of issuing various orders and starting to execute them, Liu Mian finally led people to the headquarters of the Western Theater. He didn't bring many people with him, because he had only been in the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps for less than half a month, and there was no time to set up a staff department belonging to Ji Xinghe. But in terms of authority level, he was no lower than the Colonel Chief of Staff in the headquarters. At the same time, Ji Xinghe also led his team to the front battlefield and completed a brief reunion with the logistics troops mobilized by the Western Theater. The communication connection was truly established at this time. The Western Theater Command, which was preparing for a meeting, had to enter a somewhat passive viewing mode. Of course, conventional combat command was not suspended for this reason. The battles in the Western Theater and the Eastern Theater have never really stopped. After the communication was successfully established, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps had a brief internal exchange. After Liu Mian and Shen Sun received the intelligence, they sent the combat plan they formulated to Ji Xinghe and others. Throughout the process, the Western Theater Command was not able to really participate. "Is Colonel Caitlin here?" When Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the command center, Caitlin responded immediately. "I'm here, finally thought of me?" Caitlin's mood was a bit complicated. He regretted risking his life to support Ji Xinghe, that is, to challenge Ji Xinghe to the Empire. But he never thought that Ji Xinghe, who finally thought of him, would say something that surprised him and almost everyone else. Yet, Ji Xinghe said calmly, "Watch carefully and learn well." At this moment, Caitlin really regretted, "Ji Xinghe, are you here to fight or to attack me?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.